Sexiest place on earth. Good morning, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoyed the music. The Riding High is such a good lyric, isn't it? Fuck, dude. I sat down right as it hit the second time. I was like, God damn, this is a good song. Holy shit, what? How has it been 30 months? Wow. That's a long time, Rod. I love you back. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anus swings. Time, I know I say it every day, but it fucks with me and I hate it. It's a fucking joke. Good morning, Taco. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well. If I missed you or something, I apologize, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. I kind of have a sinus headache. I'm going to take some pills. My sinuses the past 3 days have been so fucked. Just fucked. I'm getting there. Good morning, darling. How are you? Take your joy.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
That one's just rolling down my tongue. Horizon Gunner with that fucking 7 months. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus swings for 7 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. How are you and good morning? I hope you all rested very well last night. I don't know what I did. I cleaned more. I've just been cleaning like a psycho because I'm terrified Lilith's going to eat something and get sick again. Good morning, Jose. How are you? Happy fucking Sunday. Happy sinning, sinners. Should I, hold up. On this greatest of Sundays, it's not the greatest of Sundays, but I'd like to read you my favorite Bible verse. I'm trying to find it. Hold up. There's so many. This is it. Okay. And she was full of desire for her lovers, whose flesh is like the flesh of asses, and whose seed is like the seed of horses. Ezekiel 23:20. So every time someone like swears on a Bible or gets married with a Bible, I just want you to remember that there's an entire verse referring to horse cum and how someone likes it in the Bible. Zombies, thank you for that Prime sub. Do not forget to use your Prime subs. Bezos is sending dicks into space and makes $8 million a minute. You don't have to use your Prime sub here. But did you know if you have an Amazon Prime account, you have a sub you could be giving to any streamer once a month completely for free. You're paying for it regardless. Please use it. Please use it somewhere. You've put us in a hype train. What the fuck? There's not even... We just started. What the tit Christ? Thank you for the hype train. If you don't know what a hype train is, basically you gift subs and and you tip me and you get free emotes from Twitch. That's it. It's not required and it's nothing. It's nothing. Thank you for being here. I need a load of bowl, but I cleaned my bong. Doesn't surprise me. It surprised me a little. When I read that line, also the fact that it's out of Ezekiel, like Ezekiel, that was the best part. It shocked me a little. Glut, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Vismo. Use the boat wizard of the highest order, please. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. I appreciate you being here. Good afternoon, Lizzie. How are you, love? Seriously, I mean, the fact that it was an Ezekiel verse about horse cum, but I mean, there's so many like versions of it. And she was full of desire for hers. Wait, what's the original one? And she doted upon their paramours, whose flesh is the flesh of asses, and whose issue is the issue of horses. Like every translation, it's all about fucking donkeys. It's just fucking horses. Lizzie, I read our favorite, well, my favorite Bible verse for Sunday morning. I'll read it for everybody in case you didn't hear it. This is Ezekiel 23:20. There are a million translations of the Bible. I'm just reading the King James one because there's so many. They all pretty much say the same thing. She doted upon their paramours, whose flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issue is the issue of horses. It's my favorite. I love it. Horse comes in the Bible. Good morning, Greg. How are you? Clean your bong or you will get an infection. Signed, Katie. Facts. Facts. You know, I was thinking about it last night. I need to grind up some weed. Um, I was chilling in bed and I like hit my bong, but I was at this really weird angle and I drooled. Like while I was taking in the hit, drool went in my bong and I thought about it and I was like, how many people are drooling in their bong and just not cleaning it and just continually smoking out of like dirty bong water drool? I don't want to know. I'm going to grind up animal cookies. It's a good strain. Dude, zombies. I clean my bong all the time, man. Honestly, like when I was younger, I never cleaned my pieces that often. Um because they were personal, like I didn't really share them. They were just mine. I would clean them when they were gross and smelled bad. But when I was working at Hopkins, uh at Johns Hopkins, I got to go to a really cool seminar with like the number one lung transplant surgeon in the world. He works at Johns Hopkins or worked there when I worked there. And he was telling us like all about lung transplants, how you like all the stuff about lung transplants. And one of the most interesting parts about lung transplants to me was that if you have ever had a history of smoking pot, you are not eligible for a lung transplant, no matter what. But if you are currently smoking cigarettes, you're eligible simply because of dirty bongs. The fucking fungal pneumonia you can get from bong water is astronomical. And fungal pneumonia never goes away. Fungal anything never really goes away. It lives in you now. And they don't want to waste a set of lungs on someone who has the potential to get fungal pneumonia from dirty because they can't trust us to have clean bong water. Let's help science trust us, yeah? Let's not be gross stoners. let's not do that. Hello, Silver Zen. How are you? I clean mine daily too. I rinse it every single day. I kind of just got in the habit because smoking weed all day on stream, the water gets disgusting. But the hits are so much better. Like if I buy really nice weed, why the fuck would I grind it up and smoke it through dirty water? It seems like an insult to the weed. Like I wanna get the best bang for my buck, and I think that's gonna be with a clean bong. But that's just me. I don't know. I just don't want you guys getting sick. Fungal pneumonias forever. Can you and chat be my new friends? Wait, you're new friends? I thought we were already friends. Zen, man, it's hard being an adult, dude. I feel that spiritually. Like, I'm not trying to like start a pity party, but I too have one IRL friend, one that is local that I could actually like physically hang out with. Um, Having a friends as an adult is fucking bizarre and weird and doesn't work. I don't know. I don't have it. I wish I had an answer or a secret. I don't know. I don't. I'm a very alone person. I don't know, man. I saw a video the other day on Reddit that kind of ruined me a little bit. It was a video of a little old lady. It was a security footage video from this restaurant, and this woman who was in her 90s went to the restaurant, ordered herself a cake, pulled birthday candles out of her purse, and put it on the cake and sang herself happy birthday because she's so old and alone and everyone's dead. And I thought to myself, like, that's gonna be me and you, but mostly me. Why? No, no, you're fine. When I see the water's yellow, usually the next day I rinse it and use fridge water. Me too. I can't. If the water's yellow, I get rid of it. I can't do it. Right, let's not be gross stoners. Oh my god, have you never heard this cover? Holy shit. Hold on, I'm gonna start it over. If you've never heard this Workster, holy shit. Holy balls. I'll give you the link. This is Bad Wolves. It's a cover of Zombie. So a little thank you for the hype train, by the way. Little backstory on it. They were actually supposed to sing this song with the lead singer of the Cranberries, and literally she spontaneously passed away like a couple weeks before they recorded the song. Super sad, right? So they went ahead and recorded the song anyways as a tribute to her because it was so like out of nowhere and tragic and horrible. but it's beautiful. I'm restarting it and turning it up for you because it's so good. The original is great too. I mean, don't get me wrong. Nothing will ever do over the original, but it's so good. Aw, Silver. I mean, that's what I do on my birthday and I end up crying anyways. I had a love affair with a ghost some years ago. The nostalgia is amazing. Oh my god, though. What's ghost cum? Is it like ectoplasm? If you wouldn't drink it, why put it in your lungs? Word. Word. You know, Percy, just on that note, someone said something like that to me, or I read it years ago. I can't remember where it was, but I was trying to stop drinking soda. Oh, this is a story. I was trying to stop drinking soda because I used to drink Diet Coke 24/7. I honestly, this is not an exaggeration. I can't physically remember drinking a glass of water before the age of 18. I just wasn't raised to. It was coffee and Diet Coke. Like, my mom doesn't drink water. No one in my family drinks water. It's just coffee and Diet Coke all the time. And, oh, what was the quote? There was a quote. Fuck, dude. I can't remember where I read it. It might have been on Reddit or something. But someone said, if you wouldn't pour it on your plants, why are you drinking it? And I just thought to myself, like, would I ever pour a fucking Diet Coke on my plants in my house? No. Would I ever? I mean, I might pour cold coffee. No, I wouldn't. I would never. I would never go outside and water my garden with Coca-Cola. So why am I so convinced that it's okay for me? Why am I different from a plant? I don't fucking know. Weird. It ruined me. It's what the plants crave, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke. But I used to drink. I went through like a case a week, like a case a week, and I worked at a fast food restaurant where I would just refill on the fountain drinks all day of Diet Coke. Like, I lived on Diet Coke. It was disgusting. Bad for you. That's not a very good story. I'll get a better story for you, Nigel. Good morning. I gotta think of one. I seen a video of a dog which had eaten his owner's weed and got completely stoned and had to go to the vets. I have a friend that happened to. Grilled. They didn't take their dog to the vet, but I shit you not, the dog ate an entire bag of weed and just went to sleep for 2 days. I would never give my dogs weed. It scares me. I drink water and it's not good to go in your lungs. True. Nothing should go in your lungs that's not a vapor. That's not airish. Like, you shouldn't, no. Let's not do that. I will not be drinking Miracle Grow. No questions at this time. That explains your hair. Yes, Kel. I just told people that exact story, what Kel said. I love this cover. Apparently, the story was that the day they were going to record, Dolores died. I didn't know it was the day of. I thought it was like a week before, but yes. The lead singer of the Cranberries died like right before Bad Wolves was going to record this song with her. Heartbreaking, but they did such a good. I mean, this cover is so phenomenal. It's so good. They did it justice, I think. Right. They did such good. I mean, it's not often that you get a remake of a classic like, Zombies by the Cranberries, and you're like, oh, this is really good. Most of the time, we just get mad and we're like, why did you try to touch such a perfect song? They really did a good job. What up, BDO? How are you? I need to get away from drinking about 2 liters of soda daily. Workster, you want to know what I did? My trick for getting it's so stupid. If you want to, try it. So every time I wanted a Diet Coke, I would force myself to chug a glass of water first. Every single time. I still got to have the Diet Coke. It wasn't like I stopped myself, but when you chug the glass of water first, the Coke tastes like shit. It literally doesn't have a hit anymore. Like, there's nothing satisfying about it if you chug a glass of water first. And I just ended up leaving half full Diet Coke cans around the house, and I just stopped drinking it. It's kind of what I forced myself to do with like coffee and Monster. For every cup of coffee I have, I gotta drink one of these. For every Monster I have, I gotta drink one of these. And it's not like a health rule or anything. It's just to keep myself hydrated, because otherwise I won't drink water. Like, I'll drink anything but water. Hi, Sean. Good morning. How are you? I don't know if she was an overdose. I didn't hear what the official. I thought it was like a heart thing. In about 20, I'm gonna head out and check at one last place. Oh, a Hail Mary. If not, I'll finish moving on to the. Oh my God, Hail fucking Mary. Seriously, I wish you all the good luck, cause fuck, dude, I can't with that. To be a nerd, Ezekiel is that metaphor. The woman Jerusalem is him, his people. He's being penetrated, dominated by foreigners for misdeeds worshiping foreign gods. He's basically trying to rationalize while traumatized. This is referring to the course come, in case anyone's wondering. the horse come. Why they were exiled and tortured by the Babylonians. Thus, he reenacts his trauma metaphorically on an ethic, eth- ethnically, ethnically marginalized woman that previously in the verses was abandoned, assaulted by Yahweh as a metaphor for Ezekiel betraying Yahweh. Oh wow, you're so smart. That's awesome. I would have never broken it down like that ever. Ezekiel, I mean, you've read it. If you've ever read the Bible, all of Ezekiel's kind of off. Ezekiel's a little off kilter because of his trauma. Like he was kind of like Saul/Paul, another one. Big old nut butter. Wow. Yeah. Doing all right? Good, I'm glad. Wait, you're a monster? Rar. I am. Was it you that said we don't measure the oxygen we breathe in, but the carbon dioxide we breathe out to detect whether we're asphyxiating or not? Yes. Absolutely. We look at both. I mean, so when I do when you go into the hospital with any sort of breathing anything, we do what's called an ABG, an arterial blood gas. So when you get your blood drawn, you're always getting it drawn out of a vein. Anytime you go get your blood drawn to get blood tests, it's coming out of a vein in your elbow. And it's usually a phlebotomist or a nurse is drawing it for you. I'm a respiratory therapist, respiratory nurse, whatever you want to call it. And what we do is something much more specific. Not more specific, it's just different, I guess. We take blood from the artery in your wrist right here, the artery, not the vein. Because your artery tells me all of that information we were just talking about. It tells me exactly how much CO2 you're producing. It tells me exactly how much oxygen you're utilizing out of every breath. It tells me your bicarb. It can tell me your potassium. It can tell me everything. I can get so much information out of your arterial blood. It's amazing. And so we do look at the oxygen, but it's more important to look at how much CO2 you're putting out and how much you're holding. Because, like, for instance, if you don't have COPD, you have a range of CO2 between 35 and 45 that's about normal. But if it goes above 45, i.e., for some reason your body's not releasing CO2, it's holding it, you can go into a coma. And so it's really important to look at CO2. The way you can tell someone has COPD, emphysema, or is what we call a breather, a chronic breather, meaning they chronically have really high CO2. The way you can tell that is there is a number, a wonderful little number that I get from your blood called bicarb. And the bicarb, it is something that takes a really long time for that number to change. So if the number isn't at what the normal is for everybody, that means that you are a chronic breather and I don't have to worry about your CO2 being too high because it means you do this all the time, i.e., you have COPD or some sort of obstructive lung disease. So, like, for instance, people who have been smoking their whole life and have COPD or emphysema, their CO2 can be, like, in the 50s and 60s normally because their bicarb will be, like, 24, 25, 26. It'll be exceedingly high because they're chronically at that level. And your body, remember we've talked about, like, homeostasis, how your body will fight to get you back into homeostasis. But after a certain amount of time, your body will move its homeostasis to wherever you are so it can focus on other processes as opposed to, like, fighting what's going on all the time. It's fascinating. Because, like, oh my god, my brother got a kidney stone and couldn't pee standing up for, like, a year. I drink so much water because of that. That shit scares me. I feel like this must be asked, even though I suppose people asked before. How is Zeke? Is he alive? He is alive. He seems okay. Should I be concerned? Hi, Changeling. How are you, love? Oh, she died drowning in a tub because of alcohol. Oh my god, that's so sad. Oh. And the song replays right as we read that? No. Should we listen to it again? It feels terrible. That is so sad. That is really sad. I mean, thank fuck, Kel. Thank fuck for nice people. All prophets are effing crazy and drama queens. Word. I write everything I write, hoping people think, the fuck did I just read? I hope for that when people look at my internet history after I die. There's this one bread company that claims to take a bread recipe from Ezekiel. I have bought that bread before. It's not that great. I hope they don't prepare it by that book's baking method. I kind of hope so. Oh, like our brains, like how the body knows we're breathing right has nothing to do with the oxygen we breathe in, apparently. Kind of. you can't really I wouldn't say that they're exclusive. I wouldn't say exclusive. Like your body definitely is breathing to get oxygen, but like it's how do you say that? Without one process there wouldn't be the other one, but they're not necessarily related. Does that make sense? So like your blood cells, each blood cell in your body has little notifiers on it. I can't think of a word for it. They have little spots on them that are very, very specific that can either hold CO2 or oxygen, and that's it. So when your blood cells are going through your body, they go, your heart pumps it to your lungs oxygenate the blood cells, and when the oxygen transfers from your lungs to the blood cells, it kicks the CO2 off the blood cell, and the CO2 gets breathed out your lungs. So your body regulates the rate it's gonna breathe based on how much CO2 you've built up. So if you're breathing really, really shallow and you're just doing this and you're not really breathing, your body will start to try to hyperventilate to breathe off more of that CO2 because CO2 is deadly. The only other thing that can bind to your blood cells really is carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide can be very, very dangerous because carbon monoxide can bond to the red blood cells and oxygen can't kick it off. So when you're breathing carbon monoxide, i.e. like you turn on a stove and it doesn't light so that gas is just filling a room, you'll breathe in that carbon monoxide and it will replace all the CO2 and all the oxygen markers on every blood cell, but oxygen can't kick the carbon monoxide off. So you just start building up more and more carbon monoxide, which is not good for you and does nothing for you at all. And pretty soon you run out of room and you have no room for oxygen and you fucking die. You just go to sleep from hypoxic injury. The dangerous part about it is when you get carbon monoxide poisoning, you actually start to look exceedingly healthy. For some reason, carbon monoxide poisoning causes you to get really rosy cheeks and to look very flushed and very like alive and healthy, and your eyes start to sparkle. And it's because you're dying. But for some reason, you look really healthy. So always be careful around gas. Moral of that story. I one time had an entire Starbucks employee team have to come into the ER one night it was really early in the morning. It was the end of my shift, so it was like night for me. But they had to come into the hospital because they had come in. It was very early in the morning. They started their shift at like 4 a.m. and someone turned on the little stove in the Starbucks, but the light didn't start. So the whole Starbucks just started filling up with gas, and all the girls started looking all rosy cheeked and getting sleepy. That was scary. You don't want that. How are humans? I don't know. I don't know how we've lived. I think it's an accident. Bodies hate things changing, and they will fight it to the T. My grandma has COPD, and she sounds like she can barely breathe. COPD is pretty gnarly. So, at my old hospital, we did this thing called Better Breathers Club, where we would have a club after work where people with COPD could come, learn about their disease process, and kind of learn how to breathe better. Essentially, just learn how to actually breathe. And this is how. So when they bring in family members who are trying to understand COPD, hello, Incarnate, how are you? Good morning. What we tell them is this is pursed lip breathing, exactly. This is what it feels like to have COPD. So I want you to take the deepest breath you possibly can, all the way to the top. Hold it. Now breathe on top of it. That's what it feels like to have COPD all the time. And why it's so exhausting. Because essentially what happens with COPD, your lungs are constructed of millions, hundreds of millions of billions of microscopic little tiny bubbles called alveoli. And those alveoli purpose is to supply surface area for oxygen transfer between your lungs and your blood. And what happens when you smoke cigarettes for an extended period of time and excessively, and you don't take care of yourself, is those alveoli get coated in the tar from the cigarette smoke you're breathing in, and they collapse. And so the more that happens, all of these little bubbles start to collapse. Or what they do is, a bunch of the bubbles will start collapsing, and basically they're dying. It's essentially death of the alveoli. What happens is because of that, you start breathing deeper, and you'll notice a lot of people with emphysema start to have a barrel chest because it's kind of like having asthma. They're taking in huge breaths, but they're not feeling like they're getting the oxygen they should from that breath, and they're not because half their lung tissue isn't working anymore. So they'll keep doing that. But what happens is the alveoli that are still existing get overextended from those huge deep breaths, and they get floppy and collapse anyways. So what happens is your residual volume that you hold in your lungs ends up being a lot more than anybody else. Like you and I, you never exhale all of the air in your lungs. That's not going to happen unless you're dying, because your body's fighting that. Your lung would collapse and you would die. Oh my God, one of my dogs farted and it's so bad. Jesus Christ. Uh, Jesus, fuck, you smell like death. Is this your sickness farts? Lilith's under my desk and she just fucking killed me. Hello, Kate. Good morning. Koshiro, cheers. Oh, my dog's farts are so bad. Aw, Kitty. Give a kitty love for me. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how they knew. I don't know how they came into the ER, those girls. I have no idea, but it was really scary. What can you do in that situation? Our hospitals are really jammed and getting seen is hard. Is there anything you can do to prolong your health before you've been seen by professionals? Which situation? In carbon monoxide poisoning? If you came to the ER and I did an ABG and I confirmed you had carbon monoxide poisoning, you would go to the ICU immediately. We'd have to put you on a BiPAP, literally like a closed breathing system, as close to being ventilated as possible, and I would have to breathe it all off of you before I'm allowed to let you go home. That's like heart attack level serious. That's not some you wouldn't be you know, triaged for lack of a better word if the respiratory therapist confirms you have COPD poisoning. Never. That's death. You die. Like, it doesn't just go away. Your body can't get rid of it on its own because it's kind of magic, horrible death stuff. It's like seeing a mechanic for your car. If you wait until it's an emergency, there's not a lot you can do to add time. Regular checkup, diet, exercise, that's very true. It sucks. But literally, yeah. Thank you, Kate. Sometimes I think my voice is very abrasive. I appreciate that. Goddamn, the ads at the end of some of these videos make me so mad. Get the fuck out. Nobody cares. Nobody. Dog farts, dude. I just want her to shit. That's all I want. I use BiPAP for sleep apnea. Good. Do you like your BiPAP? Man, I'm so pro. I mean, that's literally like half of my job. Over half my job was BiPAP, CPAPs, ventilation, all that shit. And I had a friend when I worked at Lowe's who was only 36 and went to sleep on her couch and died because she didn't put her CPAP on for a nap. Shit is so serious. I don't like to like scare, but I don't think people realize how serious it is. It's not just, oh, I'm snoring and annoying my significant other. It's, you might just die. Sleep apnea is literally either your brain forgot to breathe or your throat went in your sleep. What? Or both? What? No! I'm currently being told off for being dependent on the NHS for seeing my GP, even though I have a very dangerous brain condition. Wait, being told off, what does that mean for being dependent? What does that mean? Of course you're dependent on healthcare. You're sick. What? Reminds me of the old man who died in Groundhog Day. There was nothing that Bill Murray could do to save the old man. Yes. I love that movie. God, I haven't seen that movie in so many years. Groundhog Day that's a good movie, though. Workster, you'd be surprised how many people, like, just live like that. It's crazy. And they get their CPAP or their BiPAP, and they're like, I think I just slept for the first time in 20 years. I'm like, yeah, you did. I don't know how the fuck you've been living for 20 years, but there are people who, like, I know people who, I've had patients who, instead of coming to the hospital because they don't know what's going on, they'll, like, sleep on the couch. They'll have the weirdest sleeping arrangements with all these pillows and different chairs and stuff just to try to cock their body in a way that won't snore. Because, I mean, we think of CPAP, everybody thinks of a CPAP as like, oh, you just must be fat and gross. It's a life-saving mechanism that millions of people use, regardless of size, age, gender, etc. It's amazing. I went to 9 years of school to learn them. They're very serious. Random question. Do you think it's possible to have post-death therapy for ghosts who went through hell when they were alive? I'm sure that exists. Adriana Chechik fell into a foam pit at TwitchCon today and broke her back. I don't know who that is, but holy shit. Speaking of TwitchCon, not on the topic. I mean, that's just fucking horrible. But this is the first convention that I feel absolutely no FOMO for. Is it just me? Like, I feel nothing. I wouldn't wish that on it. Exactly. I don't know who that is, but I would. That's horrific. I hope to fuck they're okay. That is so terrible. Good morning, Reaper. How are you, love? I wake up choking quite a lot, but it's like 4 to 6 weeks to get an appointment to see my doctor. I mean, okay. So you wake up choking. Are you saying it's 4 to 6 weeks to see your doctor? Could you see a pulmonologist? Could you get in to see a pulmonologist or a specialist? Like, could you look for a pulmonary clinic? Because even if you got in to see your doctor, that's where they're going to send you anyways. They're going to send you out to a pulmonary clinic, and then the pulmonary clinic's going to send you to a sleep lab, and the sleep lab's going to do the sleep tests. So if you can skip the middlemen and just like, if you can find a sleep lab, you don't need a doctor's order to have a sleep test done. If you think you have sleep apnea, you can call a sleep lab, and insurance will usually cover it, and have a sleep test done. But you don't need all those middlemen. Like, if you know you're choking at night, you can go get a sleep test and they'll tell you whether or not you are. And then you can continue on from there. You know what I mean? Oh, you got the COVID booster and the pressure in your head's bad. No, I had a whole day of recovery yesterday, so it's abnormal. And like, it could be just usual bad intracranial pressure. It could be a changing symptom. But I just won't be seen because there's no space. I thought, didn't you say like one of the specialists sent in like a very serious letter? Have you heard about that yet? What up, Theory? How are you?
Hail Satan, lover. Happy sinning.
I'm not going to catch COVID-19 for entertainment. Who the fuck would do that? Wait, who the fuck would do that? I've heard, I mean, every convention shit always goes down. I've never heard of someone breaking their back. I really hope that person is okay, because that is fucking terrifying. But this is the first convention I didn't get to go to where I feel I'm not jealous at all, and I just kind of am glad I didn't waste my money. Yesterday after stream, I went on my phone and I was standing out in the yard with the dogs, and it was already twitlongers about people being molested at TwitchCon. Already. Like, I saw 5 in a row, and I was like, I'm kind of glad I didn't go. Which I've never felt before. I love going to the conventions and seeing my friends. But if you sauna 4 to 7 times a week, it will result in a 40% reduction in all-cause mortality. That is insane. It is right up there with eating and exercising. I've heard saunas and that cold, I don't know if it has a name. It's like the polar bear dip, basically like shocking your system with a cold dip. I've read multiple studies that it actually does boost your immune system. I don't know why. Oh my God, your farts are so bad. I will not be watching that. No, I encourage none of you to be Googling the poor person who broke their back. She's a Twitch streamer, porn actress. There's a vid on a live stream fail. Oh my God, no, I would never. Please don't go watch that, guys. That is so sad. Apparently the foam was really thin, just a thin sheet over a concrete floor. And were people supposed to jump on it? I don't have any FOMO from TwitchCon. I have some anxiety because it's a disruption to my routine, but I'm not all, I wish I was doing X at TwitchCon. I feel the same. Yep. Almost exactly the same, yeah. And if you're not in the US, you can, so this is, Myron says this, Myron's Canadian, so if anybody's not in the US, this is really good advice. If you're not in the US, you can ask any of your primary providers and they will refer you to the specialists instead of wasting your time with that appointment. You know what I mean? That's really good advice. Thank you, Myron. Naka Sunday, hopefully within the next 2 weeks. Do I need to burn an effigy? Because I will. Getting an appointment to see any kind of medical person over here is like getting an appointment to see the king. Really? I mean, it's similar here, honestly. Like, even though we have no socialized healthcare at all and it's all privatized, it still can take months to get in to see a doctor. It's pretty crazy. It's everywhere. It's stupid. Good morning, Sales. How are you? Weird question. I started my myoclonic jerks. I started to get myoclonic jerks in my sleep. It started after COVID. You know anyone who has that shit happen? No. Not at all. I haven't heard about that at all in terms of like being related to COVID or anything. No. Myron, that's disgusting. With some of the big Twitch streamers on the site who are just terrible people, I wouldn't probably go if I was paid to. You know, the big streamers don't go to TwitchCon, honestly. Like like Ninja and whatever, the huge mega streamers, they don't go. I've never ever seen them at a con ever. The best part about the cons is everything that happens outside the convention. And I know, like, horrible shit happens every year. And it's terrible. Every year, every con, there's always a bunch of twitlongers about some creepy fuck who decides to get molesty on people. And it's not okay, and it's disgusting, and it's infuriating. But usually what I do when I go to cons is, like, you go to the convention the first day, walk around, see the whole thing. It's a good place to, like, congregate and get your community together. And then Zach and I rent a bar, and we all go to the bar and play skee ball and get drunk. Because that is way more fun than anything else. And it's a way to control who the fuck's in the room. You know, it's not going to be some molesty Lester coming after my community. Really? Oh, Myron said there are a lot. There are a lot of right white people who have cosmetic things like gastric bypass, and I promise you, these sleep studies are well funded everywhere. What's a right white people? A what? Why can't people just do all their molesting through chat? I, honest to God, have no idea. Like, this is the weirdest thing to me. Where do they get the balls to just touch strangers? I'm scared to make eye contact with someone I don't know. And I read a story yesterday where a random person came up behind a streamer and did this shit. And grabbed a titty at a bar. Like, straight up, just reached down their dress. What is different between me and them? I don't know. I'm broken. Or one of us is broken. We're looking to get our kids' ADHD and autism tested, looking at 1 to 3 year wait list. Holy shit. Wow. Some of the people at TwitchCon even now are required to go because it was part of their Twitch contract, Dance Gaming and others. I mean, every TwitchCon I've ever gone to, I've been sponsored by a game company to go. That's the only reason I've been able to afford to go. Unless the kid's nonverbal, autism assessment really doesn't do much. Yeah, I just don't know, like, is it to get, like, an official diagnosis, like, something like that? Rich. Okay, rich. I was like, what? Right white people? Are we talking about, like, right? I really was digging for it. What did you hear, Enia? Oh, I mean, no, it's totally possible. It's totally possible. I had a contract with Twitch. I had one of those, exclusive contracts with Twitch, whatever. But mine, I was not informed if I had to go to TwitchCon, and I don't have the money to be required to pay to go to TwitchCon. Dude, Silver's End, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's so creepy. And then the same person, like, followed her to another bar and tried to reach up her skirt out of nowhere. Like, I would punch Zach in the face if he did that to me in public, let alone a stranger. It's just bizarre. But unfortunately, every single community or I don't know what you would call it, there are shitty people everywhere. Unfortunately. And a bunch of drunk people in a bar really attracts it. It's stupid. It doesn't excuse any of it. It's just disgusting. Exactly what Workster said. Yeah, they're probably higher drunk, although it doesn't make it okay. Exactly. Like, it doesn't excuse any of it. It's just gross. I'm not going to Burning Man this year. We're thinking about next year, maybe. So while COVID was going on, there was a group of burners who still decided to have a Burning Man. And, like, half of them died of COVID. And there's just kind of a weird vibe around Burning Man right now where there's, like, the vast majority of people are normal everydayers like you and I who are getting vaxxed and boosted and don't want to die, but there's a huge population of people that are very vocal about going, and I'm not vaxxed, like that kind of shit, and I just don't want to, like, I know I'm not going to get sick, like, I'm vaxxed and boosted and I'm good, but I don't want to get in trouble for murdering someone in the desert. So, cheers. Oh, sales, what is? That was a big hit. See what I mean with clean bong water? It's just the best. I'm upset at you. Cargo space? Carno, do that. Cargo road. God damn it. I had my flu jab yesterday and 5th COVID booster on Tuesday. Good. How do you feel? See, and I'm not Myron, that's the thing. Like I have been so careful these past 2.5 years. I have gotten all my boosters, I've gotten all my fucking vaccinations, I've gotten the flu shots. I have not traveled more than 1 time in 2.5 years. Haven't seen my parents in 2.5 years. Haven't gone home for a holiday in 2.5 years. I have done so much that at this point, to recklessly go out and just be like, fuck it, I might get COVID. Why would I do that? Why I've actively tried so hard not to get sick successfully. Why would I do that? It just seems so idiotic to me. I wouldn't. Like I've done everything I possibly can to stay healthy. I'm not going to do that shit. I can fucking have a bonfire and dance naked around it in my yard and pretend it's Burning Man, I guess. So now you have to research how to cover up a murder in the desert? I mean, what? No? What? I don't know if legally someone could even be arrested for knowingly spreading COVID. I think if in the environment America's in, it's probably not possible. I mean, there were some people, like, at the beginning of the pandemic who, they'd go into grocery stores and, like, lick shit. They got arrested. A cute one? Oh, wait, fuck me. I didn't even see the second one. My chat jumped. Kitties. Wait, no! I hate autoplay more than anything in the world. I'm going to say that every day until it's dead. If you don't see, there's a dude doing the... Come on, do it. Oh, shut up. What? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. I love them. Oh, animals are so... Oh, my God. Master of the pussy right there. That's all I'm going to say. Master. The master. I'm something of a memer myself. Yes, you are. King memer, honestly. Bit of a headache. Boo. I hope it goes away soon. I got a trick you can steal from another person. They have what's called a soul drink where they fill a glass with that vape smoke and turn around and act like they're drinking it. Oh, I bet that looks kind of cool. I hardly even leave the house anymore. Most of my work is remote. Mine too. I mean, seriously, I leave the house to, like, get stuff for my animals. Like, I have to go to the pet store and stuff, but that's about it. I have 2 as I have asthma and an autoimmune disorder, but other than a headache, all is fine. Good. And a bit of a sore arm. Had a temp yesterday, but that's it. No temp today, though. You're not feeling, like, sweaty or poopy. Hold on. So loud. Yesterday I went to a neurodiverse community outing. Ooh. Was it fun? Was it cool? Did you have fun? I should ask that. The fucking fruit liquor. Like, what is this world? What is this world? When white women are licking grocery fruit, I just can't. I think about how many people they killed. I have it, Lizzie, but it doesn't work on, like, Twitter or TikTok. It only works on YouTube. But anything else, it doesn't do it. It's so stupid. I don't know why. Probably because those apps want you to just watch videos over and over. What about PaxPox? I always get PaxPox. Another reason why I'm not risking it. Like, no matter what. Because when I go to a con, I hug everybody. I want to get hugs from my community, and I'm going to get sick. Like, it's just inevitable. There was a few viral videos of insane Karens early in the pandemic who would cough on people. Yep, coughing on people in grocery stores or whatever. And several of those people were charged. Yeah, I think they went to jail. But I don't know. I don't know. I think they were charged... Like, it's different because they didn't know if they had COVID or not yet. Whereas if you actively have an infection and you, I don't know, like, what is that? What's the crime? Oh, shut up. Kill 2 pussies at once. Man, what an orgy, though. Kitties are so great. I love them. I learned last night that Stevie Nicks is a Twilight reader. Oh my god, that makes sense, though. She thinks she's a witch. She is a witch. I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense. A woman died. Oh my god, my dog's farts are so bad, they're making me nauseous. Lilith. Need to go potty? Go outside and go shit? I think we need to take a break, because my dogs have to shit. This is upsetting. And their farts are literally kind of making me sick. They're so bad. Yuck. It is. Yeah, well, sorry, Natty, that's basically what it is, right? It's a fucking, like, assault with a deadly weapon if you have COVID. It's like being HIV positive and knowing it and purposely going out and having unprotected sex with the goal of infecting people. It's a biological weapon, right? Yeah, I think it's assault too, especially if you know you're fucking sick. Don't ever give me a one-armed hug because I'll never let you live it down. Cough, cough, Drew you, cough, cough. Yuck. Oh, God. I mean, it wasn't even anti-masking. It was something else. My mom had a personal story about a fucking Karen. So when it was like the first year of the pandemic, I think things were kind of starting to open up though, like because her and my sister were going to Costco, but it was still like strictly enforced masking and all that. And they went to a Costco, and my sister told me the story. She said they were walking in, and if you've never been to a Costco, there's one way you go in and one way to go out. Huge like garage doors. And there's always someone there. You have to have a membership to go into a Costco. So they check your membership card, and on the way out, they look at your receipt, look at your cart, make sure you didn't steal anything, whatever. And my mom and sister were walking in the inn, and some girl started walking in the out door with no mask on. And one of the employees tried to stop her, and they're like, "Ma'am, we require masks." And she was like, "I've got COVID!" Ah! And just screams at the top of her lungs and goes sprinting into the store. Like, that was America for a while. It might still be happening. I don't know. My sister gave me that one. I was like, she watched it. My sister was there for that one. I don't think I've personally gotten to see I don't go out ever. Like, I don't shop. I think in order to see things like this, you have to be someone who enjoys shopping. And I don't like to shop for anything. I don't even like fucking grocery stores. Markets, maybe. But that's it. I don't fuck that shit so hard. Nah. So I did not experience that stuff. But I guess if you do that, you did. Shad.
Hail Satan, bitch.
Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving Nana swings. Good morning, love. How are you? That's a lot of months, and I appreciate you. I named my dark gray cat Abby after Abigail Williams. Cute. I don't know who Abigail Williams is, though. I'm really bad with names. Giving someone HIV while not knowing is not knowing is not against the law in some places. No shit. So you can be positive with a deadly disease and like go out and just fuck people on purpose and not be. I hope no one's that shitty. I mean, I don't think you're a shitty person for having HIV. That's a terrible, horrible symptom, or sentence to have on your life. But there's ways to be very responsible about it and still have lovely sex, for fuck's sake. When the FEMA guy showed up to look at my damage after Hurricane Ida, he told me I was the first person he saw all day to wear a mask and asked why. Do you guys know that, what is it? I think 4,000 people still die every day from COVID in just the US. It's not 40,000, but it's still a lot of people dying from COVID every day. Here of none, exactly. I think people are just bored. They want to pretend it's not real. That's been America since the Ugh, I hate Tucker. Ma'am, this is a win. This is a Classies. It's like, because sounds like a candidate for a clothesline. It's like people thought shock therapy for COVID would make people realize it's not real. Shock therapy? What? Just because you're asymptomatic doesn't mean everyone's an idiot. They thought I can't. That's not thinking. What? The rabies thing? I don't remember a rabies thing. In Canada, if you're Native American, you get less time for rape, pedophile crimes, actually. Just for being Native American. I'm pretty sure even the natives would say that's some bullshit. Oh my god. Okay, we have to take a break. Lilith's farting so much and it's so bad. Break time. Oh my god. I think the shit I've been waiting for 2 days is coming out of her now. I'll be right back. Heard Metal Hellslinger is amazing, and I plan to purchase it and buy it eventually. Just another low heart rate notification that my heartbeat was below 50 BPM for 10 minutes. Oh, I hate my thyroid. Mine's the same, and it's not my thyroid. I wish I had something to blame it on. My heart rate is so low all the time. It's crazy. I was just trying to pick it. That song was almost over, and it was about to play music I don't want to listen to anymore. What is that? Sure. Queens of the Stone Age is sick. I haven't played the game yet. I haven't even watched it played. Is it good? Is the soundtrack fucking amazing? How are people playing it on stream? Like with all the music, are they just deleting the VODs? I mean, so a normal heart rate for most people is anywhere between 65 and 85. That's like normal. Above 80 is when you're pushing it sometimes, but it can be genetically a little bit higher. But yeah, between 65 and 85 is usually a not worrying heart rate for anybody. Above that, and you want to get checked. Below that is usually okay. I mean, but you still want to, if it's not normal for you, you want to get it checked out. Basically, you want to learn your normal heart rate, and then when it's not normal, you know what to get checked out. But everybody's heart rate's kind of, because I'm 6 feet tall, and my heart rate is, when I'm sitting, 55-ish. Like, I get cold really fast if I sit too long, because my blood just doesn't pump through my body. Like, my heart rate's real low. But it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really make sense for such a tall person. Oh, it's safe music. They made it with streamers of mine. No shit. Fuck yes. That makes me so happy. Does that make sense, though? Don't. I mean, I agree. No one should be molesting. I feel like some people, like, they use alcohol as a lubricant to be outgoing, or they think, like, they're braver. Like, I think the urges are in them already. And alcohol and drugs and all that shit usually exacerbates a behavior of any kind, whatever it is. When I drink, I get really loud. I get a lot louder than I should be, and I get very huggy. But people who are creep as fuck, like, don't be creep as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I think drugs exacerbate a creep as fuck situation. You know what I mean? It doesn't excuse it. But I think, like, not only that, but some people, like, use it as that excuse to do it. Like, oh, I was drunk. That's the only reason I did it. Or I was high, or blah, 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 blah. But it's just, there's a different word for an excuse. It's like like something to hide behind. What's a word for that? That's why I don't drink. Wait, I don't drink at all, but that's because I don't like hangovers. Hangovers suck. I don't know why anybody would want to suffer that shit. Weed, no hangover. Alcohol, shit. Like, I get hungover before the fucking night's over. Yeah, like disinhibition, exactly. Like, that's kind of it's not okay though. Like, I remember I grew up with a lot of alcoholics, and like my other family members, like I'd go and I'd be like, so and so was really rough when they were drinking. Like I have a lot of dudes in my family, and we would wrestle and play on dirt bikes and do lots of rough things. And when people were drinking, it got really, really unsafe really quick. And I would try to like go to my mom and be like, I don't want to be around them when they're drinking. And she'd be like, oh, they only do that when they're drunk. Like, you would just get those excuses all the time from the other people around you. Like, oh, it only happens when they're drinking, or and they only drink on holidays. Like, they only and it's like, that doesn't matter. especially when you're a kid. Like, it doesn't matter if it was only once. Like, that sticks with you forever, and that's your opinion of that person in your head. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's sad. I mean, I pity it because we all like I think we all realize and know that like again that it doesn't excuse it, but abusers were usually abused. You know, it's a disgusting cycle. It's horrible. When someone abuses someone, chances are that person grows up to be an abuser. It doesn't excuse it and it's not okay. But I think when drugs and any kind of inhibitor gets involved, it becomes an excuse to be inappropriate or something like that. You know what I mean? Only do that when they drink as an excuse. I have family like that 100%. Yeah, that's most of my family. Like they're all in my opinion like a functioning alcoholic in that they don't drink every day, but they drink like only on the weekends, but it's an entire bottle of wild turkey. You know what I mean? Or only on the holidays, but it's all the alcohol in the house on that holiday. Like that kind of thing. Hi, Illyria. How are you, love? Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings for 36 fucking months.
Hail the Dank Lord.
And take
You
your
take
joy.
your joy today. Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Why am I talking close to my mic? Y'all can't even hear me. I talk to even when I'm not on camera, I'll look at my camera. Like if I'm just talking to someone on Discord, but I'm not on camera, I will look at my camera to talk to them. It's very weird. My dad only beat me and my mom when he drank. He was still a piece of shit. Exactly. If you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. It doesn't matter if it's only on the holiday or if it's only on the weekends or whatever. Like, it just makes you feel like an unsafe person, basically, especially to kids. Like, my point of view of it is all from being a child watching that. And I just remember, like, and that's where, to this day, like, if I'm in trouble or I need help, I do not ask for help and I don't call my family. They are not who I even think of. It's not an instinct for me to think about them because like, that's what I saw as a kid. Like, oh, I can't count on them 100% of the time. So I just stopped counting them all altogether. And that's not healthy. No kid should be doing that. No child should be like, oh, I can't go to my parents for help on the weekends. You know what I mean? Like, kids don't section their life like that. That just means you don't have your parent there for you. Ever in your mind. And that's how I like grew up. And that's how I am to this day. It's terrible. It's not a healthy way to live by any means, and it doesn't make it okay, but that's where my view comes from, is the child watching that shit, you know? Oh, it's a Sunday. Hail Satan, 100%. Most of the fam are ranchers, farmers. Wake up to a case of beer and a bottle of whiskey every day for 30 years, then age set in and they slowed down. Mine kind of have slowed down. Instead of doing that, it turned into just the weekends. But it's the same amount of alcohol that would have been drank like throughout the week, but it's all on like Saturday and Friday. It's crazy. I don't know why. What up, Strum? How are you? Like the Dahmer dialogue, I still haven't watched that Dahmer movie. Most of us were abused, and we do the work to stop the cycle. Y'all ain't special. And I don't know, man. It's a really hard place. I have pity for people that abuse because I'm like, they were probably abused. It doesn't excuse it. It doesn't make any of it okay, but I do have a lot of pity. I shut down too, and after 5 and on weekends, dad is useless. Yeah. Yep. But when you're a kid, that just means like all the time. If I'm by my PC when I'm on the phone, I will speak into my mic even though I'm on the phone. 100%. Yep, I do the exact same. It's terrible. It's the weirdest habit. Oh, you got the Meridian Clipper? Be safe. Don't forget to exfoliate and moisturize. But I hope you like it. I feel attacked. Oh, God. Oh, no. It me. That hurts on the inside. Parents, you mean this lying and abusing fucks that always try to shame me into contacting them? Nah, I'm good, thanks. Oh my God, are we siblings? Wait. I have 8 siblings. Are you one of my hidden siblings? Whiskey's in the DNA of my family. It's so hard not. I'm honestly, I will try never to take for granted how much I don't like alcohol because my whole family is alcoholics. by all rights, my sister and I should be raging alcoholics. And neither of us really like alcohol. We like, both of us will like have a drink on a holiday or something like that, but neither of us have ever, I think everybody goes through like their point of time in high school or college or whatever where you kind of just drink yourself into oblivion. But beyond that, like once I realized that I hated it, I was like, I don't fucking like alcohol. I don't know why I'm doing this. None of it tastes good to me ever. It's like forcing it down. But I'm really glad because like my dad, dead to alcohol, his dad dead to alcohol, all my grandparents alcohol related. It's all like I'm just surrounded. Booze is tragic. It makes me sad. Do you actually change that disposable permanent looking blade every 2 months or 3 months? The blade on the razor? I probably change it every 6 months. I think I've changed it twice just because I don't shave that often. Like I don't have very dense body hair and it doesn't grow very fast. And I clean it after I use it. Like maybe if you don't clean it or something, I don't know. It's like, oh, this boy assaulted you because he's assaulted at home. Okay, and now he's assaulted me. So now what? You gonna give a free pass to do what I want to? Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't excuse any behavior. It's just it's a horrible thing. It's just horrible. I don't know. Alchemy, my love. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it inner swings for 46 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Continue to be a consensual bee. I swear we're hidden siblings. The similarities between our dads is crazy. The view on alcohol, too. Not many of us share the desire not to drink. It's bizarre. It's just so socially, like, not even acceptable. It's very normal to just, like, drink wine every day or something like that. But I remember when I was going to school, when I was doing my clinical rounds at the hospital, we were getting huge influxes of women who were, like, age 20 to 25 who were already complete alcoholics because of this, Tumblr, Instagram, like culture of being the perfect housewife that like has a nice glass of wine at the end of the day because she deserves it. But that glass of wine turns into 2 glasses of wine, turns into a bottle, turns into a bottle and a half, and it just starts growing. But it's just wine, and it doesn't like. It was really weird. There was a whole study that was done about it at Hopkins because it was such a strange influx of really young women being just winos really fast. The only boost that's okay is the type that's consensual with the safe word that involves the phrase, yes, sir, ma'am, I'd like another. 100%. Consensual adults do what the fuck you want. Beat each I don't give a shit. Like, whatever. My mic is put away on its arm to the side. I can't talk into it without issues. I do that sometimes. I literally will do that on my day off. I like jack it up way away from me because I can't. I'll just sit here like this on it while I'm my day off. I'm just so used to this thing. The calories and the extreme anxiety is what made me give a boost. That too. I mean, like my mom, for some reason, anxiety, I like the same. For some reason, my mom has this huge, like she'll make comments like, I know how much dope you smoke about my pot. And I'm like, but pots doesn't have any calories. And that's the one thing she can't argue. I'm like, your glass of wine's about 300 calories. My joint is 0, and I'm going to sleep like a baby. If you want to break it down to brass tacks. Also, but then weed doesn't give me the munchies either, and I know a lot of people get massive munchies from weed and do gain weight when they start smoking a lot of weed. I get that. It's never given me the munchies. Makes food taste better, but I don't get the munchies. Hello, Andrew Love. How are you? Totally normal to have a whole event being drunk like shit. But having them all be stoned would be weird, right? Right? I think it'd be really calm. Good morning, Saber. I was so surprised this year when I didn't drink on the family holiday and just did not miss it. I was so worried I felt left out with everyone else being drunk playing card games, but I was just having fun just the same. I'll never have the same relationship with alcohol again. I'm so happy. Same. I remember, Lizzie, that happened to me a couple years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. Before COVID, I went home for Christmas. And like my immediate family, like my mom and my stepdad and my sisters and my brothers don't drink really. They have like a drink on the holidays and stuff. It's mostly my uncles and shit that are the crazy alcoholics. And like they all got a little whiny drunk on Christmas and I didn't at all. And I was like, my mom kept offering me a glass of wine, and I'm like, "No, I'm fine. I don't want it. Like, it tastes like garbage, and I don't want it." And I really thought I'd miss out, but I had a lot of fun not drinking. Like, we play cards too. We play cards in Monopoly and just like play games at the table, or on the living room floor in front of the Christmas tree or whatever. But not only that, watching them all get dumb was hilariously embarrassing to watch for them. Like, I was like, this is great. This is the best ever. Watching them just get kind of like glassy and stupid when you are 100% sober is just watching it happen from like stage 1 to stage, 10 is pretty hilarious. And you're just going to be fine and they're all going to feel real bad. And you kind of know it the whole time. Oh, God. Does smoking pot put black tar in lungs? Bongs sure turn black. No, they do not. So there's no tar in marijuana. What you're seeing is the resin from the THC oil building up. And that black oil that's building up on the inside of your bong, if you don't clean it, that shit is the unaerosolized THC in the pot plant, basically. So what happens is when you cook the pot, when you like light it, if the temperature is not hot enough and the weed is like super dense or super, super moist, then the molecules that turn into smoke condense on the inside of the pipe before they reach your mouth because they're just not small enough for absorption anyways. It's kind of like doing dabs at too low of a temperature. It's the same concept. Whereas nicotine cigarettes have actual tar, like literal tar in them, and it plugs your, oh my God, I don't know if Najeel, this is a good one. This is a story. You'll love this. Let's take a cheers first. It's disgusting, but you'll love it. I get munchies big time, which is counterproductive because I get panic attacks from eating, and weed was supposed to counter them. Oh, no. I'll always be the weirdo, Illyria. We'll be the weirdos together, 100%. Like, I'm that person that's like, yo, if anyone doesn't want to drink, you can come with me outside. I'm not sure what's worse, trying to diet while smoking daily or being on a diet and a tolerance break. Oh, honey, don't hate yourself so hard. Why would you do such a thing to yourself? Where's my lighter? Shit. There it is. Cheers. No. You have to have a sin. Everybody needs a sin. A little one. Not like heroin kind of sin, but like you need a little one. Hero, 100% understand that. I wouldn't risk my job for it. I love weed, but nah. I remember going through a dry spell and I was on the job when someone offered me a drink. I said no, and they asked why. I said I don't drink. They once asked if I wanted a drink. What part of I don't drink do you not? It's, you know what I've noticed being a not drinker, like not like an ethically, like I'm straight edge. Obviously, I'm not straight edge. I love drugs. I'm very pro drugs. People hate drinking alone. Nobody wants to drink alone. And so what happened was when I stopped drinking, I lost a lot of friends. Like every friend I had from college and every friend I had from Lowe's completely stopped because they stopped inviting me out because I just didn't drink. And that they want someone to drink with. You know what I'm saying? And they started getting into some really hard drugs and I like weed. I'm good. I'm sick of having that Humpty Dumpty physique. Hey, Humpty Dumpty had a whole bunch of men that literally just sat there and watched him on a wall for days. I don't have that. I'm just saying, something was special. What's the next convention you and Zeke plan to going to? So the next one we're considering is EU TwitchCon. This, what is it, spring or whatever? Spring, early summer. EU TwitchCon is the only one we're really considering right now. And honestly, that just depends on, like, the considerations getting lower and lower, just considering how this one's going. This TwitchCon that we're not at. Honestly, I think the only reason we want to go to the EU one is not even for TwitchCon. It's just to see all of our EU people. Like, both of us have huge EU communities that half of them we've never ever got to meet, ever, because getting to the US for a con is stupid expensive. So I kind of just want to do that. And I've never been to Amsterdam. I've been to Amsterdam for a layover, but I've never actually got to, like, walk the city for days and see the city, and I've heard it's gorgeous. Same. Drunk doesn't help me with anything. Like, I've never felt like I needed alcohol for anything. It doesn't help any situation. Literally me on the holiday. Oh, so you don't drink anymore? No, I really don't enjoy it. Oh, well, good for you being sober. Sober. Yeah, sober. Right? Drinking alone at home is pretty normal in Finland. Like getting plastered alone. Because I'd say it's normal to like have a whiskey by yourself. Like I would do that. I would have like a glass of Lagavulin by the fire by myself to just get warm and toasty. But I've never met anyone that likes to get plastered by themselves. Your friends were like, Katie, no fun. She doesn't drink. Literally. I just never drank. And unless there was other people going. If it was like a group of people, then they would invite me. But if it was just the two of us, they want someone to get plastered with, which that's fine. Okay. I've never needed someone to smoke with to have a good time, but oh, whatever. I have a love-hate relationship with the DC bar scene. DC bar scene can be fun and terrible. Some of the bars here, some of the worst people. Yeah. Have you ever been to that? I don't even remember what it's called. There's a bar downtown. It's right off of Pennsylvania, and they do like beer pong and shit outside. They have a whole outside area like in front of the bar where they do like cups and beer pong tournaments. That's probably one of the only bars I've enjoyed in DC. It was a fun one. They want you so drunk so you have an excuse to gaslight you the next day. I never said that. You were drunk too. Probably. I hate that next day conversation. It's like Ricky Gervais said, why the heck would you send horses to repair Humpty Dumpty? If you're going to design an egg crushing machine, it would be a hoof. Not a fan of Ricky Gervais anymore, but that's fucking great. You people, you. Shut up. I love you. They charge a lot of money. How much was TwitchCon this year? The partner lounge at TwitchCon this year was a joke. You know, I've never gone into the partner thing. Every year it's a joke. Seriously, Alchemy, since I didn't go to the very, very first TwitchCon, I went to the second one, the 16 one, I think. I think 2015 was the first year. Anyways, I went to the second one, and since that one, the partner lounge is always just an area of the show floor fenced off with a white picket fence. Like it's literally a cattle trough where they just put partners. And I remember before I was a partner, my friends would go in and get the free drinks and then just hand them across the white picket fence to us. But that's what it is. It's literally like a corral for partners. It's so fucking creepy. I've never been in it. I've seen it. I just refuse. It creeps me out. Good morning, Viata. How are you, love? Good morning, Kills. How are you? I thought about PAX East. I haven't been to PAX East in so many years. The only thing that, like, PAX itself holds nothing for me. Like, I don't wait in lines to try games. I don't try games anymore because I always got PAX pox by touching controllers. I don't wait in line to try games or anything. So PAX itself doesn't have much for me. Again, I would go for Boston. Like, I like the city. Please follow my friend Alchemy. See, I can only drink one beer and I'm so full I want to die. Hello from both Alchemy in the same room. Will you guys touch each other's butts for me? And pretend it's me? Just a little one. Consensually. Of course. That I was just honestly, okay, so since Alkin and Infinity are literally there, let me just ask you guys. Should I even have FOMO? Because earlier this morning when stream first started, I was telling people, because I kind of realized this last night. I was like looking at Twitter and there was already a million twit-longers about people being molested and assaulted. And I told Zach, I was like, I feel kind of bad. Like, as much I really want to see my friends, like that's it. But this is the very first convention that I didn't get to go to where I feel zero FOMO. Zero. I feel none. I'm very sad that I'm not there to hang out with you and Alchemy, and that's it. But I have zero fucks about the con right now. And it's the first time ever, and I don't know if I'll ever get that back after this year. It was in its own ballroom and it had effed out chairs and a popcorn machine and a water dispenser. It was weirdly clicky. Oh my god, they did that at a TwitchCon one time. I think I remember that. And you could get like headshots done in the room or something. Oh my god, I think they did that one time and I didn't go into it. I don't remember. God, it's been a while. Somebody got banned for streaming inside the partner party. About an hour later, that person was unbanned. Big shocker. I saw there was a huge sign. I think Elspeth took a picture of the sign that said no streaming inside the con. It's kind of like that, Hero, except it's usually like they have a bowl of pretzels and free water bottles and like a couch, but it feels like you're a cow on display, like a farm animal. I don't know. I would never. I don't like to be on display like that. It creeps me out. High as fuck right now? Hell yes. My mom hooked me up with this trimmer that looks like a barracuda. Wait, a trimmer looks like a barracuda? Be careful. If y'all come to Boston, I'll actually go, right? And it'd be for Boston, though. Like, I like the city. Got her ass for you. I love you. Thank you. A friend from far away stopped by for breakfast and smoke because they were passing by. Hell yes. Was it good? Good talk. Twitch be like, we don't have enough money to pay our creators, so we're splitting 50-50. Also, Twitch, hey, let's make a convention and book, what's her name? They booked like a super Megan Thee Stallion. Like literally 2 days after they did the huge cut for all the big streamers that arguably fund this entire platform. They were like, so we can't afford to pay streamers anymore, but also we booked Megan Thee Stallion. Logitestis. Thank you for subbing to the class. Keep it class alive. Giving anus swings. You silly fuck. I appreciate you. Hell yeah.
Fly with those anus wings, motherfucker, and take your joy.
Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Oh, it was only the first day? Oh, okay. Can confirm, Alkin and Cindy are lovely people and fantastic housemates. Are they not some of the coolest people you've ever met in your life? I can say for facts, I not only know them through the internets, I've touched both of them IRL. They're real people and quality, and my tummy didn't go icky when I was near them, and my tummy always knows. Always trust your tum-tum. Cheers. Cheers to all my friends. I hope you're having all the fun in the world. I wish I was hanging out with you, but not necessarily in California at that convention, because I just don't feel any FOMO for it, and it's so weird. Because I'm just seething with jealousy. I'm just like, fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. I want to be there so bad. And this year I'm just like, I would, especially as a partner, I feel like I would kind of have like, it just feels weird. The atmosphere of Twitch feels weird right now. You know what I mean? I don't know. Cheers. Hero, it's honestly, it's really weird. Like, most of us are hella socially awkward. But I remember the very first TwitchCon I ever went to. Aside from having my butt touched by a stranger, which was horrible. uh the like I remember when the show floor was full and I was standing and there was like a couple people from the community standing with me and we were just bullshitting. I had this moment of like this like weird euphoric moment of this is the first time in my life I've been in a room full of people who just get it. And they just get it. I don't have to describe Twitch to anyone here. I don't have to try to describe what the fuck I do for a living in this room. Like, everyone just gets it. Everyone here loves video games on a certain level. Like, and the vast majority of my life, and by that I mean 99.9% of it, I've never been anywhere like that in my entire life. Ever. Like this, that was it. So there's like something with that that's freeing where I think a lot of people like that heaviness that makes us socially awkward is lifted a little bit. Because I am, goddamn, my dog farted. God, they smell so bad. You know what I mean? Yes, Myron, it's the very same feeling. It was like like an exhale of like, wow, this is a nice room to be in. What the fuck is that, Sales? Hold on. Oh, cute. Oh my god, wait, I had 2 links. I forgot one of them. I have them up though. I'm getting like a what's the word? A process for organizing all the tabs and closing them as I go so I don't end up lost in tabs. Did you happen to see our height difference photo? No. Was it on Twitter? It didn't even come up for me on Twitter. I hate that. We have to frame it next to mine and Alchemy's. Can we mirror them so Alchemy's in the middle of us on both sides? Because that'd be so perfect. It's fine. Even as a partner, I felt wildly irrelevant the entire time at the con. Isn't that weird? So this is how I've always felt at all the cons prior to this one, all the Twitch cons, is that the vast majority of the con itself feels like it's aimed towards people who want to start streaming, who are like looking to start streaming right now. But if you have streamed a couple times successfully, like literally just managed to get online and show your face and people can hear you, there's nothing. It's kind of like, I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head at a con that I was like, oh wow, I met a lot of amazing people at conventions, all the community. That's what I'm there for. But everything else is kind of the cosplay. I think is pretty cool. Tell your kitty I say purr. Infinity has been giving me rides around SD. All right, person that he's pretty fucking. I mean, Andrew's kind of a quality human. I'm not saying he won't like leave you somewhere random if you annoy him, but you know, it's all about love. Okay, hold on. I have the clips, and then this. Oh my god. First thing, can I show this to the chat? Of course, you posted it in chat, right? This is the best thing ever. So. It's like I'm in the picture. Oh my god. This is our beautiful alchemy. A good 1/8 of her. This is Penis, our lovely ice penis. One of my favorite people in the whole. These are three of my favorite people in the whole world, to be honest. And then this is Andrew. This is fantastic. How tall are you, Andrew? And alchemy, like how tall are you guys exactly? Do you know? I never remember. I don't want to say it wrong. Andrew, you're like 6'7", 8? 6'6". Fuck, I was so close. You feel taller than that. But when people are taller than me, and Alchemy's 5'1", I'm so happy. I would have been such a perfect fourth there. I'm just saying. I would have been a really good stand-in right there. Can someone... I'm 6 foot. It would have been really good. That's such a good picture. I'm really jealous. Like, this gives me FOMO, but it could be anywhere. Like, I'm just jealous that all my friends are hanging out without me. I'm there in spirit. I'm on you. I've touched all 3 of these people in the last 7 years, which means on their skin, I'm still there. You're welcome. That makes me so happy. I love you guys so much. No, they were the one that saved me from being left somewhere random. Fuck yes. Oh my god. On that note, I wanted to talk about the accountability buddy system. Has anyone heard the term accountability buddy? Having an accountability buddy? Just in terms of, like, I've been seeing a lot of Twitlongers about shit nonsense going on at Twitch already. And, like, the accountability buddy system is so fucking vital. I can't remember where I heard the word. I didn't come up with it, but I've utilized it since forever. It's the best. I don't know. I think I don't know where. I heard the word before college. Like, that's how long I've had it around. But the accountability buddy system is when you have a group of people that are going out, what you do before anyone's on drugs, before anyone's done anything, is everyone has a person in the group, just one person that they are responsible for making sure that person got home. Just one. And it makes it so everyone in the group has someone's ass. And it can't be the person you're going home with. Like, that's cheating. But it's just texting, calling that person, making sure, yes, you're in bed, you're safe, you're good. It's not following them all night. It's not doing all that. It's just being the accountability buddy for one person in your group. And if everybody has a person in the group, everybody's accountable for one person, but suddenly everyone in this huge group of people is accounted for. You know what I mean? It's so important not to go places alone, or not to allow your people to go places alone. I have lots of friends who are like, I'm a strong, independent bitch. I can get a taxi in the middle of the night by myself in the dark. I'm going to go get my Uber alone. No. I don't care if you hate me the next morning. You don't get to go alone. I'm walking you to the car. I'm walking you to the taxi. I'm making sure that's your Uber. You're drunk. You know what I mean? Chucky, what up, lover? You know what I mean? It's so easy. Like, it's so easy to remember one person as opposed to, like, where the fuck is my group of people I'm with? Making sure one person got in bed at the end of the night. Accountability buddy system. It's easy. It's worth it. Make sure your friends are safe. Be a fucking quality human being. Even if they hate you the next day, at least they're alive, right? I'd rather have my friend fucking despise me for being overprotective and be alive than be you know what I'm saying? Accountability buddy system. Use it, abuse it, fucking spread it. Do it. It's important. Please. Thought about offering to take the photo for them, but no, this is too good. Honestly, that's the most perfect. If you guys don't frame that and keep that forever, I will be. It came from South Park. Did it? I didn't watch South Park growing up. I must have got it from something that copied South Park then. I've caught up on South Park as an adult, but I thought I got it from like The League or something. Fuck, I don't remember. Happy Sunday, Mag. How are you? I'll skip the escape room so I wasn't left alone at TwitchCon trying to find a ride. That is Alchemy's good people. I mean, Alchemy knows, though. Alch knows. Alch knows what's up. Alch is good people. I've done that before. There was one TwitchCon I remember, I think Penis was with me, and we were walking down the street, and there was a girl, just a random girl, who had a TwitchCon badge on, but she was waiting for an Uber on a dark street by herself, just like looking at her phone. And we just stopped and we're like, is it cool if we just stand with you? It makes me really uncomfortable watching you just stand here waiting by yourself. And she was like, yeah. And then she got really awkward and like put her phone down and stood closer. And she was like, there's actually a guy following me right now. And I'm trying to get an Uber to get the fuck away. Thank you for standing here. I had no idea who she was. She was just alone. And nobody's safe alone. I don't care what your gender is or how you present on the outside. No one is 100% safe when you're by yourself, especially if you've been drinking and your inhibitions are off. But like, you know what I'm saying? It's easy. It's so easy to just stand with someone and not, predators are meek, fucking pitiful creatures they prey on people alone. Groups, they're fucking terrified. They're just sad little rotten foreskins who prey on people that seem meek and alone. Groups are always safer. Magnissimo, thank you for gifting a sub to Andrew. Andrew and Alchemy are literally at TwitchCon touching each other's butts right now without us. By the way, oh my god, Magnissimo, I have to share this with you. And then we have videos, but first, can we just talk about the jealousy involved in this picture right now? And the height difference and how beautiful it is. Andrew, I don't know what I did to deserve any of you, to be honest. Honestly, like, I'm so shit. I have no idea. It could have been a horrible situation. And it's not that I assume there's a horrible situation. It's just like, in my mind, I think to myself, it's very easy for me to stand here and look like we're a group of people for 1 second while this person gets an Uber. It's so easy, as opposed to ignoring it, walking by, and being haunted all night by that person alone. You know what I'm saying? There's a word for it. So I had this. Oops. Hello. Good morning. And there she lusted after her lovers, whose members were those of donkeys, and whose emissions were those of horses. Ezekiel 23:20. I just said that from memory. Did I get it? Did I do it? I just recited that from memory. Did I do it? Was I off? That was incredible. I've never done that. Wow. Sometimes my brain works. Oh my god, one of the dogs farted as they got up and ran away. It's so horrible. Make them shit. Oh my god, their farts are so bad. Oh, it makes me ill. Isn't this so wonderful? They stink so bad. My lords. Oh, just read something amazing that's true. I want to live my next life backwards. You start out dead and get that out of the way. Then you wake up in a nursing home feeling better every day. Then you get kicked out for being too healthy. Oh my god, it's like Benjamin Button, but way better. Enjoy your retirement and collect your pension. Then when you start work, you get a gold watch on your first day. You work 40 years until you're too young to work. You get ready for high school, drink alcohol, party, and you're generally promiscuous. Then you go to primary school, you become a kid, you play, you have no responsibilities. Then you become a baby, and then you spend your last 9 months floating peacefully in luxury in a spa-like conditions, central heating, room service on tap, and then you finish off as an orgasm.
Penetrate that asshole.
That's one of the best things I've ever heard in my life. I'm going to screenshot that. That is so good. Holy shit. Where did you find that, Kate? I must save that. That is so good. Most crimes are crimes of opportunity. Honestly, like, yeah, they are. And also, they are. It's gross. There we go. That's good. That's great. Good morning, Mary Elizabeth. How are you? cheers. I need to top my bowl off. I think we need to take a break though. My dogs are farting so much. I know they're gonna shit soon. All that pumpkin. I love George Carlin. Fuck, dude. George Carlin. I mean, the fact that he says things like that are just so infinitely profound, but there's also an entire stand-up where he talks about harvesting a scab on his scalp and how many days it takes until the scab is perfectly harvestable and how much he's going to enjoy harvesting the scab off his head. Love him. I miss George Carlin. I used to literally, I'm not even kidding you, I had a magazine tear out of him in my Lowe's locker for like 7 years because I loved him and then he died, so I couldn't take it down. It was terrible, but what a fuck he was a genius prophet. That's another great documentary, by the way. If you want to watch a documentary that's not as dark as the one about Anthony Bourdain, both amazing people who were infinitely wonderful, but the documentary about George Carlin it's heart-wrenching, but it's really good. And I think it was 2 parts. I'd love a Plague Doctor mask full of flowers. The dog farts are so bad. Oh my god, you got a puppy? No. Are there lots of shits though? Chickadee, was it incredible? Oh my god, was it incredible? Which stand-up did you see? What up, Tybee? How are you? I haven't watched Dahmer yet. We almost watched it last night, and we ended up watching Jexy instead, which ended up being fucking hilarious. You ever feel weird about having so many things around you with your branding on? Sometimes, but I mostly just feel super proud of it. Because I don't really think of it as me. I think of it as the community. And I'm, like, really proud of what, like, you guys and my mods and myself have helped cultivate, like, such a safe space to pretty much talk about anything ever. Like, we watch some of the most heated political shit ever, and no one starts just abusing each other in chat or anything like that. Even though lots of us probably have varying political opinions. I'm mostly just... I don't see ClassyKatie as me. I see it as this accidental creature that I created looking for friends to play ESO, and I'm just proud. I'm like a proud parent. A little bit. You know? I'm still just Katie. I'm like the plug-in to turn on the machine that is ClassyKatie, that is this. But without the hundreds of people that hang out every day, what is ClassyKatie? It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Jay. Free Bezos bucks I apparently haven't used.
Fuck yes. Use your fucking Bezos bucks.
Every time you don't use your Bezos bucks, you're firmly tucking a $5 bill into the greasy G-string of Jeff Bezos, and he makes like $8 million in a minute. It's ridiculous. Let's stop. Thank you for using it here. You don't have to, but I'm very appreciative. I appreciate you. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. I did. The doc about Robin Williams broke my soul. I still get really teary-eyed about Robin Williams. Did you like The Bear? I haven't watched it yet, but I really want to. Have you seen Schitt's Creek? I think Schitt's Creek is on Hulu. That's an amazing show. If you like just comedy. Oh my god. Catherine. Fucking... What? I watched the Dahmer doc last year. Even that was baffling. I know the gist of what Dahmer did. I don't know why. I think my mom, like, told us about him when we were kids, but, for some reason. When did it go on? I don't even know if I was alive when he, like, was skinning people and turning them into lampshades or whatever. I have no idea. Ron Bandit, thank you so much for summing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober consent. I appreciate you. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Dude, no. Did you know? So, actually, Lizzie asked me this the other day. I didn't know if you guys don't know this. Prime subs pay us exactly the same as a full paid sub. We get paid regardless. Like, I literally make just as much off of it. So, I don't care what the form a sub comes in. It's great and pays my bills, and I appreciate it all the ways. You know what I mean? We get paid, like, same cut off of it. It acts just like a normal sub when it comes to, like, what the cut is we get out of it. So you don't ever feel bad about using Prime subs. Like, please use them, especially if you're on mobile, because on mobile, they charge extra for normal subs, and that's stupid. Because your service provider or whatever takes a cut or something stupid like that. We could call the community con Classy Packs. Wait. See what I mean? This is why I'm just CK. There's too many. I found Katie from Roleplay in another D&D show. Was it Table Story? I was on Roleplay. Roleplay, I think, was the first show I ever did on Twitch. And then I was in Spark of Eternity. And then I think Nocturne right after that. I think. I was on a couple on roleplay, but I was on like one shots. The River Run one. It was like River Run or something like that. And I did the bird, the Kenku, that could only repeat words they heard from a brothel they were raised in. That was pretty fun. I've done so many shows now. I honestly don't know how many I've done. It's too many. I can't remember them. I need to sit down and write them down and like make myself a fucking like resume. Hi Dallas, how are you? The trial was in 92. Oh, I was alive then. That makes sense. That makes sense why it was probably on my mom's mind. Hi Cake, how are you, my love? Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it swings for 25 fucking months.
Holy shit. Thank you.
I love being part of this Pretty Ladies community. I love that you're part of my beautiful community. I'm very serious when I say I'm very proud of the beast that has been created on accident. Like, I literally started streaming. I went to Walmart in the middle of the night, got a webcam, because I was like, I want to play ESO and I need friends. And I don't have any. And here we are. I'm very happy. It's like a weird sense of pride over it. I don't have pride over a lot of things. If that was, who does? Oh, you post. Oh my God, Illyria, I'm gonna have to look. Hold on. I always forget about my Prime sub. I used to give him to Zeke. Hopefully he's okay with it going to you. I'm sure he's fine as long as you use it. I think that's both of us are just like very strongly emotive in that you must use. Please just use it anywhere. Don't let it go to the Bezos machine. The penis is in the sky. Got to stop. I think it's just iOS where Apple won't let you make transactions outside of Apple, and Apple wants a cut. Oh, really? Is it just Apple? I don't use mobile on my phone, literally only if I'm like on a break and the dogs are taking a shit or doing something really long. I'll get on mobile to talk and chat to you guys, be like, sorry, break's long, dog's taking a weird shit or something like that. But I've never subbed on mobile or anything like that. Ooh. I have so many links, I just keep talking instead of, I'm just terrible at this. I'm terrible at this. Ooh, you went on a date? Was it good? Isn't that a good feeling, David, when you don't have to know where your phone is? I'm in my PJs having a lazy Sunday. Ordered takeout because it's raining. Oh my God, yes. Do you have tea? Is it warm and hot and beautiful? Hell yes. We had this morning it wasn't raining, but it was like one of those very cold, crisp autumn mornings where the sun was really bright and the sky was like vibrantly blue because all the trees are turning yellow and orange. But it was cold. I could see my breath. It was such a nice morning. Google Store does it too, and that's what I have a Google phone. I have Google Fi or whatever. Google Fi. So that's what mine would do if I did that. They're good. I actually was saying we need to take a break because Lil is farting up a storm and I need to see her take a dump. Because, for those of you who don't know, this precious pood right here has had a bad tummy bug for a couple days now. So she's been on a strict diet of pumpkin and white chicken, boiled chicken, and rice. And I've been waiting for the poop, and she's been farting so much. It's so gross. Like, her farts are phenomenally bad. But she's obviously feeling better, because if you guys were here yesterday, she didn't come up on my lap once yesterday. I didn't realize it till the end of the stream, but I was like, Lilith quite literally never came and saw us yesterday. Like, that's how tired she was, and it broke my soul. Oh, are you stuck? Come here. Don't be stuck. Don't be stuck. Ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you. This my sick girl. She had the slappy, what was it? The slappy wet shits. Thank you for the hype train. I didn't even realize it was happening. Oh, Trick's tempting her. Kate, good luck. Power to you. Be safe. Don't forget to wash your hands. Right. I'm just waiting to see a neon orange shit in the yard because that pumpkin was so bright. Like, it's going to be neon orange. So when I see that, I know it's gone through. And that's, oh my God, Najeel, thank you for the biddies. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 500 biddies. Why? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, okay, let's take a break. Well, I feel bad leaving in the middle of a hype train. You guys know what a hype train's happening. Feel free to get weird, I guess. If not, I have a couple videos I want to watch. I just want to take a break real quick, get an ad out of the way so they don't happen in the middle of the videos, and take my farty dog outside. I will be right the fuck back. We have clips to watch. Welcome back. That was gross. I had to take the pins out of my hair. My head is killing me. Not really. It's my sinuses are killing me. And like any tension on my hair right here, like feels like it's pulling on my fucking sinuses. It's so bizarre. I hate sinuses. What are the point of the creepy butterflies in our face? Hate them. Music loud. Music loud. The world is on. Thank you. Fire. I was talking about nothing important. Don't worry. Complaining about my sinuses being shit and hurting. That's it. My face hurts today. That's all. Just bitching. I was just saying I had to take the pins out because like even like this, just holding my hair like this, any tension on that hair feels like it's pulling on my sinuses. It's really bizarre. I hate it. Sinuses are so stupid. Now you can hear me bitch about them. I just don't understand. Like, what is the point of these creepy butterflies in my face that are always clogged and hurt?
Why?
I know, right? The music is better. At least they're like hailing Satan.
Hail Satan.
I know. It just drives me nuts. I took some Excedrin. It just hasn't hit yet. Work. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break and washed your hands. What up, Berserker Rage? How are you, love? Good morning or time zone or whatever. I'm just squeezing my sinuses. It's fine. Ow. Oh my god. Did you never... I went through a big Cradle of Filth stage back when I was in college. They're great. I love That's What She... I still say That's What She Said all the time. Or your mom jokes. I am old. That's What She Said still gets people to laugh. I don't know if it's a pity laugh or something, but it can get people to laugh still. I don't know, man. It works. I want my face to feel better. Poop. Oh, we'd have a blast. Oh yeah. I can do That's What She Said all the time. Hi Genova, how are you, love? Good morning. I use That's What She Said in work meetings. I used to say it at work all the time because there's so many different like parts, little pieces and parts that are very similar to like plumbing parts called nipples and orifices and shit. And you know, someone would be like, "Hand me that nipple." That's what she said. I got some looks in surgery. It's fine. I can't help it. Oh, you got to see them live? Shut up. I've never seen them live before. That would have been metal. I don't think they ever came anywhere I was. Otherwise, I totally would have gone. I woke up and the roommates had made biscuits and gravy. Hell yes. I've just been like getting physically ill off my dog's farts all morning. It's been fun. See you next Tuesday for those in the know. Oh yeah, or Pen 15. We could go on. We could really... I mean, oh man, we watched... What did we watch? We watched a movie. I need to ask you guys. Did anyone watch... It was #1 on Netflix. What is it? It's like Mr. Hannigan's Phone. Something like that. Hold on, I'm going to look. It's probably still #1 or #2. It's a movie on Netflix, and the premise seemed cool, and it's based on a short story by Stephen King, so I gave it a chance. And yeah, Mr. Harrigan's Phone, excuse me. Mr. Harrigan's Phone. Has anyone watched it? I literally can't spoil it because there is no ending, so don't worry. I don't understand it. It was kind of long. It was like an hour and a half, and it was a good movie, but I felt like the entire movie it was going somewhere and it never got anywhere, and I just don't understand what happened. Am I stupid? There's a lady at work and she's literally like a 45-year-old CK. Oh, thank fuck. That means I have at least 11 more years where I can still... I'm not going to be boring. I'm still waiting for that like adult gene to kick in where I'm like, I think I'm going to like get pearls or something. I don't know. I'm going to buy a blouse. I don't know. I hope that never kicks in. I hope I'm always okay with being myself. I went through a period of time right after I graduated college where I was like, well, all my professional friends like dress like adults. So I guess I should go to the mall and get like professional clothes and dress like an adult. And I hated everything. And I just cried in a dressing room once again. And I didn't do it. I didn't get anything. I just stayed myself. And I ended up a lot more happy that way. And here we are today. I don't think there is an adult gene. What in the fuck is wrong with you? Stop. Don't do that. Don't fuck with her. She's sick. Don't fuck with her. Leave her alone. Poor Lil. She's not in a fighting mood, and Trick keeps wanting to play with her. I can't believe you said this! Like an adult. In a blouse. And pants. Trousers. Listen, CK, I got 99 problems, but a ghost ain't one. I mean, that you know of. An older guy in a meeting was like, all right, see you next Tuesday, everyone. She starts laughing and is like, wow, you just dropped that in a meeting? Oh, I love her. I love her already. It's beautiful. My mom had a couple friends like that when I was a kid. I remember, like, my mom had friends that were like these, like, I don't know another word other than, like, burnout hippie older women. They were like my mom's age, but they wore, like, batik, tie-dye, long, flowy skirts, and they didn't wear bras, and they had long hair, and they let their gray grow out, and they were just kind of, like, free. And I like, idolized them as a kid. I was like, "Oh my god, they just don't care," and I love them so much. Obviously, they cared. They were just a little freer, and I've always wanted to be that, and I hope. I don't ever want to, like, I don't want people to think I'm like, exceedingly young. I'm not into not aging, but you know what I mean? I just don't wanna miserably try to fit a cookie cutter that I'm not supposed to be in, if that makes sense. I don't want that. I'm gonna smoke drugs and wish not for that. Cheers. Don't be in a cookie, eat a cookie. 'Cause C is for cookie and cookie is for me. Yes, agreed. Agreed. It's very natural though, like when you look at the behavior of humans, like just look at a high school and how high schoolers try to like all dress the same and all, like, at least in my day and age, it was like Abercrombie and Fitch and Hollister and those brands. It was like if you didn't have a shirt that had Hollister or Abercrombie and Fitch across your tits, you were worthless. It's very natural for mammals that live in herds to try to blend in because if you stand out, i.e., you are an albino gazelle, the lions are going to see you first and they're going to go for you. You stick out like a sore thumb. So to not be picked on by prey, it's natural to want to blend in. But when it's impossible to blend in, i.e., you're a 6-foot girl in a town of tiny people, um, like I feel like some of us, it doesn't have to be that exact stipulation, but a lot of people kind of fit that a mold like that where it's like, no matter what I do, I'm not blending in with that. So I might as well just not try to do that. Or they do try forever and die miserable. I don't fucking know. Eliza, oh my god, how are you? Did you get a freckle? Cookies, do you know cookie was my first word? No shit. First word ever was cookie, and it was for Oreos. In Lilliput? What the fuck is that? I did grow up in a very small place. Very, very small place. So no one watched Mr. Hannigan's phone. Okay, I have to tell you about it then. So basically, the gist of the story is a young boy. He's like, I don't know, like 10 or something. I can't gauge the age of children anymore. He's young, and like he lives in a very small town, and this super rich man invites him over and starts to pay him to read books to him, like a really rich old dude, not in a creepy way, just like in a I'm going to give this little poor boy money and teach him society. So this little kid, like, there's like a little fast forward moment of 5 years. 5 years every, I don't know if it's every day or whatever, but multiple times a week, he goes to this old man's house, sits in a room, and just reads old books to him out loud. And then he gets the old man a phone, and the old man dies. And then he gets a couple texts from the old man's dead phone that mean nothing. I mean, they literally are like gibberish, but nothing. It's like AAACCC. Like, that's it. And the movie never, ever tells you what any of it means. There's no conclusion. Am I stupid? This is a great song. I just don't get it. Will someone watch that movie and tell me what the fuck went on? Because I can't stop. I feel like there should be a sequel. Like, I keep thinking about it like, oh, I need to go back. I need to finish that movie, but it finished. There just was no finish. There was nothing. It just ended with like a weird monologue by this boy, like internal monologue. I don't know. I didn't like it. Like Gulliver's Travels, kind of. I kind of want I want you to watch it just in case I'm an idiot. It wasn't bad. It's not a bad movie. It just it's a cock block movie. You know what I mean? It's like you just keep waiting. Like it feels like it's going somewhere. It's not a boring movie. It doesn't feel stagnant. It's very intriguing, but I feel like there needs to be a sequel or something because it just doesn't wrap up. For me, I don't know what the fuck happened, but it's not bad. So I say watch it. Like I don't regret watching it. I just kind of wish I knew what the fuck was going on. There was just a lot in it that didn't get wrapped up or wasn't explained, and I just can't stop thinking about it. But it wasn't bad. I mean, it's Stephen King. It's well done. The actors are good. The guy who plays the old man, oh, what is his name? It's oh, what is his name? Oh my god, I gotta look at it. Hold on. What the fuck is his name? It's Donald Sutherland. Kiefer Sutherland's dad plays like the old rich man he reads to. And he does a good job. Like, he's very creepy and old and, you know, rich-ish. Me too. I love Stephen King too. Like, The Shining is one of my all-time favorite movies and books ever. I know Stephen King doesn't like the movie, but I like it. we took Vissy to go to the hotel when she came to visit because that's here in Colorado. Love him. It's a good movie. It's just like what? Where's the end? Is there another part? Is it supposed to be this way? You just got back? Oh my god, how do you feel? Are you sad to be back or are you happy to be home? Cheers. Let's cheers Eliza home. Amen. I'm smoking animal cookies and it's a good batch, man. It's been some thick ass hits today. Hi, Jeff. Guess who got their medical card, a ton of samples, and is super happy to be here?
Hail Satan, motherfucker.
Penetrate that asshole.
You get it? Hell yeah. Fuck yes, I'm very excited for you. Yes. Illyria, seriously, it's not a bad movie at all. It just, I want to know if I missed something or if it's a story that just doesn't have a wrap up or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't bad though. I just kind of wish there was more. There was a lot of intriguing characters that didn't really get a lot of anything. Like you kept feeling like they were going to get more part of the story, but they really weren't. But they made them very interesting anyways. I don't know. I'm confused by it. Let me know. It was weird though. We watched that movie the night before last night, and then last night we watched Jexy, which is also a creepy phone movie, but a funny, like a comedy. It was good though. I liked Jexy. I thought that was a cute movie. If you haven't seen Jexy yet, that's also on the top Netflix. I thought it was cute. We watched that last night. Oh my god, Ian followed you halfway to Bermuda. So I was gonna ask you, like, I've never been on a cruise. The way people describe it, it sounds like a living hell. The cruise part of it, I love traveling. But I wanted to know, like, what was your honest opinion? Do you think it was worth it to do the cruise part? Because, like, most of the people I've talked to, like, everyone I've talked to says the most of the money you're spending is on the unlimited food and drinks, and I don't drink and I eat once a day like a bird. So it would be, like, a huge waste of time. Like, I would have nothing to do on the boat. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to, like, have a predisposed opinion about something I've never done. I'm reading the synopsis. I think you fell asleep. There's a lot going on in this synopsis. I know there's a lot going on, but nothing gets wrapped up. Like, there was tons going on in the movie. That's why it's a good movie. It's just, at the end, it was like, it didn't feel like an end. I don't know how to put it without spoiling it. There is no way to spoil it. Like, you get, like, the kid says, I think I know what's going on. You mean this, and like cries in front of a gravestone, but you never get any nothing. It just kind of like, I don't know. It just fizzles out and doesn't really wrap up any. Like you never. I don't know. Is it just? I don't know. See, that's what I'm thinking. Like, am I an idiot? Because I didn't fall asleep. I watched it, and at the end, both Zach and I just sat there at the credits and were like, "Huh? What? Is there another one?" Our boat was smacking 37-foot waves. Oh, absolutely not. It was terrible going there. Coming back was really nice. Good. But Jesus Christ. I just hung out with a bunch of potheads and smokers in a corner where we could smoke a bunch the whole time. Like on the ship. I knew a guy who knows a guy who knows how to charter a boat and travel the Galapagos Islands. Isn't that illegal because they have all those like endangered species there? I thought you had to be a scientist to go there. A classy cruise? Dude, I would never. This is the thing about a cruise. Being trapped on a boat with people sounds terrible. Like, I gotta be able to escape humans and not hear them or sense them. And it sounds impossible to do on a cruise. Like, just for my own sense of mental, like, stability. You know what I'm saying? Everyone had weed? That's awesome. I love it in this moment. They're great. A couple dozen people fell out of the bed on the first night. Whoa. Fell out of their bed because of the waves? Holy shit. About 70% got seasick. Oh my God. That is so creepy. How many stops did you have? How many places did you stop when you went? Like, how many, like, you know, like stops where you got to get off the boat and shit did you have on the circle or whatever they do? The loop. You have to work with the right peeps, but what if the bad people are working with the right peeps? Oh my God, cake, same. It's literally like bucket list shit. If you ever find out how. Unfortunately, I have a medical license. I don't think that gets me into the Galapagos, but holy shit, I would kill. I would die. I mean, honestly, I just want to go to a jungle. Like any of them. I went to Mexico when I was a kid, and I did get to go to a jungle there, which was pretty fucking epic. I trust the guy that knows the guy. That's the only. I believe that. I believe that the guy that knows the guy that knows the guy wouldn't be involved in shitty people that are going to like slaughter turtles or something terrible like that. Ugh. We only stopped in the Royal Naval dockyards in Bermuda for 36 hours. Oh, no shit. How long was the trip altogether? How many days? It was like 5 days? Like, how many days did it take you to get there? Probably longer to get there, yeah. I gotta have a way to escape people. CK, sage advice on avoiding cruises. It's a big reason why I haven't been on one yet. I don't see a way to have that. I need that. I don't hate people. I just get emotionally and physically exhausted by the presence of copious amounts of strangers. I can't turn off like that alert button that makes my body like a rabbit, you know, like, oh, predators. I don't know why. I can't turn it off. So after a certain amount of time, like I got to be able to get out of it. But if I can still hear people like running past my room or slamming doors in a wall next to me, I don't get it, and I get a little breakdowny. You know what I'm saying? Little talking to the Pope, needing my sticky socks. You know what I'm saying? 5 days. That's what I thought. Yeah, we would stay off the boat overnight if we wanted. Oh no, shit. That's pretty cool. That's actually really nice. It's important, though, because everyone is a good person, but sometimes they just don't know something's horrible. Absolutely. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. I think the important thing is wanting to learn and change your ways is what's important. You know what I mean? The parallel play. No, thank you. Yeah, I noticed it my first con I ever went to, PAX East. I'd never been to a convention before, and I'd been to lots of places with big crowds, though. Like, I'd been to lots of, like, state fairs and been to Disneyland and Disney World, and like that hadn't ever made me anxious the way a convention did for some reason. And I think it's like the tuna can, like you're just like this with other people the entire time. It's crazy. And it's very dark, and there's loud sounds in every corner of the room going off from different like displays and different video game shit. And I learned that every convention I go to now, I go in the morning and I have to take a break. Like I literally take like a child's nap. I go back to my hotel room and I take an hour or two where I just sit in silence and stare at my phone and contemplate life. And I don't even sleep. I don't really nap. It's just like sitting and bringing myself back down to ground zero and going back out makes it, I'm a much more pleasant person to be around, and I have a better time. So it's better for everyone all around. And if I can't do that, oh no. Sticky sock time. You know what I'm saying? Left about 5 p.m. EST and got there Wednesday 7 a.m. So left on Monday, got there Wednesday 7 a.m. in Bermuda time, and left 5 p.m. Thursday, Bermuda time, got back to NYC 7 a.m. on Saturday. So it was about the same amount of time. So the first time down, it takes the same amount of time to get there, regardless of the weather, but the weather was just horrific. 36-foot waves, is that what you said? That's huge. That's huge. How big? I mean, goddamn. Were they hitting the decks? I'd ask how big the ship is, but like, I don't even know what I would compare it to in my head. That's crazy. This dude wrote a 9-paragraph review, a word for word of the movie, and then says, quote, along with being a supernatural tale and a story of a teenager learning about letting things go, quote unquote, Mr. Harrigan's phone also turns out to be a warning against our dependence on smartphones. However, none of the 3 elements that the film tries to focus on work too well, though, as none of it seems anything beyond a shallow passage. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not alone in that feel. I feel that. Those lessons are there, but you get them like in the first third of the movie. Like, it doesn't feel like it's not a conclusion to the story or anything. Those things are said in the first third of the movie. And then the second 2/3 are the mysterious part. And it just fizzles. And you're like, aren't you supposed to put the moral at the end? Hi, Chi-Town. How are you? Hello, love. Thank you for the biddies and thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate you. The boat was creaking. No. I would be scared. That would scare me. I think the boat's about a half-mile long. God damn. God damn. That's a big fucking boat. Jesus Christ. Were you scared at all? Like, were you? I've like cold chills for you right now. That is so creepy. I've been on just a ferry, like in the islands in the Puget Sound. I think I was going to like Orcas Island or something. And the ferry scared me in a storm. Like, I was like, we're all gonna die. It's Titanic. I can't stand cold water. I'm just gonna die instantly. I'm already dead half. It was wild, but so fun. No, I was too drunk to be scared. And see, fuck it, dude. I don't drink. I don't think I can get too high not to be scared. Fuck. Right? And like, correct me if I'm wrong, Liza, do you get like an assigned eating table? Like, you get an assigned seat in the eating place? So what if you get assigned next to some very annoying, disgusting people? Like, just what if? I know it's rare, but like, what if? What if you just cannot stand? You no. Okay, cool. That's nice. Drank my drink package worth by 7 p.m. the first day. Fuck yes, that's beautiful. We're gonna need a bigger boat, right? Oh, that's scary. Eliza was telling us about her cruise she went on. I was asking like if you had assigned seating on the cruise, because I've heard from a lot of people on cruises, like, you usually are assigned a seat in the dining hall. So whenever you go eat, you usually sit at the same table with your family and whoever else is assigned there. And what if you just had to sit next to very horrible, like, annoying? Fuck that. Really? Okay, maybe that's just a different. I have no. I don't know any. I've never been on a cruise. I know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. There's 4 free places you can eat at without reservations. One was a buffet, others were sit down. Oh, so they have paid places as well? Who the fuck would choose to pay for food if you have food included in your... Okay. The longest I've ever been on a boat was taking a boat from Hong Kong to mainland China. We disembarked in Guangzhou. Luckily, it was calm and only about a 4-hour trip. I was on a pretty long ferry in Greece. I don't remember. It was like... Man, my sister would remember. It was a long fucking boat ride. We went from Mykonos to Crete. Yeah. We went from Mykonos to Crete. However long that takes, it was far too long. It was fine. Like, the weather was beautiful. Very calm seas. It was warm. It was glorious. But I just started to, like, and the ship wasn't even full. Like, it was like 1% of the ferry had people on it. You know, it was that empty. And I still started feeling like, I need to get off the boat. I need to get off the boat. Woo! You know what I'm saying? Like, I started getting itchy. It was too long. The longest... the specialty places are really good. Oh, are the other places... Well, I mean, I'm just cheapskate. Maybe I just don't... Maybe if I was drunk, yeah. So let me say, the best Chinese food I've ever had in my entire life was on a cruise ship. Dude. like, own it. If it was the best ever, like, fuck that, dude. If it was delicious, Eliza said it was dope. I think you have to be pretty darn good to get a job on a cruise ship, just because not only are people paying kind of a lot of money for the food, but you have to have kind of a special sort of skills to create food that's like everything can be kept on the ship and kept fresh on a ship and travel the seas and whatever. I would assume. I have no idea. Always avoid a 3-hour tour. Oh my God, no. I got sushi at one of the paid places. They're nicer, and no one really goes to them, so it's very quiet. Okay, so that's the place I would go then. Could I go and just get coffee? Most people get 2x2 spec light packet. What is that? What's that? What is that? What is that? What's a spec light package? Oh, special? Is that a special package? Is that like what's included? Like basically food and alcohol and stuff like that? I don't hate eating. It's just like I don't ever do it. And so I feel I just wouldn't want to do a cruise if, like, the vast majority of what's exciting about a cruise is drinking and eating. I don't drink and I barely eat anything. Like, I might eat more, but, like, barely. It would just be a waste of my money. Like, I wouldn't know what to do. I just want to get the fuck off the boat. That's just me. I know I'm a twitchy, freaky person. It's nothing wrong with cruises. It's me, is what I'm saying. It was non-smoking, and I am a dirty smoker. Anxiety was through the roof. Oh, like, why did you do a non-smoking? The crew on our boat was 20-something-year-old Filipinos for the most part. Oh, I mean, it's probably a dope job. Honestly, I had a lot of friends in college who would work on cruise ships in the summertime or fishing ships in Alaska. What? Specialty dining packages. Okay. Is going to boomer jail after the Gulliver's Travels and Gilligan's Island jokes fell flat. Honestly, God, it's not bad boomer jokes. I have never read either of those. It's the worst. I just missed those classics. I don't know. Like, I'm out of the loop. I've never even seen the movies. I wish, though. I kind of know what they're about. A little bit. But I like missed such a huge chunk of, like, content in my youthhood. I'm kind of an alien. It's on me. It's me. It's not you. Don't worry. The vast majority of the world probably gets them. It's me. It's terrible. I need activities. Same. Like, I gotta be, and I need to be able to, like, choose them. Like, get the fuck out and go on a walk or whatever. I can't. But I get that some people, like my brothers and my dad, are tall beanpole people that eat 24/7 nonstop. Like, they never stop eating corn dogs and Hot Pockets and steaks and they can just eat all day. That would be heaven for them. Like, I get it. But like, I'm worried I'd be annoying or bored. And I just wouldn't want to waste my money, So I'm just, Eliza's blatantly honest, and I appreciate that. Everyone's so friendly on the cruise with no attachments for anything. Really? That's really nice. So you never caught any, like, creepy vibes or anyone being just assholes. It was all just, in general, people on vacation having a good time. That's awesome. I like that. Oh, it was passenger ferry. Yeah. Illyria, I kind of, like, I went, not that this is even similar. It's, like, the closest thing I can think of that I've ever done that was close to a cruise was I went to, like, with my parents when I was 18. My parents had friends that they, like, rented or paid, they bought their timeshare or, like, rented their timeshare from them or whatever. And so we got to go to Mexico and stay at, like, an all-inclusive resort in Puerto Vallarta / Nueva Vallarta. And, like, there was tons of things to do outside of this resort. But because it was all-inclusive, my parents were like, we don't have to do anything outside of it. And they just didn't want to. And I remember I would just ride this little inner tube, and they had, like, a lazy river that went around a pool. Apparently, this hotel has, like, one of the biggest lazy rivers in the world, I think, at the time. Again, I was 18. It was a while ago. But I was just, like, floating on it for days. Days. We were there for, like, 11 days. There was nothing to do. And it wasn't inclusive in terms of food. I was a teenager. I would have ate myself stupid. I definitely ate more back then. Nothing. It was just, like, there was a lot of little bars and stuff in the middle of the pool, which was okay. But the drinks were stupid expensive. Like, I don't even know. I think the inclusive part was being allowed to swim in the pool, to be honest. It was just weird. I really wanted to get the fuck out and just see things. I think we left one time, and, like, when you leave, like, the compound of the all-inclusive resort, it's, very impoverished small town Mexico, and my parents were like, "Oh my god, we're all gonna die and get mugged, so we can't get out of the bus." It was kind of a bummer. They've gotten better about it, though. We've gone much sketchier places now, and they're much more less judgy and weird about it. There's a bunch of shit to do planned. They also have a quiet library and random shit. Cruising doesn't sound like something you'd enjoy, CK. Maybe when you actually got to the islands, and that's why I was asking how many stops you have. Because there are some cruises I've seen where, like, the gist of the cruise is the stops, and then it sounds like the cruise Eliza did. The gist of the cruise is the cruise itself, a lot of it. Like, only one day, really, like 24 hours at the stop. But I've seen cruises that go around, like, Scandinavia kind of, and they have like 7 different cities that they're going to stop at. So it's like every day you're going to see a new place. That's one I can see myself being into, because it's kind of more my speed of like moving a lot. I'm just insane. There's nothing wrong with the cruises. Just have to say that. It's me. I just don't want to annoy other people with my craziness. Like, I've been known to jog in airports just to stop sweating from the anxiety of sitting still before I get on a plane. It's weird. Or volunteer to carry everyone's luggage, so I'm so exhausted by the time I get to the gate, I don't have anxiety. Like, it's just sitting still makes me like... We're here to have a good time. If you're going to fuck that up, we're going to fuck you up is the mentality. I love that. That is what I would like. I would love that vibe. Because I've definitely been on vacation where you're, like, staying at a hotel or whatever, wherever you are, and there's always those entitled fucks. And the first time you see him is always at the desk, being an asshole to that poor person just trying to check them into their room. And then for some reason, the rest of your vacation, because they made such a memorable imprint, you see them everywhere. And they're that way everywhere. Ugh. Those are 7 to 10 day cruises. Oh, I don't doubt it. Just for the travel time and shit like that, probably, right? Or yeah, if there was a stoner cruise, like a Snoop cruise, that'd be sick. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to eat, drink or eat, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to drink and eat and going on a cruise for that reason either. Just want to say that. Like, I ain't judging either way. I'm just asking for my own personal, because I've been invited on so many cruises, and people, like, I've been straight up like, "You've never been on a cruise? You've been to all these places, you've never been on a cruise?" And I'm like, legitimately, they just don't sound like something that would be an enjoyable experience. And I don't want to make people going with me miserable. Like, that doesn't seem fair for anyone involved. I'm not going to be selfish like that. Apparently, cruises from Canada to Alaska have major flower smokers. I've heard those cruises are wonderful. I think Zach did one of those when he was a kid. Like, in high school, he went up to Alaska on a cruise and got to see some icebergs and shit like that. Icebergs? Glaciers, not iceberg. Glaciers. On a JoJo cruise? What is that? I will say Norwegian was an accessibility nightmare. Oh, really? Do explain. Do tee us with that one. Willie Nelson Cruise Lines. Oh my God. Yes, please. Started with giving us a room for deaf people instead of blind people. Wow. But that's the same, isn't that?
That's the same thing though, right?
Everything flashed when it heard sound. Oh my God. And then the house kept carts away, blocked the way. And one fell on my mom. The housekeeping cart fell on your mother. Are you kidding me? And then they gave me a broken shower stool, and I fell in the shower. Are you okay? First and foremost, are you okay? Secondly, what the fuck? It's like a nerd convention. Oh, dude. I've never even heard of those. Sick. What kind of nerd, though? You guys are okay. Jesus Christ. Eliza, it's like wherever you two go together, something like happens that shouldn't. I mean, it's not because of you. It's just like, what the like, none of that should happen to anybody, but why did it happen to you and your mother? like a fucking feather sniff away from glass bones. Like, can we not, universe? What the fuck? Oh, stop. Do you have a picture of the stool? Send it to Discord. Hold on, let me open Discord. If you can. I can send it to myself. I'm apt at this. I've done it at this point. Eliza sues. She fell on her ass and now there's a crack. Oh my God, Eliza, is there a crack in your butt now? What are you going to do? What do you do? Like, do you just poop all the time? Is that what you do? Does it just fall out like a pancake forever? Or like a fettuccine noodle on IG? I got you. I got you, boo. Whatever's easier. I can pull it up on anything. I just want to see it. Oh my God. The fucking Nuh-uh. That was pre-broken. I guarantee that was already broken and they just bent it into place and gave it to you. They were like, no, it won't break. It's fine. She looks tiny. It's literally, so I don't know if I could even show you guys this. It's so bad. So you know how like your school desks had those like thin aluminum hollow bars that were just in that weird cross configuration? But if one of those bars bent a little bit, it was like paper. They just snap. But you could sit there and bend them back and forth for a while first. It was just the next person to sit at that desk was done for. Like, it would collapse on you. And it's completely bent. I don't know if that'll even show up. See the fucking dent right there? Eliza's 5'10", maybe 160. 160? Yeah, there's no fucking way. You don't break. That was already broken. That's sick. That's the bottom of it. I have to say, was it comical though? When you fell? Like, was it funny? Like, or was it horrible? Like, that metal could have just stabbed up your asshole. No, not a fucking joke. Someone was fucking on that stool. Something terrible. That was definitely pre-broken. There's no way. Like, I don't even know how that kind of bend would happen by sitting on it. The whole leg fell off. Dude, I don't know if you can tell. The entire leg is off. Like, that's it just sitting there. What did they say when did you tell them, and what did they say? I'm dying to know their response. Please. Why did you jump up and down on the stool in the shower? We went different ways, Glut. They avoid respond. Oh no, we get you a new one. I kind of I kind of wish the leg would have like impaled you somewhere, so you could have called them and been like, "Hey, my shower stool broke," and they'd be like, "Oh, we get you a new one," and you're like, "It's in me." You don't get this one back yet. I'm just saying the hilarity that would have ensued could have, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad it didn't impale you, but it could. Their responses were ridiculous. They could have gone so much worse. I'm not.
I'm not done with it yet, but I'll take the second one. Thank you. Yes, it is room 269. Blip.
A new take on the sword and the stone. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, can y'all come pull this shower chair out of my ass? I can't breathe. Have you? Oh my God! Wait, Eliza, please tell me you've seen that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once, or whatever it's called. It's a crazy long title that I always fuck up. But there's a part in it. So basically, the gist of the movie is, in order to switch universes mentally, you have to do something very bizarre, i.e., like eat a chapstick or stab yourself in the eye or something like that. And there's one scene in the movie where the two bad guys, I'm telling it to you now, it's glorious. And once you watch the movie and you see it, it's just, I can't. there's this scene where the two bad guys are fighting the main girl, and the award in this like tax revenue office that they're fighting in is the stamp. The award is like the stamp to stamp things like tax, whatever, but it straight up looks like a giant butt plug. Like the handle of the stamp looks like a fucking butt plug, and they're lined up on everyone's desks. And so the two bad guys like look at them, and she gets the moment where she realizes they are going to try to impale themselves with them in the asshole in order to get their special powers from another universe to fight her better. And it's like, have you ever seen the music video for uh Turn Down for What? The same directors of that music video directed this movie. So if you can imagine this scene is exactly like that music video, it is. It's all these slow motion, really intense cinematic cutscenes of two dudes slow motion pulling their pants down and thrusting their assholes towards these like gigantic butt plug awards. And they do eventually mount them and then get superpowers. I imagine it's similar. Like you're peacefully taking a shower and then suddenly just impalement and you have superpowers and you become the demon of the sea or something. No. Eliza, no. I can just imagine screaming in pain and the doorbells. I can't even. And the doorbell's just flashing strobe lights at me. I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm back now. The mental, the mental image is just too much. Oh my god. Shut up. That's exactly what they look like, but like taller. Not even shitting you. That's exactly what they look like in the movie, but taller and black. It's fantastic. Please watch the movie. It's beyond ridiculous, but it's so good and it makes me cry. I just watched it again the other day. People that work in ERC in that movie going, "Well, there goes the neighborhood." I mean, if I hate to say that's not the worst or biggest thing I've ever seen up an ass. But the scene is amazing. The alarm clock had a vibrator attached so the dead could feel it. The fucking image of Eliza screaming in pain, blind, and the alarm is just lights flashing violently on this wet, naked person with a fucking chair leg in their ass. It's too much. It's too funny. I'm sorry. Oh man. I wish I could project my imagination at you. It's a nightmare in there. The image of it. I have a couple links that you guys gave us before the break I would like to watch with you. There are some funny things. There are some alarming things. Oh my god. Wait, Coven, which maybe, but do tell again. Does it have a happy ending? Or does it end in Bigot wins? Because I don't want to proliferate those stories. Those are bad. Fuck that shit. What the fuck? Being labeled as a gifted kid versus what I turned out to be. Veterinarians treat exotic bird, realize it's just a seagull covered in curry. Shut up. The one that tried to tear your tit off your body? Yes, I haven't stopped reveling in that story. This is a call out, and it hurts me inside. Why am I being attacked? Who did this? Curry's delicious. That was cool. That bird was beautiful. Bird feng shui, literally. Oh, is it a blue tit? It's a Eurasian blue tit. Oh, they're really pretty. Hold on. I'm going to Google. Thank you, Seos. Oh, cute. Excuse me. Wow, they look super similar, actually. Look at this. I don't think they're sexually dimorphic, at least not like visibly on first glance by any means. It says that's a female and male. I mean, they might have... Ooh, a yellow chest? But they might both. I don't know. I don't know. They look very similar. Except that one. That one's been harmed by violence. A blue tit versus a great tit? Wow, those look similar. Yeah, I don't know. They look very, very similar. If that's truly a male and a female, man, I don't know. That's a rough one. They're cute, though. I like them. Yeah, right? That's so many babies. No, thank you. That's too many babies. It smells like Fruit Loops. Oh, that's precious. I had some weed recently that smelled just like Fruit Loops. Or like Fruity Pebbles. Man, so strong. If you have Ghost, you have everything. It's true. The chat who tried to snatch my breast for him. I saw him at QT yesterday. Stop. Dude put his things back and walked out. Okay, hold on. I have to give like cliff notes. So for those of you who don't know, just cliff notes of the story. So Coven of Laura was minding their own business, and a human being came up behind them, grabbed their shoulder or arm, turned them around, reached inside their dress, and attempted to tear their breast off their body. A strange human. Coven of Laura, being the superhero they are, socked him in the face, floored him, and left. As is the appropriate response, in my opinion, if someone tries to reach down your dress and touch your private parts in any way, shape, or form, let alone try to rip them off your body. What the fucking hell? What the fucking shit hell? And so this is our continuation. This is what Coven said. The chat who tried to snatch my breast for him, I saw him at QT yesterday. Dude put his things back and walked out.
Hail Satan. Whoa. You know what? Sometimes Satan takes a turn. Satan takes a turn for the worst, and I don't know what happened. Hail Satan. Sick. Anyways, hail Satan.
Right? It's like, it's a really weird feeling. I want to say, like, I've never, like, it's not something out of the realm of what I would believe. And that's what I'm mostly like, what the fuck is our world at this point? What in the living fuck? They're Katie hair blue. Oh my god, they kind of are. If only my skin was a tad more yellow, I would be a blue tit. I do have quite sallow skin. The lighting in here does flattering things. I kind of look like I have jaundice. Honestly, is this my spirit bird? It's possible. Maybe. I had several of those flying in my parents' apartments getting trapped. Oh, are they itty bitty? They look like they're super small. Like the little birds. Like a very gentle two-hand kind of situation. What about hailing Stan? Satan's lesser known brother. I hail Stan, Santa, Satin, snails. Hail whatever you want. Hail what makes you happy. Hail,
Yourself.
that's most important. Those people should not be doing. They should not be doing that. They need support, consequences, and education therapy coaching. It's just it's in it. Yeah, that's yep. I have meaner words. That was a nice way to say it. Do you like my bird? One hand, they're very small, cute. I like them. They're precious. They have a lot of babies, so Jesus. Do they kill smaller birds? Holy shit, that is metal. Dude, I watched have you guys seen Zafrank's new video on parasitic birds? I knew about certain birds that will lay their egg in a different bird's nest, and then the baby's usually born first and either kills the actual babies or is just raised with them. I knew about them, but wow, he goes into some detail that's beautiful. We need to take a break, and I desperately need to pee, but I would love to watch it with y'all if you'd like to watch. It's crazy. Zafrank's amazing. If you've never seen Zafrank videos, you're really missing out. They're hilarious, but very educational. And the parasitic bird one is kind of something. It fucks me up. It's fucked. It's fucked up. Like it. Instinct becomes dark. I don't know how else to put that. I was about to make a joke about either blue tit or great tit, but I realized it was a little risque. Oh, bitch. That just makes me think of this one time I saw some shibari where they tied up the boobs so tight that they looked like weird blue pimples on the person's chest. Now that's all I think of if I think of blue tit. Mandrakan, thank you so much for gifting us up to Bina. Quabina, you know what's up. Consensuality, love, respect, awesome emotes. Don't forget to wash your hands. Thank you for being awesome. This chat is the tits. I agree. This community is the tits. It's my favorite place to be. That's the comparison. Oh, no shit. Okay, hold on. Cute. Oh my god, they're so tiny. How is there a bird smaller than... I mean, obviously there is, but look at that. Compared to fingies. Look at that little baby. So pretty, though. That's a gorgeous shot. I love that you can see like all the striations and the feathers. Look at that itty bitty baby. Cute. Herbs are awesome. I respect them from afar. I know. Same. I think I felt a beat attempt, but it just got crusty dust came out. Oh yeah, he piss. I know. I really can't I mean, you can't really tell the difference. I mean, that's the different species. Sorry. Between the female and the male though, they look... It must be beneficial to not look different. Like, you know, to stand out differently might get them destroyed or something like that. But that color is beautiful. It is kind of the color of my hair, ironically. They're gorgeous. It's so tiny. That's an amazing, he's so beady. I really like animals. I'm sorry. Speaking of birds and fucked up metal stuff, blue jays will find other birds' nests, throw all the eggs on the ground, break them, and lay their own in the egg's nest. I think he talks about that in this parasitic thing. Have you seen it? Oh my god. Let's take a break and I want to show it to you guys. Because what I'm getting is that none of you know anything of what I'm talking about when I say Zafrank. No one has any idea, which means I need to introduce you to Zafrank. Zafrank is how I learned about the explosive corkscrew cocks of ducks that fall off every year and grow back every spring, bigger or smaller in relation to how many other males are in the area. The owl, right? Sad Cat Diary. Hello, Zafrank. Thank you. But for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm about to enlighten you. Break first though. I gotta pee. I need to get some water too. I need to refill my water. But we'll be back in a few minutos. Every couple of hours, I take a break, stand up, and stretch my legs, and I hope you do the same. It's important for circulation to have water and stretching and all the good things. I'll be back in a few minutes, taking my dogs out. If you could just say a little, pray for poo. I would like my dogs to take a shit because their farts are so bad. Yeah. Pee after sex. I'll be back. I have to put my mic up close. Hold up. Eliza sent me a video. Hi Omega, how are you, love? Eliza asked for a handicap room because she is blind, clinically blind, and they put her in a deaf room. And this is the alarm clock for the deaf room that they left her in for a minute. I guess they moved her eventually, but this is just hilarious. You gotta hear it. Hold on. Like, it's literally like, it looks like a Google Home that's plugged into a wall. And she said they had to unplug it because it just never stopped going off. Like apparently you just need to know what's going on all the time with that if you're deaf, I guess. I know. I said, what did I say? I said it looks like a sex toy that would be prescribed in the 1940s to like hysterical women. That's what it reminded me of. Like, it's just what? It was going for like 2 hours after stopping alarm and snooze. Nothing stopped it. Eliza, you know what it wanted. You just weren't willing to give it up. Let's cheers. That's funny shit. I've seen those. Those are the things where you donate, it vibrates. That's what I would think it was. Where's my bowl? I need a repack. I'm sorry. I'm choosing with you, Ty. Give me 1 sec. I'm sorry. So on the way to Bermuda, Eliza was in the deaf room, and on their way back, she got the room for blind people. So on the way there, nothing. Thank fuck you were with people. Fuck, I gotta grind up some weed. I didn't grind up enough. I'm the worst. It's fine. That's wonderful. The buzzer has probably seen more pussy than this whole chat combined. Ew. Oh, no shit. It wasn't a room for blind people, just one closer to the elevator instead of on the opposite side of the ship. Oh, sick. So you can feel your way there faster. I resemble that remark. I can't cry my weed. That's funny shit. Jesus Christ. I don't even think sanitizing that would make me feel comfortable. No, I'd have to boil it. And that's me saying this that as in chat gets pussy, but that buzzer ain't no way I'd be shining my black light on it. Yeah, let's watch Carl. That was the other video. That was the one left, I think, is Carlin. Thank you for reminding me. Eliza. I'm so upset right now, emotionally. Okay. We have a short 4-minute Carlin, you know, it's just Carlin dropping some fucking knowledge, really. Like, how else do I put it? It's Carlin dropping. Carlin grew up watching a lot of comedy, but Carlin was one that my parents really liked, and we watched a lot of George Carlin for some reason. He was something like a household staple. I've seen like almost every single thing he's done on one form or another. Even his really, really old shit. My mom had like some recordings of his SNL stuff, like before I was born, like before SNL, actually. The stuff where he was like in a suit, really young, singing and stuff. I can't remember what that show was. But man, he was so like, you can't even say he was before his time because he's still before where we are today. Like, he's still beyond where we are today. Like, we haven't reached where Carlin was before he died. He really was, I don't know, something unique. He was just fucking, yeah. Yeah, Carlin was just fantastic. I remember watching his comedy special on HBO when I was younger, and that sparked my awareness of how politics and religion work. Very much so. One of the first specials I remember vividly remembering was his suicide one. You remember that one? Where he talks about wanting to kill himself, but that it's such a pain in the ass he never does it. Because, like, just life gets in the way. He's like, I gotta go get rope, but I don't have really time to go after work, so maybe I'll do it on Friday. But then, like, I think that leads to the scab, and so he doesn't kill himself because there's a scab on his head that he can't wait to harvest. It's just not ready to harvest yet. It's just like he just has a way of talking about stuff that really do make you very uncomfortable, but at the end of it, you don't feel uncomfortable. You somehow feel like you went there with him and you don't feel bad about it. Like, you're like, oh, wow, I see. Like, even if you don't agree with him, you maybe see a different angle. He has a way of doing that with words. It's just fantastic. I know you're all about nihilism here, and I also do recognize that on the grand scale of things, yeah, sure, nothing we do really matter, but also we don't exist on a grand cosmic scale. It all just seems a little, how to put, dumb smart. It is. It's like you have to have a balance between, like, enjoying life and not giving up, but also realizing that, we just kind of turn into shit at the end of the day. His bit about the big club was great. One of my favorites. Oh, yeah. That was one of his older ones, wasn't it? It was the drug trip he had, I think. Some people just can get an outlook on life. Did you watch the documentary on him? Is it just called Carlin? Or is it just called George Carlin or whatever? It's like not a biopic. It's a documentary about his life. And they talk about that in it. Apparently there were a lot of interviews that I hadn't seen just because they came out before the YouTube era even really existed. And, yeah, the two-parter, it's really good, right? There was a part in it where they showed clips of his interviews talking about, like, his comedy was kind of, in his eyes, and I guess some people saw it too, was kind of failing. Like, he wasn't really doing well in his eyes. He wasn't being successful in his own mind, and his marriage was failing and something else. He was kind of an alcoholic, and he kind of had some emotional issues from childhood trauma and stuff like that. And he ended up going and doing some psychedelics. I can't remember what he did, if it was LSD or shrooms or whatever. But the trip he took, like, helped him forgive everything and everyone, and helped him kind of be a nihilist, for lack of a better word, kind of just like I'm gonna write like all my family's dead kind of thing. Like, write like my family won't read it kind of methodology, which was something to be seen. I mean, there's not a lot of comedians willing to do that. Like, there's a lot of raunchy comedians out there. There's a lot of comedians that say shit that they would never say at the dinner table with their grandma and grandpa. But, man, did you just fart again? Bill. She, like, glances at me like, I know I did it, and I know it's horrible, and I'm sorry. Her farts are so bad. Oh my fucking God, Billith. I cannot wait for you to shit. Sick. They're so bad. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Holy. Yeah, that's right. Oh, Baba. Man. I haven't played it since it was like, sorry, I have to see where Lil went, if she needs to shit or not. Can you go potty? I think Bill's got a shit. She just had a massive fart. I'm sorry, I'm on shit fart duty today. I know I feel like we just took a break. I apologize. It's just the day we're having, but I think she just ran towards the door and needs to shit. I will be, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play Zafrank's duck video while I have the door open. I'll have my speaker on so I know where it's going while I'm just letting Lilith out to shit. Spirals and spinning in one spot, and if you don't know, my dog's been sick with nasty, horrible, wet slappy shits, and they were finally kind of solid. Like, it was not very much poop, but it was solid, and I'm just so happy. So sorry, I'm really excited about shit today. Welcome to it. What did you think? Their dicks fall off. I know. And so now all I can think is every time I see a cute duck pond, the pond scum is cock. Like, where else are the dicks falling off? In the fall, where ducks rest on their way south. The fucking duck ponds. So next time you step in duck scum, think to yourself, cock. So much. And then it can grow back bigger or smaller depending on how many males are in the area. So what I would imagine girls would want to hang out in very male, not heavy areas. So they can get in, because they're just barbed, rapey, necrophilic ducks. Like, what the fuck? I can't even. It's amazing. Yes, not firm. It's not a hard. It was firm. Yeah, exactly. It was like a sluggy poo. Because basically what I did is I did, for the 2 days, I did the rice, the pumpkin, and the boiled chicken. No spices or anything. And then when that was over, I've been incorporating pumpkin, just the raw, pure pumpkin, pureed pumpkin, into their kibble, just to work kibble back into their diet. But with the amount of the horrible she was going through, like, I'm sure she was empty. She was probably feeling very thin. It was crazy though. I was telling Zach, like, the morning, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, when I was up at like 3 a.m. with her belly felt like it was on fire. Like, I just would put my hand on her stomach and you would hear like the urgle gurgles and it felt hot. And by yesterday morning, it wasn't hot anymore. Like, her whole body felt like the same equalized temperature. It wasn't like raging hot on her belly anymore. So definitely something was going on. Something. But it's over. She's got so much more energy. She's chewing on a pizzle stick right now. Enjoying herself. She's got more energy because she slept. Thank fuck. Why you look at us when you say that? Which part? The cocks? Oh, because swimmer's itch is prevalent, and I'm pretty sure it comes with duck cock. That's my new band name. Which one? Which part? Barbed hot dog? I know. It was so sad. It's so sad because she'd like go out, have that horrible, horrible poop that was like barely even a poop. It was like peeing out her butt. And then she'd come in and sit on the couch and like shiver because her tummy was aching. And I learned with my baby pugs, when my pugs were little, that dogs like it's like a wolf instinct from, ages ago, obviously. But when they're in pain, they usually don't cry because that would attract a predator. They'll just sit in silence and they shiver, and that means they're in pain. And I would just watch that, and I was like, I want to make it better. It makes me, but nothing. It was so weird. Like, nothing was wrong with Trick ever. Trick is still perfectly fine. So I'm still just boggled as to what the fuck happened. What did she get into? My brain, I still can't figure it out. Barbed hot dog necrophilic dogs. I love that. That sounds more like an album name. Or maybe like you could split it. Like, barbed hot dog is the band name. Necrophilic dog is like your first album, like your opening album or whatever. Ice cold cock. Yum. Yeah, ducks are crazy. That video is so old. That video has been out for so many years I can't even. I remember showing it to people when I worked at Lowe's. I was like, you guys want to know about fucking duck cocks? Because even before the internet, I was like this, unfortunately. Death polka music. Shut up. Like the shit. Oh my god, what is that band? There's like I think it's a Ukrainian band that's like kind of like punk polka, kind of like I have no idea. It's polka-esque, but it sounds cool. It's like got some rock in it. I have no idea what you would describe it as, but it's decent. I can imagine that. My mother and I have deemed that type of poo as LPS, liquid projectile. Oh, that's exactly what it was. It was loud. That was the worst. I mean, the day it was like really bad. We were both, she woke me up at 3 a.m. like pacing around my bedroom. She's such a good dog. Not once did she have an accident inside. She peed inside one time, like out of panicking, because she was panicking because we were asleep and it was 3 a.m. But not once did she shit inside. She was such a good girl. But she was like pacing around the room. I woke up and was like, what the fuck? And I take her outside. And that time of the morning, I'm sure you've all been up for some reason or other at that time of the day, when it's like that glow in the sky because the sun's going to rise in the next couple hours. So it's kind of dark, but kind of not. And it's just creepy quiet. Like anything could echo down the neighborhood forever. And she ran into the yard and starts the wet slappies. And it's just like comical. It's like something you would hear in a movie when someone is taking a violent shit in a toilet. It sounded like human butt cheeks. And it was her. And it was echoing so loud in this quiet space and time in the morning, night, whatever the fuck you would call it. And I was like laugh crying. I was so exhausted, but laughing and crying tears of just like, this is great. This is great. But she was miserable, so I was stressed out. It was weird. I'm just glad she's doing better. Now she's just laying there with her treat. My mother, anxiety. Yeah, anxiety out of nowhere. That's the worst ever. I'm so sorry, honey. Maybe get some fresh air and walk outside barefoot. All the pet drama, seriously, though. My lord. All over poops. That's the review of the album. It sounded like human butt cheeks. Can your first hit song be Wet Slappy Farts or Wet Slappy Shits or just Wet Slappy? Someone commented like, "Oh, we had a doodle one time that got the Wet Slappy Shits." They commented on my Twitter feed that, and I lost my shit. I literally cried myself stupid laughing at it, and I can't. It was so. That's exactly what it was. I had no better way to describe it other than wet and slappy. It was so human sounding. My poor girl. I just hope she's feeling better. Randomly generating anxiety. Man, all anxiety can go fuck itself in a not fun way, but the random shit can really suck a dick. That is just, I'm so sorry. So much empathy for that. It's the worst. Yeah, but like I said, trick, nothing. And they have the exact same diet. And I'm kind of neurotic about my floors, so there's nothing on the floor ever. I clean them psychotically. So I can't really, unless she like ate something weird in my yard, which would just be a plant. I have no idea what would cause this, and nothing to him at all. But I put him on the pumpkin and rice diet anyways, just to clean them both out. I was like, whatever, just in case it's coming, like I'd rather be on top of it. Wet slappies. I'm trying to hit the bong, but keep crying. I know, the wet, right? I'm saying, when I read it, I almost started crying. It was so fucking funny. The wet slap. That's what it was. What, the wet slappies. I don't trust any of the lawn earth near me. Apartment living sucks. I've been visiting the balcony for some sun air though. That's understandable, to be honest. You never know what's in the grass. That sucks. I do it a lot, but I'm kind of lucky. We live on like a corner, and one of my neighbors on this corner, they actually work at a garden center, and they're like hippies that grow pot in their backyard, and they're all natural, so they don't do any pesticides. And then the house over here is a halfway house. It's not a halfway house, it's like a dry house for people that are coming out of AA or something like that and want to be in an environment that's dry. But they have to take really good care of the property, and there's no pesticides either. So my yard is like safe, which is nice. That is one pro. F anxiety, yeah. Sound anxiety, that's what I'm saying. Dry, with a toothpick that is splintery. So many periods of my life that could be described as the wet and slappy years. For real, though. Wet and slappy, though. Someone needs to take it and use it responsibly. That is so good. It really does. Like, have you ever just kind of felt wet and slappy? It's like the golden years, but the wet and slappy years. Or the golden girls. What about the wet and slappy girls? No, let's not. I don't want to do that anymore. Cheers. I'm going to hit it too. That hurts me in my belly to think about that one. No. I didn't want to deafen anybody. Did I deafen you? I hope not. I turned it down. I hope that wasn't too loud. I just needed background beat. Cheers. How's the new job, man? I don't know. It's fucking wet and slappy, dude. I'm sorry, what? Cheers, Viata. I can't. Okay. Girl, I'm wet and slappy. What's up? We getting fucking slappy tonight. Bro, oh, absolutely. Broken glass. Well, I was thinking like broken glass, trash, pesticides, poop, needles. Oh, yeah. I mean, until this place, I lived in apartments for a very long time, and the questionable yard contents were questionable for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't Billy Idol do that one? It's a nice day to fart again. It's a nice day for a wet and slappy. Oh my fucking god. If someone hasn't done that, stop it. Someone here needs to take it. I'm not clever enough, nor will I remember because of ADHD. On the topic of delicious things like sloppy shits, You know, I have a picture of one of the shits on my phone. I can use it against you. I'm doing my food shopping online right now. What do people in this community like as their go-to easy and nutritious foods for when they're ill, mostly horizontal, and can throw stuff together? Soup. Toast. I do a lot of like peanut butter and honey on toast. And soup. It's literally like open can, dump in bowl, or dump in pan, heat up on stove. Easy. And hard to fuck up when you're sick and loopy. And usually like soup, like most clear soups are really, really high in salt and stuff that's really good for you when you're kind of feeling ill. It's a nice day for a brown wedding. Missed opportunities is what I'm saying. Crackers. Crackers are big. I'm a big fan of a Ritz cracker and a jar of peanut butter. Do I need a knife? No. But it's useful. Yeah. Peanut butter in your country isn't that great though. Maybe not that. Fucking digestives, girl. That's something I can't find here ever. Digestives with the chocolate. Yum, easy, delicious, nutritious, shockingly filling. The big wheat thins with some hummus and pre-sliced pepperoni. Oh yeah, I used to do that a lot with Pendragon Sins. Scoop the hummus with a cracker and slap a slice of roni on top. I used to do that with like cheese. I would like slice cheese and then cut it into the perfect squares and do like a square of cheese and a piece of pepperoni on each like Triscuit or cracker or wheat thin, whatever carb vehicle you prefer to get it into the mouth. It's like little tiny open face sandwiches, and you can rearrange each one. Like you could literally make a tiny little like sandwich bar on your bed of like a little stack of pepperonis, a little stack of cheeses, a little bit of hummus, some pickle, and some crackers, and each cracker can be different. Every bite's an adventure, is what I'm saying. But it's stupid easy. Yeah. Whatever you like. I mean, I've taken Triscuits and made little peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Hails to the yes. The wet slappy ears, the Gigi Allen story. I don't know why, but I just think of roast beef. It has to do with something with Arby's. Does Arby's have like a slogan? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen an Arby's ad or anything in my life. I just think of roast beef. Like wet, strangely gooey roast beef. We have the meats. Is that seriously their slogan? We have the meats with an S? That's hilarious. I mean, how can you make it weirder? It's already weird. Just kidding. We can't even touch it. It's already weird. He was the smart one. He wore his brown pants today. Fuck, I love that movie so much. Don't graham crackers count as a digestive? I don't know. They taste different, but I don't know if they are. Did you know that graham crackers were invented to keep you from masturbating? I listened to a podcast recently all about graham crackers, and they were invented by a kind of religious dude who was trying to keep young men's hands off their penises. So he was like, every time you feel like touching yourself, eat a graham cracker. And then he went to Boston and tried to push it, but apparently there were a lot of like local meat companies and dairy companies that he was like talking trash on. He was like, you should be a vegetarian and live off graham crackers and never touch your penis. And the meat companies and cheese companies were like, fuck this Graham dude. And they chased him out of town. He died a failure. And then years later, the people of Boston created Nabisco, like the national cracker corporation or whatever. And they created a cracker shockingly similar to this strange cracker made by this man named Mr. Graham that was supposed to promote anti-masturbation. And they called it the graham cracker, and no one blinked a fucking eye. Apparently they made it sweeter. I don't fucking know. Crazy, though. Graham crackers. What? And now it's like a s'more. S'mores are delicious, by the way. If you're not from America and you haven't treated yourself. Delish. Treat yourself and stick a Reese's peanut butter cup on there. You might need extra graham crackers to keep from touching yourself is all I'm saying. You're welcome. Soup and garlic bread. Yeah, get like, I don't know if you guys have that, but in our country you can get like a loaf of garlic bread that has all the garlic and everything. It's already pre-sliced and you just like put it in the oven. You could get that and just like portion it, like, you know, put your portion in the oven, probably take like 5 minutes. Is an elf ear. It kind of looks like one when I'm just sitting there like that, doesn't it? What is that? What is that symbol supposed to be? I don't even know. The Secret Lab symbol? Is it the edge of a triangle? It's like the edge of a pyramid, I guess. I don't fucking know. Great chairs, though. If you click the link below my channel, you can get like 5% off your chairs. If you want one of these, just FYI. Mine's falling apart. I might have to do it soon. Who knows? Cornflakes were done by the Kellogg dude. He went even further. Graham was nowhere near as successful. Kellogg did the Kellogg cornflakes, like the yeasty flakes or whatever. That I think they were just, he was all about like cleansing the body and living off air and water and like living in a spa though, right? His was way further. This Graham dude basically was like a traveling evangelic guy. He would like travel to cities, set up a tent, invite housewives, and be like, so if you walk in on your sons jerking off, offer them a graham cracker, and then tie their hands behind their back. Like he had a lot of very strange methods of keeping people from masturbating, but he was really just trying to get famous for something. Like he didn't start out having like an obsession with masturbation. He just like saw a market for it, basically. Like because the Christian people thought it was spilling your seed or what the fuck ever. Eat meat, jerk off. Hey-o! I'm saying. They're good, but I'm not going to not masturbate, right? I'm saying the same. Like, after I've had a cinnamon sugar graham cracker, like, sounds like a nice time to rub one out. Remember the Special K diet where you only ate Special K? Can't believe so many fell. Wait, there was a Special K diet? Like the cereal? No? Was that a thing? That might have been when I was in college and I blacked out to the world. S'mores flavored Pop-Tarts are so fucking good. So fucking good. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So fucking good. Bland food is boring, and people often wank when bored. I agree. Also, they compulsively eat boring food because you never get satisfied because it's so fucking boring, right? Why are they spelled like Graham but said like Graham? Because in America, we just decided aluminum, remember? America. Like, literally the people who put aluminium on the fucking periodic table and discovered it and organized it were like, here's aluminium. And America was like, that's a lot of syllables. Think we'll go with aluminum. And then just did it. Like, I'm on your side. It's fucking aluminium. What the fuck? Nothing makes sense. None of it. It's so stupid. Pop-Tarts aren't great, but the s'mores one's fantastic when you're high and hungry. I'm not very picky. I don't eat very often, so when I eat, it doesn't take a lot to please me, is what I'm saying. I'm not a fan of a raw marshmallow. I am one of those people who gets it borderline burnt. Like if you roast your marshmallow over fire, the point of the s'more is you roast the marshmallow, get it hot and crispy, and then you put a piece of Hershey's chocolate, classically or whatever. Put a fucking buttercup on there if you want to rock your own world. And then you put the marshmallow and you put the graham cracker on top of the marshmallow and like get it off the stick by squeezing the sandwich together, and the hot marshmallow melts the chocolate. But the marshmallows, all they are is sugar. It's like whipped sugar that it's got a lot of air in it. So when you roast it over the fire and the outside burns, the inside basically becomes hollow. If you've never done this, this is for I know there's a lot of people in other countries where this is not normal. It becomes like hollow, and all the marshmallow melts and becomes like goo in the middle. So when you squish it into the sandwich, all that hot sugar goo comes out and melts the chocolate, and then you just have like this melty, delicious, perfectly created. I'm sick. I grew up camping. I really need to roast a marshmallow now. I'm sorry. I had a moment. How are you today? I'm a charcoal marshmallow, Sally. Seriously. Like, as long as it's not powder. Like, if it burns to the point where there's no gooey in the inside, then it's ruined. But I definitely toast the outside, so it's just like a bomb of hot melted sugar in the middle. It's so good. It's perfect. Viata, I totally would. Do you like s'mores, though, or are you like, absolutely not? Important? Wait, I gotta see. Hold on, I gotta pull it up on my other one. Hold up. For those living in the U.S., Adderall is currently on a nationwide. This is true. This has been going on for a while. Adderall is currently on a nationwide back order. If you take this medication, I'd recommend you talk to your doctor ASAP. There's no release date as to right now as of right now, meaning we don't know when it'll be back in stock. Yes, I read. My doctor actually notified me of this a couple weeks ago. This is very important. If you are prescribed Adderall, please talk to your provider if they haven't mentioned anything, because there are other options you can temporarily be on until the flux of Adderall is back to normal. I don't know why it's fucked up though. Like, does anybody know why the production? Any farm people in chat know? Inuril, how are you, love? S'more. That's why it's called a s'more, because you want some more. Americans simplifying things is that why you measure things like a large boulder the size of a small boulder? I've never heard anyone say that, but I have no idea. The most American thing I've ever heard, but I hear other people in other countries say this as well, is we don't say it's 30 miles away, we say it's 45 minutes away. That's probably the most singularly American thing I've heard about. Like, people will always say, oh, that's this many kilometers. It's this many kilometers, this many miles, this many X amount of whatever away. But in America, it's usually people that you talk to will give you the average time it takes to get somewhere, anywhere, because the miles mean fuck all, usually, with the way the roads and all the everything in America is designed. But I've heard people in the UK do that a lot too. So I don't know if that's singularly to us. I've noticed that a lot, especially on the West Coast. I mean, the West Coast, like, if you say miles, people will be like, where are you from? Like, how long will it take me? Oh, Mandra can just gifted a sub to S'more. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to S'more. We all need S'more. S'more, be consensual. You consensual, sticky, magical wonder of magic. You could do it on a gas stove. Yep, I've seen people do that. I'd be worried about a fire. I'm too reckless. You get extra points if it's all dark golden brown. Dude, my mom is the master. I'm not even shitting you. Like, we used to camp a lot as kids. And my mom will sit there with a marshmallow on the end of her stick for 15 minutes. So far away from the fire, but she'll be slowly turning it, and it will be uniform, like amber. It's the most perfect. It's just, to me, I want the s'more now. Like, it's not worth it. I'm okay with, I like the kind of burnt, melty, orgasmic bomb in my mouth of melted sugar. But my mom does that. She's like known for it, and she gets pissed if you fuck your marshmallow up in front of her. She's like, "Why did you do that? It's ruined." I'm like, "No, who are you?" Forever, until it's like the color of one of those golden pit bulls, like that amber golden color. It's uniform. I mean, it looks unreal. I don't have the patience. The manufacturer of Adderall is blaming a labor shortage, of fucking course. Oh, so they don't want to pay their employees, or they're not providing safe environment, basically. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm about to put a pizza in the oven. Oh, bitch, get it. What kind? Hell yes. The UK still measures people in stones. They can't shit on us completely. The UK, I mean, honestly, the more I've visited the UK and the more I, like, talk to my friends who have lifelong lived in the UK, we are so similar. It's like, same shit, different day. Like, the problems between the UK and America, they almost mirror each other. It's like a different flavor of shit. It's like wet, slappy farts versus, like, dry, pebbly farts. Like, neither are pleasant nor healthy. You know what I mean? We relate a lot. My marshmallow, my rules. Word. Amen to that. I'm going to use that next time. So, no s'mores because I dislike chocolate as well. I dislike chocolate more than I dislike marshmallows. That's nuts. What kind of sweets do you like? Sweets in general, Biana? Like, is there a sweet you like? I'm just curious. I'm a chocolate fiend, so I can't even imagine. Like, chocolate is when I'm having a bad day, a good day. I don't know. I celebrate. I mourn chocolate. Bonus points of that golden brown portion of the marshmallow is kind of bubbly. She does it. And it's melted on the inside. It's not a raw marshmallow. Like, my mom's a psycho. Do you guys make twist bread when you're camping? That was always fireside kid food we would make. Twist bread? What is that? No, we didn't make twist bread. What is twist bread? I stick my marshmallow into the flames. I let it get on fire, and then I pull it out of the flames, and I just rotate it while it burns itself to death, and then I blow it out, and so it's just like a bomb of melted sugar. Sally's on my side. There's someone who does what I do. It's delicious. I don't want a raw marshmallow. There's not a million, but there's a lot of different ADHD medications. Adderall is one specific that's can be time released, can be not time released. They're all like I was on one called Concerta at one time. But there's a lot. There's a lot of different ADHD medications. I think Adderall has been around the longest, therefore most insurance companies cover it mostly. Whereas when you get into the more obscure brands or generics, sometimes insurance companies will be like, "We never heard of it," because they don't get a reimbursement as much as they do from like Adderall, whatever. I think. I don't know. I didn't want to work in that, so I didn't go too far. Hi, Zan. How are you, love? I'm weird in that I don't actually love putting the flame to the marshmallow. I put it in the microwave for like 7 seconds. That's not weird. Marshmallows are there to enjoy if you can enjoy them however you wish. Just be safe. Do you ever like fucking hurt your hand though? Twist bread is when, while playing the game Twister, you with bread. So everyone has a piece of bread and it's kind of like a maypole, but with a twister. Wait, does it get on the ground though? Thank you, cake. If it comes out looking like a marshmallow, you did it wrong. Skittles, Starburst, Sour Patch, Jolly Ranchers, that type of thing. So like sour, sweet stuff. I like those too. I totally get that. I just have a terrible sweet tooth. I'm like a hummingbird. I could live off candy if someone would let me, but I know it's terrible for my teeth, so I don't. Sour stuff, man. Ugh, sour stuff is like, I don't even know if I like it or if my mouth gets addicted. Like Sour Patch Kids or any like little like sour gummies. You know how they have all types now. They have sour worms, octopus, whatever. I can't stop eating them. Like my mouth, it does that weird like pinchy, puckering, mouth-watery thing. And then I just got to keep going. And when the bag's empty, like it's almost like I feel defeated. I'm like, oh no. Why have all the gummies gone? My mouth gets addicted to that feeling. It's really weird, but I fucking love it. Yeah, Sour Patch, watermelons, any of them. Sour anything. If it's got sour on it, like I'm fucking down. It's bad. I had a med change and my doctor doesn't want to block so much of my dopamine. That's good. Twist bread is when you make bread by twisting a sausage of bread dough around a stick and bake it over an open fire. No. And then you'd fill the hole in the middle with jam. Oh my God, no, but that sounds so good. Why didn't we I have to call my mother. Hold on. Yes, mother. Why were you terrible at this? I'm just kidding. I'm gonna have to do that now. I'm gonna have to look up twist bread. That sounds so much fun. No, I'm trying to think what we did for food. We usually went fishing and like had to eat our catch. Like we would fish and then I think my parents would bring like a cooler of like hot dogs and hamburgers in case we didn't get anything and we would somehow cook that on the fire. I think we had one of those handheld like pinch grills. I don't know what you call those. You can like open them like a butterfly and you put your hamburgers and then you close it and it latches closed. So you can just stick it on a fire and pick it up with gloves and like spin it. It's like a handheld rotisserie or something. I don't fucking know what do you call that. I don't know what you call that, but I think we had one of those and we used it. All I remember is we had to percolate coffee and it had grounds in it. It was weird, but I drank it anyways. And then I soothe it with peanut butter cups. Dude, you know what I used to do when I was in college? I had a Costco membership simply just to get Hot Pockets and Diet Coke because I was addicted and poor and in college. And I would also get the Costco like family size bag of Tim's Cascade jalapeno chips. They're like kettle cooked chips that are jalapeno spicy, but they're like legit very, very spicy. And I would sit there and I would eat them until I was crying and like chug Diet Coke, just like soothe the burn, but then I would keep going. Like I was addicted to like that weird back and forth of it. But like the carbonation kind of made it worse at the same time. Some of us are broken and it's okay. It's okay. There's a word for it. Where you're like broken but like mended or more, I don't know fucking know. Yeah, I get that. Werthers are so good. I'm a sucker for sucky candies, as I called them as a child and still call them hard candies. I'm really bad at chewing them, which I try not to do because it's really bad for your teeth. But like I suck on them for a while, and then once they get to this perfect size where I can like wedge it between my molars, I just like must destroy. The urge is so bad. A grill basket, is that what it's called? Yeah, something like that. It was great. Low-tech forming grill. Kind of like that. Yeah. See, when you get the tar on the marshmallow, it gets a bitter taste to me and ruins it. Oh, I like bitter. Do you like coffee? Or like other things in general what's another thing that's bitter? Mustard, I think bitter fans tend to like mustard because I know people that don't like coffee and don't like dark chocolate tend to fucking hate mustard and they put ketchup on hot dogs. Enemy of the channel. But I think that's a taste. I think that's like a thing. Like there's something about them. That thing, grill basket. I guess you just call it a grill basket. We had one similar, but it looked terrible. It was like black wrought iron. I love mustard too. I love like there's no flavor I'm against really. I don't like textures that are strange. Like if I order a sandwich from a place, like if I'm going to take out and I order a sandwich or a burger and the bread is like so soggy and wet from something on the burger that it's like creamy mushy, like you can just pull pieces off and it's like gooey. I literally can't eat it. Like it has destroyed the meal for me. It's so just thinking about it's making my mouth sweat like I'm gonna fucking puke. Shit like that. Things that shouldn't be awkwardly soft and mushy being awkwardly soft and mushy or mysteriously sticky. No. But flavors, like I love me some weird flavors. I don't think there's a flavor I'm really like not into. The carbonation aerated the capsaicin, making it spicier. That's probably what it was, honestly. Terrible. Terrible. Our parents were like, if you don't get a kill, you don't eat. I mean, well, we had the option of eating one another because there were a lot of kids, and my parents really only wanted to keep the blue-eyed ones anyways. So, lucky for us, we all had blue eyes, right? I have to doctor my coffee, but I do love mustard. Okay, maybe not mustard, but you don't like bitter coffee. I was just curious because I've read. I remember way back in college, I had to take a couple genetics classes. I'm not good at them. It was a lot of math. But one thing I remember is that the taste trait for like liking cilantro or not liking bitter or liking bitter is a genetic thing. Like it's something that's in our genes that makes us enjoy bitter versus not. Like there's actual cultures. I just remember Italy as being one that stood out. That like instead of ending a meal with something sweet, they oftentimes end the meal with bitter things. Like that's where ending your meal with a cup of coffee started and bitter chocolate or something like that. Because genetically speaking, they tend to have the gene that likes bitter, whatever that is, which I thought was kind of interesting. I like bitter. I'm not Italian, but I like bitter. Who knows? In a good way, David? If you have ghost, you have everything. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? I usually have a dog with mustard only and a dog with both ketchup and mustard. I've done ketchup and mustard or just mustard, but just ketchup, like that is an awkwardly wet taco. You know what, Pendragon, we all make mistakes. First time I had a real doctor in years, but I haven't seen an actual doc since things got real ugly for a while after an obvious new diagnosis. Was it okay though? How was your visit? Originally, chocolate was spicy. I love what is marketed in America as Mexican chocolate or chocolate that often has like some chili spice in it and cinnamon. That is my favorite. Like if I make hot cocoa, I put a little cinnamon and chili pepper in it, just a little. It's like the barest pinch just to get like the snip. It's basically you smell it, you don't really taste it, but holy fuck, does it make chocolate taste good? I'll take it any fucking day. It's so fucking good. I miss George Michael every day of my life. All the time. What a treasure to have lost. Rest in peace, wherever you are. Down below, whatever there is. Secretly Italian. I can't think. There's got to be other cultures that enjoy bitter. I just can't think of another one. I'm not though. I did my ancestry.com. There's no Italy. At least in ancestry terms. I don't know. Maybe I got a strange ass gene. Cheers. I made an old lady laugh so hard at work last night that she had to run to the bathroom before checking in. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That's when you know you win. That's when you know it was real. That's when you accidentally make a mother almost pee. You know it was real. Congratulations. Cheers to that. Horchata is incredible. Oh my god. I'd never had horchata before I moved to Colorado. Life altering. Shit is delicious. I will also bare knuckle. I enjoy this idea of Hansel and Gretel crossed with battle royale camping adventures. It was similar. Dude, I literally have a picture on my computer, actually, of my mom and my sister and I posing in front of a tent because we were camping, and my mom let us bring our house cat. Like, I'm just standing by the tent holding my Siamese cat in the middle of the forest. It I have no words for the childhood that was there, but it was strange. Maybe that was my defense. Like, you can't eat me, I have the cat. Are the DNA tests only 50/50 accuracy? So, the way that it's been explained that makes sense to me is that the more samples they have, the more accurate they are, and the farther back they can accurately say, like, what their information is accurate to a certain decimal or whatever. And so if you are white and European, there's a shit ton of samples, and so yours is more likely to be up towards the 70s and 80% correct, versus if you are African and you are a descendant of someone who is part of the like brought over as a slave, stolen or something like that, then chances of being accurate is way slimmer because most of those people have, like, their entire tribes were decimated, you know what I mean? So all the ancestry.com basically says is, like, up to a certain amount of time ago, this is where we can say your ancestors, like, the most of your DNA looks like is people historically from this area. That's all it says. Like, you could be from other areas too. Like, people migrate, they move around all the time. My DNA says I'm mostly Irish, Swedish, and Irish, Swedish, Scottish, and I can't remember the fourth one. But my mom is, because most of my family's dead, she's actually, like, worked on our family tree, and so is someone on my biological dad's side. And so far, we have not found one human being who lived in Sweden or Denmark at all. There's a little bit of French in there, not one person. So it's, like, insanely far back. It's just looking at your genome, really, and, like, saying, like, people from this area at this time of history, DNA looked a lot like yours. That's it. It's just kind of fun. Literally, like, my dad's side, including my dad, are dead. So my sister and I really wanted to do it because both of us look nothing like my mom's side. We're both, like, really tall. We have long, dark brown hair. My mom's side is really short with curly hair. They're all very Irish looking. And they are. My Nana was fresh off the boat Irish, 100%. And so my sister and I were kind of, like, clawing at an identity from that side of anything. They're just all dead, all alcoholism. And it was kind of cool to see, like, oh, maybe that's why I have olive skin and I'm 6 feet tall, as opposed to having that pale, freckly skin of everyone else in my family and being 5'2". That's the only reason. I don't take it too seriously, but it's fun. It's fun to do. She asked if masks were required after seeing me in mine. I said, oh no, they just make me wear one so I don't bite people. Fuck off. That's beautiful. She said, oh, okay. And then a beat later it translated and she busted out laughing and ran for the bathroom. Fuck off. That's beautiful. You know, I was watching Anthony Fauci was on, I think, Stephen Colbert the other night, and he said that they were he of course asked, like, why did Biden say the pandemic was over? Over 4,000 people a day still die from COVID. Like, it's not 100,000, but it's still 4,000 people a day. So I get it. Like, I get it. That's a lot. Oh my God, bees. I'm glad you're okay now. Jesus. Listen up, kids. I know we came into these woods with 5 children, but I'm expecting to leave with 2. Select your weapons. That's beautiful. Arguably, they tried it when they gave us all BB guns for Christmas and we shot Adam's eye out. They just realized our shots are so bad, like, they're just gonna have to pay medical bills. None of us are gonna die. We're too hardy. Lil just fucking unplugged my monitors. Am I still alive? Why? She just slammed her ass into the top of my desk. I am? Okay. I can't see OBS because it's stuck on the monitor that's off. I love having dogs. Have I ever told you guys how much I love having dogs? I'm restarting my monitor. That's my shit. In case you couldn't get that, there we go. Oh, dogs. They're so smart. Did you know the poodles are the second smartest dogs in the world? Not much hope for dogs, huh? Sick burn. Okay, sorry. Minor blip. How many die when you rub one out? Not a joke. I'm actually curious about that fact. How many die when you rub one out? Wait. How many, like, walking human beings, or like how many sperms? Depends on your sperm count and where you come. Because sperm can live in an aqueous environment for up to 48 hours, I believe. Outside of the balls. No, not at all. Myron, I try to be as, like, vague because I don't know the details. Please always feel free to fill in details. What Myron said was, I'd like to take a shot at a less passive explanation. 100% please. I don't know the details, and I'm not going to speak out my ass. Please speak out my ass for me. Not contesting what you said at all. Absolutely. If you're black specifically, it's almost impossible to make sense of DNA. White people either enslaved us, bred us as cattle, or deleted the records. Yeah. And, like, that's what I was kind of saying when I said, like, they're looking and saying your DNA is really similar from these people in a certain time. There were no people there because we fucking slaughtered them, genocide, enslaved, so on and so forth. So they can't, like, we can't go back far enough to tell people about their DNA if you have black heritage, for lack of a better word. Yeah. Thank you for, no, I'm never, like, I appreciate when people fill in details. I try to be vague when I don't know exactly, like, numbers, or I don't want to speak out my ass. And I'm a white person, and I never want to speak to the black experience because that's fucking ignorant. And I try to be as not ignorant as possible. I really, really try. I try. Dogs are amazing till they shit on your carpet and eat your Taco Bell. These guys haven't shit on my carpet yet or eaten my Taco Bell, so we're still going strong. Listen, I've still got my friend's dog until tomorrow morning, and I'm so ready for her to go home. I love her. She's amazing. Dude, they're needy. It's crazy. Like, when I don't have my dogs for a while, I forget about it. You think you can make a diagram of your audio and capture routing one day? Absolutely. Like, including how I route the music so we can listen to, like, are you talking about that kind of routing, or are you just talking about, like, GoXLR routing? Because absolutely. I know it by heart at this point because every single time Windows updates, it resets, and I have to go redo it again, and I can just do it from heat. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. I'm trying out something new that might be a better balance for me and my dopamine. You can freeze them if you want them to have a long life. Wait, dogs. I really try, Myron. I know that sounds so stupid and trite, but what else can you do but acknowledge how stupid you are and try to change? And thank you. Thanks. Someone clip that segment. This is an amazing example of how an ally can have their truth and acknowledge others' truths as well. I try so hard. Thank you. It's hard. It's really hard. But it's not hard to acknowledge how ignorant and like systemically racist the country is. I mean, that's not hard to admit. It's hard to educate yourself and grow from it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't freeze my dog. More the general routing? Absolutely. Yeah, let me make it. I'm going to make a note and I'll do it after stream for you. I actually already have it pretty much this exact thing that you're requesting. I have, like, done. When was it? It was like 2 weeks ago. What, like 2 or 3 weeks ago? OBS updated and Windows updated at the same time, and my computer fucked up. Like, I tried to go live and had to go unlive immediately because all the audio coming through was, like, trying to come through 10 sources at the same time, and it just sounded like static hell. And, like, how do I explain what was happening? It was so weird. It was so weird. So you know how like you can go and see your audio sources in your computer and you can specifically direct like I want all the audio coming from Firefox or Google Chrome to go to just my headphones but not to this or whatever. I could sit there and direct all the sources I wanted, but they would not listen to me. Like the computer wasn't listening to what I was telling it to do, if that makes sense. It was a nightmare. It was so weird. I would literally like sit there and see what source it was supposed to send to and watch it coming out of a different source. It was driving me fucking insane. So I literally mapped out all of my shit. All of it. Like on a huge piece of graph paper. That's what I did the day that I couldn't go live. I sat here and mapped out all the audio, like every audio source that even exists, where they go. I did like a cross map of it because I'm very visual. Like I have to have, I really enjoy, it makes it easier for me to have a very visual map of what's going on while I'm trying to fix something because I know I'm not crazy. Like I've dealt with audio issues so much. I'm a fucking master at this point and the computer just wasn't listening. Maddening. I can't remember what fixed. I think I like went back and update on my computer because it was the Windows update just fucked everyone royally. You're very welcome. I put a lot of work into it. It looks very nice, but I'll take a picture of it and everything for you. It looks cool. She tries so hard. I do. It's important. That's it. Like I never want to get to a point where I'm not growing as a person. I never want to become stagnant in any point in time because that seems shitty as fuck. Is COVID the third highest reason for human mortality currently? I have no idea. I don't know if it's up there on that yet. I don't know. I haven't looked at like mortality rates in comparison to other things recently. Dude, it did. It screwed the Steam Deck connection, and it fucked all my sources. So, like, the reason we can listen to, or the reason I'm able to play, like, DMCA strikeable music is because I figured out a way to split my audio sources. And in OBS, there's a place where you can checkmark what your VOD for Twitch actually records. So I unchecked it. So nothing that comes out of Firefox will ever be on a Twitch VOD. And that's where I get all my music because I just, like, let YouTube go. And that was destroyed. I mean, utterly destroyed. Every single piece of audio in my computer was coming out of 7 different sources all at the same time. It was just Windows fucked us. And it's always audio. That's the maddening. Like, I have no idea what these updates are for or how they're improving my life, but every single time one goes through, they fuck audio dry. Why? I just don't get it. And this has been since the dawn of time. I mean, I've been streaming for almost, I don't even remember. Is it 7 or 8 years? It's 8 years, right? Jesus Christ. Been streaming for a long fucking time. Like, figure it out, Windows. RevoltCon, it's been going on for weeks. Honestly, like, it's still kind of a fuck mess. Like, sometimes my sources are fucked up. I kind of did a cheat around it. Ugh. I hope there's no All Lives Matter crowd here. Like, if we're speaking literally, like, of course, human lives matter. But what we're saying is at this moment, Black Lives Matter a fuckload more. Shut up. I cannot stand the all lives, but all lives matter. Get the fuck out. Unplug your keyboard and pretend. To take on fault like that. To own it. You know what I mean? Not to be like, well, my ancestors, it's now and it's today and it's in you and I and it's in all of us and you have to actively like try to seek out what the fuck it is, the source, and write it out of your system. Like I like him. I have nothing to add. However, that is how Mexican people are viewed today. Like, drive through central most of the United States of America and you'll see little tiny shanty houses that look like outhouses, and that's where Mexican families are allowed to live while they plow fields for $1 an hour. It's constant, and they, you know, those are the red states, is all I'm saying. It's now. That's the only thing I would add. It's not just then, it's now. And it takes a big person to acknowledge it and to try to speak out against it and try not to buy into it. Actively not try to buy into it. You know what I mean? And DeSantis crying that the U.S. history is taught wrong because it doesn't teach U.S. invented abolishing slavery. I'm sorry, did he say that out loud? I love you, Brilla. Thank you all for being part of our awesome community. And like the fact that we can talk about things like this and watch something like this and be from all corners of the earth, quite literally, potentially, and no one's being fucking just rude, keyboard warrioring, for lack of a better term. I don't fucking know. Fighting with a keyboard fights, is phenomenal, and that's what I mean when I say I'm very proud of ClassyKatie, whatever the fuck that is. It's the whole thing. I think it's very cool that we can talk about stuff like this, because this is hard shit to talk about. And I mean, there are people my age who still, well, I'm not racist. That was my grandparents. I still hear it. People younger than me saying shit like that. And it's like, unless people like you and I are willing to talk about it and have those uncomfortable conversations, it's never going to happen. Nothing will ever happen. That's what systemic means. It's in the system. It's built into the system. And that takes more than one person being like, hey, is that built into the system? For anything to change ever. And you should want it to change. Even though it doesn't affect you, you should want it to change because it's fucking grotesque and wrong. You know? I don't know how else to word it. DeSantis did, that's fucking gross. Yeah, okay, so there's wheezing if I'm lying down in bed or sitting on a sofa, but today's been worse. So what it sounds like is what could have happened is you could have like a little bit of infection going on that's encapsulated, like a bronchiectasis thing. So what will happen is because it gets encapsulated by the mucus, you'll get a wheeze, and also that part of your lung won't get oxygen to it no matter how deep you breathe. So it kind of feels like having asthma. You take deep breaths and you won't be getting the same like oxygen to the blood. So you might want to go I would go to the doc and just get it checked out. They might do a sputum sample or do a scan of your chest, see if anything's going on. If you can, it's worth it. I would. Shortness of breath is definitely something you don't want to have. But this is CRT, by the way. Oh, I know you're being sarcastic, Solo. I know what's up. It's cool. I know. I say sarcastic shit about it a lot because how else do you deal with it? Like, humor is how we deal with it, even though it's very serious. You still have to acknowledge it, but it's okay to try to still live as a human and not cry yourself to sleep every night because of the state of our world. You know what I mean? There really is no, it doesn't affect me. It's exactly. They're pretending it doesn't affect them. It's like they write it off. They make up excuses, but it is. That's I believe I 100% slow. So hard agree. Like we talked about this a lot when the whole bullshit between Russia and Ukraine started happening. And I was like, a lot of people like to just write it off as like, oh, that's just between Putin and Ukraine. We're a fucking world of humans. And we're all going to go at the same time. We'll be shaken off by something. Something will shake us off at one point. But humans need to care about humans regardless of who's related or how close they are geographically speaking. However, I think, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but being a part of the internet community like we are, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or otherwise, I think we have that scope grander than others. Does that make sense? Like when I call my mom to check in and we just have a conversation, when I talk about stories you guys share with me in chat or something, I'll be like, oh yeah, my friend so-and-so from Sweden. And my mom will be like, why the fuck do you have a friend in Sweden? You've never been to Sweden. I'm like, oh, from Twitch. Like I have people I consider friends from all corners of the world. So I feel like my view of humanity is much more global than someone who, might be very involved in their local community, lives and dies in the same city and whatever, but they're much more like, it's not so much like, I don't know how to put that. I also travel a lot. It could be that. Like I have been to the other side of the world. I've physically been there. And I don't know how to not worry about not worry, but like have some sort of empathy for all the humans. Like not just my neighbor human. Because it affects everybody. Like it's like you said, it doesn't affect you. That doesn't exist. Jeff, thank you for gifting a sub to David Cable, you silly fuck. I appreciate your generosity. David, you know what's up. Consensuality, love, and emotes. Sharp pain, yeah, that can. So what the sharp pain is that encapsulated portion could be getting pushed on, and just because the encapsulation is to protect you from like the infection spreading to more of the lung, but it's gonna make it hard to breathe. It's worth getting checked out. It's nothing like insanely serious, but it can turn that way, especially with like cold, wet weather coming. Reminds me when I was a kid and me and my sister, and my sister and me being sick, the wheezing sounding hilarious. Oh my god, there's an alert on my channel. I'm pretty sure it's active right now. I could go, I'll have to look for it. But the sound of the alert, it's like a donation alert. I think it's for $6.69. This sound is me breathing deeply into my microphone when I had a really bad lung infection like 5 years ago. And I was like, guys, listen to this. And it was just the deep infection I couldn't fucking get out of my lungs because it was bad. I have no idea what it was. But that's me. So if you ever hear it, that's me. That lovely like sound. But that don't do, like, save your money. It'll happen someday. It's out there. I can also find it somewhere and just like make it go off. I just don't know where it is off the top of my fucking head. Najio, thank you for the biddies, you silly fuck. Get in your PJs. Don't forget to brush your teeth, wash your hands, and wash your face. Moisturize. Have a beautiful rest of your weekend, and I hope your week goes well if I don't get to see you, David. Be safe. Be safe. Get your flu shot and your COVID booster if you can. Most people can get them at the same time. Zach and I are going to try to get him tomorrow. A Jabba the Hutt grumble. Oh, it's so bad. It is so gross. When I get a lung infection, it gets terrible. I get them very rarely, but when it happens, oh my God, I sound bad. My nose feels like there's a fucking dog hair on it. I did have a chest infection like a month ago. I was taking ibuprofen and my hydrocortisone. So, like, because of the encapsulation, those won't touch it. Because basically what happens is, like, you know how the bronchial tubes reach all the different lobes of the lung? So when bronchiectasis or any kind of encapsulation happens, those bronchial tubes won't be able to deliver anything, oxygen or otherwise, including your steroids and stuff. And so you might need to get bronched or something. Like, that's like worst case scenario, you know, they suck it out manually. But chances are they'll be able to do some CPT, maybe invert you and get you to cough it out yourself if anything's in there and put you on some meds. It's worth it to get checked. Chances are it's nothing, but it's worth it, especially with the shitty weather coming up. It was sick. I was making music with it. I was kind of like a Wookiee, kind of. I got mine together. Wait, what did you get together? I swear there's a dog hair on my face. Traitor to the crown. There's a cool radio station app where you can move around a globe and it instantly plays a station from that area. Ooh, what is it called? That'd be cool. Do you know what the app is called? I'd like to try that. That sounds like a fun app. I'm always looking for new music. Maybe I'd find something super rare and weird that I like. Well, okay, if you're immunocompromised, don't get them at the same time. I should clarify that. I recommend this person if you want to begin working on anti-racism in your life. Ooh, thank you. I think everyone should want to work on that. But I mean, to each their own. I will be reading it. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. That's cool. You know what's really cool? I live in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood. And my neighbors, like 4 of the people that live on my street, play like live mariachi music in their yard. I used to think they were like legitimately, like lots of people listen to what sounds like just mariachi music to me. I'm sure there's genres and things I don't know. Again, ignorant. But they listen to it in their cars all the time. So I thought it was a radio station. And then I just heard trumpet and I was like, what the fuck? And there was one guy playing like beautiful mariachi on a trumpet in their front yard. And I was like, my neighbors play mariachi. Like different families. But when they have parties, you get to hear live mariachi, live karaoke in the yards next door. It's so cool. And they go till like 3 a.m. And by that time, the singing is pretty off. I've taken recordings before because they're so the tone deafness keys in. But the music is phenomenal. I feel very blessed, is all I'm saying. Like, I've never lived anywhere where you get to just hear live fucking music coming out of yards regularly. That's very cool. It's been a while. I'm getting my second booster and flu shot on Saturday, but I have no insurance. Should I cancel? I think it's free. If you're in the US, boosters and flu shots like at like Walgreens and shit are usually free. But I would call beforehand, definitely. Got bronked. Sounds like a new college term for getting hammered. Dude, bro, went to this call. I went to this party the other night and Chucky had this albuterol. We totally got fucking bronked, yo. So here, I'm just going to throw in just because I'm not going to go into I mean, maybe. So if you want to use bronked, it's more like sucking a very abnormally long dick. Like, bitch, I didn't blow him. I was fucking bronked last night. Like, I'm saying he cleared my tubes. Know what I mean? Yeah. Bronked is when we usually give you some sedative and we put a temporary like intubation kind of thing, like a lamb. We called it like a lammy. I can't remember what they're called. Anyways, doesn't matter. And then we put a very long, it's the exact same tube that we put up your butt when we scope your butt, but it's a lot thinner and smaller, and it's meant for your throat. And we go down into the bronchial tubes of your lungs, and we can clean them out. We can actually suck them out. Some bronchs, though, they'll actually have a little, like, it looks like the little, like, chomp, chomp, chomp guy from Mario. Guy. And we can take, like, pieces of your lung tissue to take samples. It's fucking wild. So I'm just saying, that's where you would like make some puns, but go there with it, please. I'd love to hear them. Hi, boy, Will. How are you, love? Fluids and of course, coughing, being physical always helps move stuff. Getting it moving and getting it out. As well as most people that have probably heard me rant about it a million times, your lung tissue is very, very specific in that it's only permeable to oxygen, air type things, and not mucus or infectious tissue. And this is so it doesn't go to your blood. This is a good thing. But unfortunately, if you don't work to get it out, it builds up and causes encapsulation, bronchitis, infection, and you have to go get bronched and so on and so forth. Pneumonia, all sorts of things can happen. So the key is cough, get it the fuck out. You can do something called a quad cough, which in the hospital we would do by like putting you in a bed and then, inverting you so that your head is lower than your ass. And then we do something called CPT, where I clap on your back with little cup-shaped hands, a whole bunch, and like vibrate on your lungs and force you to cough because gravity helps. And then I'm like causing extra coughing by the padding. But you can imitate that by literally getting on all fours. And if your arms are longer than your legs for some reason, and like you notice your head's above your ass, just like bend your elbows. Just make sure your shoulders are a little bit lower than your ass, so you've got that gravity. And then just give a couple really good coughs. I swear to God, more will come out than you've ever seen in your life. Of course, do this safely. Like if you need to brace yourself, like you can put an ottoman under yourself, like literally just like sprawl over an ottoman so you have something to support yourself if you're worried like you're gonna fall. I can't do more than like 2 push-ups. Don't worry about it. We're not strong people. Bird arms here. But it helps. We do it in the hospital all the time. It's a therapy. Also, getting someone to do what's called CPT on your back. So basically, you literally make cups with your hands. So it kind of makes like an echoey air. I don't know if that picks up. That kind of air muffy sound. And you can do that and just pat all over someone's back and all over their chest, like above their nipple is basically lung. That helps mobilize secretions and help get them out. But you have to fucking get them out. It's the only way. How you get them out is kind of up to you. But if they build up, eventually someone at the hospital is going to get them out for you. Oh, did you, CJ? Oh my God, no, I haven't. I will check it. Thank you. Oh, I'm excited. Are you at TwitchCon? Are you having a good time? I hope so. That thing in Mario is literally named Chomp. Oh my God, okay, it's like Chomp. It looks like it. It's like microscopically small because you're literally only going for like a cell of the lung tissue. But when they scope, it has a camera at the end of the scope. And then you have to like deploy the little chompy head. And the doctor is the one doing the scope. I'm the one like running saline. And I'm the you go up person in the side, like scalpel or whatever they need. And so they have a big old TV that shows what the scope is showing. So you see that little tiny like little metal thing come out, and it just goes like. It's kind of like those grabbers, those like handheld. It'd be like a trigger with a stick, and it'd have like a little T-Rex on the end, like a little grabber stick. It kind of looks like that, but like imagine like as big as a needle, smaller than a needle. It's crazy. Ooh, bought some good stuff. Awesome. And you had a good time. Did you see some good streamers? Did you go to any good parties? This is one of the first TwitchCons I've ever not gone to voluntarily. And like, I don't feel too much FOMO, but also I super miss my friends. Wait, what's an otterman? That sounds terrifying. I don't want that. Whenever I've had bronchitis, doctors always told me it's good to cough to get it out of you, 100%. It's the only, like, it has to come out. Everything we're doing to you, like whether it's a physical therapy or whether it's a medication or otherwise, is to get you to cough it out. So most of the time, the steroids and inhalers they give you are things that are irritating the bronchial tubes to force you to have a coughing reaction because we want you to cough. We actually have a machine that's called a cough assist, and it has a mask really similar to a BiPAP mask. It goes over your nose and your mouth, and it just looks like a box heater or something, and it basically like sucks in and then it blows and sucks and blows. It does this like really rapid like and causes a bronchospasm in your lungs. And we use it for people who are like paraplegics or quadriplegics who quite literally don't have muscular control of their diaphragm and can't cough. They live with this cough assist by the bed and they have to do it every day, multiple times a day. Because no matter what you do as a human, we drool down our throat, like as we're just like talking and functioning, water goes down there, humidity from the air. And so you and I, every once in a while, we just cough up a loogie. We cough. It's normal. I've told you about the cilia in your throat and shit like that. But when you have, an injury, a recent surgery, recovery, an infection, you can't do it. So we've developed ways to fucking do it for you, and we can suck it out. It's gnarly. We also have something called NTing, which is my personal nightmare, which is where we put the tube through your nose and then into your lungs and suck it out. It's terrible. I hate it. People always make us do it to people who are like on hospice or end of life care. I'm like, oh, would you like me to do arguably the most painful thing I ever do to them as they die? So it makes you more comfortable? Okay. On it. Wait, okay. What's the difference between Smarties and Sweet Tarts? I have not had either of those in so long. Are Sweet Tarts the one that are covered in like a shiny, hard shell, kind of? And Smarties come in a little roll, like a sausage roll? Dude, I always considered those the shit candy. Do you like those? I hated them. I didn't keep them. I would always try to like barter them away to my other siblings. So I was like, what is this? This person forgot about Halloween and came for me anyways. Help. You know what I mean? Just me. Is that not too loud? I hope it's not too loud. I knocked that volume the fuck down. It's chalk candy. That's a good way to describe it. Like Necco wafers. I don't know why, but my Nana always had like minis of Necco wafers in like little dishes around her house. And I would they looked fun to eat. And I liked the way they like fell apart, they kind of like shatter on your tongue. The texture's cool, but it's chalk. Like, what is that? Is that a Pepto-Bismol? Smarties for mouthfeel, Sweet Tarts for taste. So you like the chalky mouthfeel? What about ragweed allergy? Important to get that out. What do you mean ragweed allergy? In terms of the Reachy grabbers, that. What about ragweed allergy? What you mean? What you mean? Were we talking about ragweed? I forgot. You mean like if you inhale ragweed? Like into your lungs? Can you do that? Nothing should go in your lungs but air. Like optimally, clean 21% oxygen, although that is not a thing because pollution. But yeah, you have what's called conducting airways, and then you have what's called non-conducting airways. And when we say conducting meaning that oxygen transfer is occurring in that place. Your throat and your bronchial tubes and all that ribby, the branches that are like going into the fluffy pink material, those are all non-conducting airways. So oxygen transfer isn't happening there at all. Those places are lined with hundreds of billions of numerous uncountable numbers of microscopic tiny little hairs called cilia that work to catch dust and pollen and anything that we might accidentally inhale from our environment. And throughout the day, they slowly move it up back out of your airway, depending on how deep it got. And through that process, they create mucus because your entire airway is a mucus membrane and can create mucus when it's irritated, i.e. pollen, coal dust, dust in general, welding, smoke, anything like that you're inhaling without a mask on, irritates the airways, causes mucus, and then the dust and everything gets caught in that mucus. It slowly moves it up. And then by the time it reaches around the bottom of your vocal cords, that's where we get the stimulation to cough it out. So, I mean, anything that's not air should be coughed the fuck out of your lungs. Also, fun facts, pot involved. It has been proven by multiple people now, researching weed and THC effects and marijuana effects where they can, that holding in your pot smoke doesn't make you more high in any way, shape, or form. Weed, the transfer between the lung tissue and the blood is so fucking fast. It happens in the first millisecond of a hit. You can exhale immediately. You don't have to hold that shit in there. And everything that's like comes out as a visible smoke is part of the THC of the plant that didn't vaporize to a point of absorption. So you want to get that out. You don't want that to build up in your lungs. That's the bad. We want it out. Does that make sense? I'm very excited about the pardons on marijuana. The only reason any state keeps them is because they use prisons for free labor. And if they lose all of the convicts that their prisons are full of for non-violent marijuana crimes, i.e. not dealing hard drugs and shit like that, they will lose so much free labor and so much income off of that. That's disgusting. That's slavery and imprisonment. It's disgusting. Bespin, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it 8 swings. I appreciate you. You're great. Thank you. Yes, so holding your breath gives you, like, it's almost like a placebo effect. What's happening is you're becoming anoxic. So you know when you get lightheaded when you hold your breath, or if you stand up too quick, essentially you're adding that to the immediate hit of the THC. So you're not feeling extra THC high, you're getting a little anoxic and the THC high is hitting at the same time. That's it. So it is an extra feeling, but it's not a good one. It's not a good for you one, you know what I mean? Private prisons are disgusting. They shouldn't be legal. Slaves, free labor equals prisons, free labor, cents per labor. Yeah, I mean, it is. There's no other way to put it. And that's what I mean when I say, like, systemic racism in the US. Like, it's so built in that you have to, like, step back and look at it. And when you do, you're like, holy shit, you've seen it forever. But it's almost like you put on a different pair of lenses because you choose to see it the way it truly is and not the way society's fed it to you as this is just the way it is. This is just the way it is. Da-da-na, da-da-na, da-da-na. Rest in peace, Tupac. Cheers. I thought by holding it in, it travels around the body. I honestly thought, like, I always used to hold it in as long as I possibly could because I wanted to get the best bang for my buck out of the weed. I was like, I want to absorb everything. Like, smoke shouldn't come out of my mouth. But actually, I believe it was C. Nemuis who taught me that the smoke coming out of your mouth will always come out because that is the part of the plant that didn't become a small enough molecule to become absorbed. Because like we've talked about, your lung tissue is so specific as to what can be absorbed into the blood. And then, I mean, that's just one barrier. Then the THC has to be so specifically built molecularly, like the actual construction of the molecule itself has to be so specifically built that it can breach the blood-brain barrier, which means it goes through it goes via your blood, breaches the barrier between your blood and your brain, because your brain has no blood on it at all. Your brain has 2 different layers of like tissue that kind of hold it in place. And then it has spinal fluid and there's arteries, and veins feeding it oxygen and whatnot. But there's no free-flowing blood around your brain at all. And so that's the other, which is why, that's why, like, people go into pharmaceuticals. Their study is like, okay, we have to create a drug that does X, but it also has to be this exact shape to breach the blood-brain barrier. It's like if you think about it like a square going into a circle peg, they have to take that square and somehow make it mimic a circle to get through that circle. You know what I mean? That's basically what they do with chemistry, is they mimic our already naturally occurring neurochemicals to breach the blood-brain barrier so we can get to the brain and affect it in ways we want to. It's crazy. My mom got a couple of dollars for child support, but only when my sperm donor was in prison. Wow. I planned on becoming a cop out of the military only to do my associates in criminal justice and become an ACAB. If I remember correctly, I made 38 cents per hour when I was in prison working in the kitchen. That is fucking disgusting. I should ask my brothers if they even know. Are you normally told, or did you find that out somehow on the side? 2 of my brothers, one of them's dead, I can't ask him, but one of my brothers alive. He's been to prison multiple times. He probably would know, I would assume. It goes in the square hole. Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it. Like, the markers on not just your blood cells for oxygen and CO2 transfer and carbon monoxide poisoning are so highly specific, yet there's still something that can fuck it. Or that humans can, like, fuck with things to fuck it. It's weird. Oh, so you have to do taxes, and that's how you learn? They tax you on that 38 cents per hour. That is fucking disgusting. I just don't, I mean, I shouldn't because I'm not smart in those areas of anything, but I cannot encapsulate in my brain how any of that's legal. You're a prisoner, and yet we can force you to work and take 99.9% of the wages you should be earning, going by just, minimum wage standards. That seems so highly illegal and crazy. Is it only private prisons that do this, or do federally owned prisons do this? I don't know the difference. I've shockingly avoided them. Don't apologize, Bubblicious. This subject should make you furious. If this subject doesn't make you furious, there's something wrong. And I mean that in the most, like, I want you to see it so you can make it better way. You know what I mean? I think it's okay to be mad. It's fucking infuriating. They tax you. That is so crazy. You were in a state prison. Like, is that federal? Is that private? State? I don't know. There's like, there's jail and then there's prison, right? Or does it go prison jail? I think it's jail and then prison. Jail is like shorter term, or like usually holding during court and stuff, and then prison's like you've been sentenced or whatever. The fuck? No. I mean, they sure put on a good show, but absolutely not. Slavery just got, like, I'm trying to think of a word for it. It was morphed into a different form, hid behind a different cloak. You know what I mean? Like, they tried to convince the people that, like, oh, these people with more melanin in their skin are not human. Oh, but we were like, okay, but, like, my daddy fucked one and made a kid, so they're human. Like, something's going on. Okay, well, they're like 3/5 of a human. Oh, I don't know about that. Like, I fell in love with one. Seems like a full human. Like, you know what I mean? They just keep, like, pushing the fence, like, one way or another, like, trying to. It's just a control. It's an othering. It's a control othering thing. Someone said it best earlier. I can't remember how you put it, but yeah, it's just like, it's a manipulation of how people think, but even, like, fucking subconsciously. That's the infuriating part. It's things that, unless you choose to actively try to seek it out, your actions and what's happening, it's so built in that it's, the very trite normal. It's disgusting. That's disgusting. Not federal. So a state prison is private. Okay. I'm so sorry that you did. I hope you know, CJ, that none of that. You deserved not one modicum of any of that. I hope you know that. You seem happier and you seem more full and, like, more, like, complete in who you are as a human, but, like, I hope that doesn't haunt you, because that is just the most inhumane it's not humane. It's inhumane. I was going to say inhumane human treatment. It's not human. It's inhumane. It's disgusting. It just makes me want to go find someone that's like, these fuckers in prison are getting free rent and TV, and I gotta work for it. I want to find one and punch one in the throat. I haven't seen one in a while. Or punched one in a while. Whether or not a prison is state or privately run depends entirely on the state. Slavery became imprisonment with labor. Yes. I work IT right now, but my end goal is to become a filmmaker. I've been writing a movie script for a while. Sci-fi, tech-noir, military, dystopian. That sounds cool. I'm doing research to make it one of the most realistic movies ever, like medical, military, science. Fuck yeah. I mean, that's gotta be some fucking dark research, though, but that's awesome. Good. Coming from a medical standpoint, I cannot stand when people don't do the most simple of research and then put medical shit in your show. Like, stop it. I'm so tired of having patients tell me, I saw miracles happen on that there Friends show. Please stop. I don't want that anymore. Please. Please! I'm tired of telling people Santa's not real. It doesn't haunt me because prison literally saved my life. I have a cousin that views it the exact same way. I had a cousin hooked on heroin and he cleaned up because of it. I'm glad. I'm glad it saved your life. Very selfishly, I'm glad. It's inspiring. I mean, if it honestly, like, some of the best art ever comes out of the most tragic points in period if you look at it. It's horrible, but it's true. Like Trent Reznor, his best music was before he got sober. God damn it. How about a punch and a kick? I gotta mix it up. Because once you punch in one place, they're gonna put their hands there, but they will have no focus on their gooch anymore. You know what I'm saying? I love mariachi. I've always loved, like, there used to be a really good Mexican restaurant in my college town. And if you went on, like, Friday and Saturday nights, they had a live band that would come and just walk around and play mariachi music. And it was so beautiful. Their voices were so beautiful. I love Spanish guitar, I guess you would call it. It's just, the sound of it's gorgeous. Dr. Oz is a piece of shit. He killed how many dogs? He scientifically experimented on hundreds of thousands of dogs to the point of death. Fuck Dr. Oz. Sound his dick with a splintery fucking toothpick from hell. I actually was just gonna say we need to take a break. Fuck. You guys are getting a fucking ad already, aren't you? We need to take a break. It was literally just at the time. I just didn't want to walk away from the conversation. But let's pause real quick and take a quick break. Get those the fuck out of the way because I hate them so much. I love you, CJ. I'm sorry it took prison to turn your life around. That being said, selfishly, I'm very glad it did because I'm happy you're here with us today. Come trigger, call me out. We also have a video to watch when I come back. I pulled this up. It's the inmates have rights to. Oh, I'm very excited to watch this. I think Glut posted this and said very relevant, but we'll watch it when I come back because ads. They're the worst, but still less than TV. I'm just gonna ride that until I die. All right, I'll be right back. Stretch your dicks, pee. Don't forget to wash your hands. All the good things. I'll be right back. I just didn't look. My bad. My nose is just so bad. It's got to be allergies, man. Oh my god. Of course it is. I knew that was Ceramit. Like, no fuck with you. I knew that was Ceramit. Rest in peace, Jenna Marbles. I miss her so much. She's not dead, but the internet killed her. Soul. You bastards. I know. I can't. Born crap, always crap. What did someone say? The Irish are the worst of the whites. I am Irish. What are you going to do? Worst. I'm fine with it, though. Like, it gives me so much room for improvement that it's super impressive when I do the most minor things. You know what I'm saying? Pie? Same. Well, when you don't have a diagnosis for your primary issue, you just bounce around for years with no help. Oh, dude. I have many friends that have done that same thing. I hope to fuck you find someone who understands what's going on. Eliza did the same. Like her insurance kept sending her to doctors who were claimed to be specialists who had never heard of her disease ever in their life. Like, I can't fathom that frustration. I'm sure, like, you can never compare, but it's. And then when she was finally when she finally got her diagnosis with her degenerative eye disease and with her Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, then she had to prove to the state that she was blind because of all this. Her vision is just literally gone crap in 5 years. It's just dumped to the point where she can't drive. If you saw the size of the text on her phone, you would laugh. It's comical. It's literally so big that it's 3 letters, and she has to be this close to it. That's how blind she is. And when she tried to get disability for being blind, I'm shitting you not, the government sent her a packet of paperwork to fill out to prove she's blind. I don't what's happening? You know, I don't have any answers. I'm just super curious. Thank fuck she lived with her mom at the time and her mom could help her fill out the paperwork and stuff. But what in the shit? And I think it took her almost 2 years of fighting the government. Not even fighting, just they kept sending her paperwork to prove she was blind and making her do all these things to prove she was blind. 2 years, she finally got it and got back paid and everything. But it was just, I hope you find that solace because that is fucked up. Quantum Noir, thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it an 8 swings. With that Prime Gaming sub, don't forget to use your Prime subs. You don't have to use it here, but for the fuck's sake, stop tucking that $5 bill into the greasy J-string of Jeff Bezos. He sends dicks to space and does nothing for society. For fuck, he makes $8 million a minute. Use them somewhere. Streamers get the same amount of money out of a Prime sub as we do out of your Pocket sub. They're all great. Use it somewhere. Doesn't have to be here. Anywhere. Please. I'm that blinded. Yep. Yeah, it's fucking. How long did it take you? Did you finally win? Like, did you get disability shield? It's almost comical if it wasn't so bad. Like, I don't know what do you do if you don't have someone? Like most people. That's so fucked up, and it makes 0 sense at all. At all. None of it. Oh, they did get you a doctor who actually, like, do they acknowledge your disease process, at least? At the very fucking least. I feel like that's, I mean, come on. Tried once as a teen, instant denial. Like, I mean, honestly, this might be a stupid question. How do you just, like, if someone says, hi, I'm blind and I need help because I can't drive and it's really hard to attain a job if you can't drive in this country. How do they just be like, no? Like, is that really stupid to ask? Because it doesn't make, my brain hurts. FDR's main 2 original qualifiers for it when he wrote the Social Security bill were confined to a wheelchair and blind. What the fuck? That was, like, was it an and or? Or is it like you had to be in a wheelchair and blind in order to get any form of Social Security? Because that's wild. I was told by others almost everyone has to apply multiple times. Is that a test? Like, oh, if they're really blind, they'll do it more than once. What in the fuck? I don't mean to, I'm laughing out of being uncomfortable. I hope everyone knows that. That's what I do. What are your thoughts on the latest headed to the Supreme Court that could potentially strip all civil rights from those with disabilities in regards to healthcare providers? What are my thoughts on it? That's a lot of thoughts. I'm trying to congeal them into something that's not forever. It baffles me that it's even a question of should we take care of the people of our country in any way, shape, or form, whether they're disabled or not, in terms of insurance. Like, there are people who sit in a room and are presented the question, should people be offered health care? Should women and children be offered health care at the minimum? And the vast majority of them say no. That rocks my head in half. I have no fucking idea. Like, and then when you go deeper, it hurts more. Happy 420. Cheers to none of this. But do you know what I mean? It goes so much further than just this bill and this moment. It's disgusting. Yeah. I don't know. I have bad feelings. It grosses me out that there's people that sit in a room and straight up just be like, no. People don't deserve to be helped. That is wild to me. They demoralize the decision by hiding the basis of it behind legalese. Exactly. I don't know the legalese, so I can't mimic them, but that's exactly what it is. And it's grotesque. And it's because they're being lobbied from another side or pharmaceuticals or somewhat or other. Or it'll raise taxes and they're on the side of the political spectrum that's very against paying more taxes, so on and so forth. And it's just like, I think honestly, cheers. I have a lot of opinions about this. I used to work in the medical industry, so I have like a kind of a dual view on it a little bit. Not a perfect one. I'm not a genius, but just a different, I've got 2 scopes going on. Hold up. No, Uber. I think you're among friends here. No, I think basic human needs is a roof over your head, 3 meals a day, a warm place to sleep at night, and healthcare when you need it. Period. I think those are basic fucking human needs that should be offered regardless of who you are, regardless of where you were born, if you live here, regardless of what you're addicted to. I don't care if you're an alcoholic or a crackhead. Imagine how much easier it is to break in a cycle of addiction if you have a safe place to live versus being fucking homeless. It's all gross. I don't see, and I also come from a place of like, I've never had an excessive amount of money and I don't understand even what you would do with it. And we've talked about that in my channel a lot. I'm sure you've heard me fucking blab on about how like the psychosis of wealth is very fascinating to me in a dark way, in that, you know, the vast majority of these insanely wealthy people, they don't really seem to want to do any good. Whereas most of us are like if I said, like, what would you do if you won the lottery? Most people are like, well, I'd help my parents pay off their bills in their house. I'd help my loved ones pay off their house and their bills. And if anything was left over, I'd buy a car. Like, that's what the average person would do, because no human being could enjoy exceeding wealth, watching everyone around them suffering in poverty, like struggling to pay bills. No one could do it. You wouldn't be having fun. You'd be like out on your speedboat while your parents are being evicted. No one's having a good time. You know what I mean? Like, there is a certain strange psychosis to it. I think it's a little bit of column A and column B. I think, like, you have to be a little bit of a antisocial, weird personality to accumulate excessive wealth, but also having it, like, it becomes a number game. Like, it's not really money anymore, because a certain amount of money, there's only so much you can buy, there's only so much you can do, and you've done it. You've bought it all, you're just going to be buying doubles. So you just start looking at numbers in your bank account like a video game. Like, I just got to get a higher score. While, I don't know, man, there could be a much finer way of, I don't know. Those are the people that seem to have a lot of strong opinions about working your way to the top and hard work really gets you there. And go be homeless and get a job. I guarantee you it won't happen. Like, you have to have a fucking address just to apply. It's ridiculous. Another really shitty thing is that some folks have to get lawyers to help them appeal a denial, and then the lawyer gets a big chunk of the settlement when they get approved. I was lucky I was approved without needing a lawyer. Thank fuck. But seriously, I mean, especially, oh my god, that's so not fair. But I can behave except for my mouth. Same. Homeless is a disability itself. If you don't know that, you haven't been. That's a very good way. I mean, a good way of putting it. It's well put. It's not good. Good is not the word, but you know what I mean. Curious about how people who talk about their God-given rights don't include food, water, or housing. It's very interesting, isn't it? Like, I'm pretty sure Jesus focused mostly on trying to feed people, and help the poor. And yet, I don't know. I'm not a Christian person. I'm like a recovering Catholic or whatever the fuck you want to say. Not my favorite crowd. They seem to be very hypocritical. Pop rap, I could not. I agree hard. Like, I was saying that a couple weeks ago. We were talking about just like the people who are responsible for voting on bills that affect you and I. None of them affect them. I don't know how else to put that. Like, nothing that we're voting on affects the ultimately rich. And even, you know, the people who don't live extremely lavish lifestyles, they have a couple houses. Like, most people who work in government are quite wealthy due to lobbying or otherwise. And I think it's, like, kind of stupid to have, I mean, to use an example that everyone uses all the time, but to have a group of old white men voting on the rights of my fertility rights. Like, that's the most black and white example I can use, but you can put it all over the place. You know what I mean? It's just people getting to ultimately decide the fate of something that will inherently affect them in no way, shape, or form. Like, people owning multiple mansions across the United States of America voting on what is livable income for you and I. And what is, like, a rent cap they can put or whatever. They have no realistic view, and it has no consequences either way. Whatever way the vote goes, to them, they just lost the game. to you and I, we lost our house. I think there should be people in those seats voting where the consequences quite literally affect them. If they lose their fucking house. I feel like people would work a lot harder and care, like really care, not just pretend to the voting base. They care real hard. They would actually care because there is a consequence to it not going through, instead of just the consequences losing voters, which seems to be the only consequence. Which to them is it's the only one they care about, I guess. It's the only one they care about because it affects them directly. Mean constant gaslighting so they can feel better about being fixated on numbers they'll never use. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Folly. I feel like I love this place because I can speak exactly what my mind is thinking and I don't have to like filter myself. I appreciate you guys for like being understanding when I like stumble across words or I can't find the word for something. And you guys are great. Just thank you. Because some people, you know, like especially in today's world where a lot of the communication we have with groups outside of our like IRL personal circle, like your family or whatever, is via text. The literalness or the dissection of someone's tweet or otherwise that people will pull apart and be like, look at all the hidden meanings or something. And it's like, sometimes I just can't think of the word. And when we have this kind of like, it's an open discourse where we're all talking, it's a real conversation. I feel like it's a lot easier to speak. I don't know how else to put that. Speaking is hard. For me, at least. I take that hug. Put it in my Jesus pocket. Dude, CJ, right? Jesus hung out with prostitutes, thieves, and tax collectors. Like, his entire family tried to push him off a cliff for being like, we should probably help the poor because his family was rich. Source, I read the Bible. On stream, it was a terrible time. Yeah, the consequences, like, there are none. The people voting on bills to help lower the lower classes is like a grandparent trying to buy a gift for their teenage granddaughter without asking the parents what she wants. Exactly. They have no idea how to give them what they need. Yep. Yeah. Except the sweater or the gift is, you know, rights over your reproductive organs or whatever. Politicians spend $70,000 on furniture they don't have a clue. And I don't like on the other side of the token, like I have no idea what it's like to be filthy rich. So I understand that they have no idea what it's like to be me, but then why are you in that job? No other job in the world would that make sense. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not going to get a doctor who doesn't get fired if he kills patients. Or gets caught killing them maliciously, I guess we should say. You know what I mean? It's the only job in the world where like you just have control over a whole bunch of shit that can go either way and you still get to keep your job and there's really no consequences at all. It just seems weird. It seems really unrealistic and it's kind of it's just fucking broke. Intonation and subtitle and subtleties are lost in text and often get lost in translation, as it were, 100%. And that can be language barriers or just like your personal lexicon, your personal language, like how you speak is generational. You know, like the way I talk is not the way my parents talk, is not the way their grandparents was talked. I can speak. I.e. that what I say might be misinterpreted. And when it comes to serious conversation, serious topics like this, I don't want to be misinterpreted. That is very important. Like, it's really important because I don't ever want to hurt anyone. I don't want anyone's feelings hurt. Like, that is the goal, is to be nice. Just fucking be nice. Everything's chaos. Even if I had $1 million, I don't think I'd spend $70K on furniture. I say the same fucking shit so often. I've said that to Zach so many times. Like, there's a lot of houses. We live in, like, North Denver in a very, like, lower middle class, like, normal-ish neighborhood. But you drive, 15 minutes north towards Boulder, and if you could look at it on, like, a Zillow map, there's a line, and there's no space of land. It's just, like, all of a sudden house prices go from, like, 300,000, 400,000, like, pretty big houses to millions for shanty shacks. All of a sudden, they're neighbors, and it's because it's the Boulder city line. And these houses, I mean, I'll stop sometimes just to grab like the real estate pamphlet or something out of the box by the driver because I just want to see what these astronomical, like, you know, the houses you see that take up an entire, like, cliff or an entire butte, you're like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 14 windows I can see just on the front of the house. How fucking big is it? But it's so far away, you have no idea, and it's like a gated driveway. I love to look at the little for sale pamphlets. And it's like, I cannot imagine being able to sleep at night knowing that I spent that much money on just the place that I sleep at night. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's it. Really. I couldn't do it. Especially if knowing, like, all my loved ones were, you know, not necessarily suffering, but, like, anyone who's not exorbitantly rich or has bills, we're all suffering with bills. Like, you know what I mean? In the grander scheme of things. Like, some people quite literally counting pennies and not having electricity, and then others are like, all right, we've got $20 after the bills are paid. Let's fucking go to McDonald's or whatever. Like, everyone's in that fuck. We don't live lavishly. I don't know how to put that. That's why I love the government in Scotland, because they haven't taken a pay raise since 2008. That's incredible. Well, Scotland's trying to do good things. I mean, that's apparent in many, many different ways. It seems like the goal of today's politician is to vote to vote to benefit themselves and to convince the masses it was also beneficial to them. Very much so. Language is used in very evil ways. I've torn apart some speeches just on my own, looking at the grotesque language used to like manipulate the way they're saying things, so it's very confusing. And they're doing it on purpose just to try to like, it's just gross. I don't know why. I remember this is gross, but when I was really young, I think I was like a sophomore in high school or something like that, we had to take one of those tests that was like what would your best or best option for a future career be? A career aptitude test or something like that. And I can't remember what my result was in terms of like if it had a title or anything, but it basically gave you a list of jobs, and one of the jobs on there was lobbyist or lobbying or something like that. And I had to go to my teacher and I was like, what the fuck is like, does that mean I'm a bellman at a door in a hotel or some shit like that? Like, lobbying, the fuck is that? And when I learned what it was, I was like, why? That is so gross. That's like, you'd be a great serial killer. Good job. What the fuck does that even mean? It just means you're a good salesman. I learned in the long term. I hate being a salesman, but I'm decent at it. It's that's when I learned what lobbying is and how like politics and politicians are so obsessed with that imaginary, like, I'm adding imaginary numbers in my head kind of thing, bullshit scheme. You know, I don't know how else to put it. Like the video game of their bank account. Via that, I guess. Oh, you're in agony? Boo. I hope that ends soon. How are you, Gun? I'm into Gothic literature. It's got writers of all walks of life, and it's cool seeing how fucked up some texts are. I love Gothic literature too. Do you read like from like the Victorian era and shit, like Victorian occult literature? I love that stuff. It is fucked. Not to mention their makeup had arsenic in it, and everything had arsenic in it. Those aptitude tests are government controlled to steer people to careers that they think will have a shortage of people to fill. Yuck. They wanted me to be a lobbyist. I mean, I'd look sick in a fucking suit dress thing, but like, no, oh my God. I couldn't sleep at night. I think I was one of those creatures who was unfortunately born with like a conscience. I don't know. I can't hurt someone on purpose and be okay. Like, I would never, like, it would eat me. I can't even accidentally I accidentally stole a pack of gum one time when I was 16, and it haunts me to this day. I don't know why. I don't know what, like, there's something else. Either I'm broken or they're broken. There's something that's broken where people have no problem kind of just walking over others to get that imaginary bank account number. Lobbying is disgusting. I honestly think elected people should be paid like 30,000. They should be paid whatever teachers' minimum wage is, and no, they're not allowed to take money from any other source at all. Period. I don't know what that's called, but it's like a contract. You are not allowed to work anywhere, and you are paid whatever teachers' minimum wages are in America. The average. Period. That's what politicians get paid. See who wants to do it. Politicians should be made to live below the poverty line with no safety net for 1 year before they can do the job. Here, some did it for 2 weeks, which was not long enough. There is we have a few people who have been voted in recently in the past 5 or ish years who are previously homeless people who have been like actually brutalized by the police and otherwise. Not that that's a good thing, but they've lived a life that I have faith that they want to actively change things because it literally happened to them. It affects them. You know what I mean? The funniest part is you definitely have the devil's advocate vibe, but you choose the other side. I've been called that 1 or 2 times in my life, but I will never devil's advocate something I very firmly and morally believe against. Like, I'm never going to devil's advocate, like, trans rights or something like that. Like, trans rights or human rights, period, end of story. There is no other side. Never in my life. But, I'll be sassy for being nice. And max 2 terms unless boosted upwards from Congress to Senate, etc. 100%. And term limits. I mean, I understand that like some people were like a 2-year term limit. It's really hard to get anything done with 2 years. I get that, but maybe like an 8-year term limit, like any kind of term year limit, anything. Honestly, I'd be happy with, which I think they're pushing for, to be honest. An Angel's Advocate, if only. Maybe the Fallen ones. The Portrait of Dorian Gray is probably top 5. I love that book. Have you ever read We Have Always Lived in the Castle? I think is the name. This is personally one of the oldest books I own that I have ever owned in my entire life. I've had this since I was in 4th grade. It came from my teacher's, Mr. Dahl's personal bookshelf, and I never returned it because I liked it so much. It's falling the fuck apart. And it has... We're not going to talk about that. This is one of my favorite, I guess you would say, like, Victorian-esque kind of, like, it's not horror, but it's, like, occult mystery, kind of, like, dark. And it's, as you can tell, it smells so old and dusty. I love it. It's I don't even know what the copyright is in this. I'm kind of scared to open it. Your rats are Dorian and Gray. I have 2 spiders named Bartleby and Loki. Shirley Jackson. This is what, I mean, honestly, everybody talks about Frankenstein. Please read this book. It was recently made into a terrible movie. Do not watch the movie. Please don't watch the movie. Please read the book. It's a short read, but it's great. One of my favorite books. It's one of the only books I've ever read multiple times. I'm trying to find what this, because I know it's fucking old. Also, because I never returned this to Mr. Dahl when I was in 4th grade, this book also haunts me. I've moved across the country twice with it. That's how much it haunts me. I didn't do that on purpose. 1962. Dude, it was printed before she died. I think she died in 1967. Correct me if I'm wrong. I am. This was thefted. Honestly, I rented it from his bookshelf and then we moved. I didn't do it on purpose, but it haunts me. Mr. Dahl, if you're alive and out there, I have your book. I'm never giving it back. Thank you. Oh, dude, the movie, and it's sad because it had a couple good actresses in it, but like, I don't know, the writing was just terrible. Please don't watch the movie. It was so bad. Please don't watch it. The Blue Side America has 3 jobs. He's a member of the Scottish Parliament. He's MP in Westminster Parliament, and he's also a linesman in football games. That's dope. Didn't a Chicago mayor do that? Like, lived in Cabrini Green for a time? I have to Google that. I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe? Army Sweet Pea, thank you so much for summoning to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it a swing, Sunny Bean. How are you, love? Open your mouth and close your eyes, then bend over. I'm coming in dry, with consent, of course. Bite that pillow, bitch, always. As long as you promise to pull my hair. It's long enough now. You can get a grip. How are you, my love? I'm glad I'm not the only one that hated the movie. I was so excited for it to come out, and I was like, oh no, no. Because this is like a treasure to me. This is old. At least to me. How old are you in 4th grade? How long have I had this? I don't know. 10? Are you 10 in 4th grade? 12. 10, I think. 24 years. Not to age myself. You're 9, 25 years. I've carried this stupid book around for a long time, but it's good. Read it. It's short and it's easy, and it's just like, it's one of those books that's just kind of creepy. I don't know how else to put it. It's creepy. Not spooky, just creepy. But it's Shirley Jackson, so it's got that Victorian vibe, and it's Give her a read. It's one of I have a couple old books. One I think is about ancient proctology. Surgery of the Colon, Rectum, and Anus, Questions and Answers, edited by Cantor and Lupton, the Advisory Council, or on Surgical Education, American Society of Abdominal Surgeries. Why? Why? It smells nice and old, though. I love the smell of old books. 9-ish? Yeah. That was when I swiped that beach. Is there even a copyright on it? I think it's like an educational book someone sent me. I didn't remember. I don't want to lick it. Lord knows what's in this. Oh shit, anatomical illustrations. Those are pretty sick, actually. Terribly overexposed by my camera, but I have no idea what the copyright is on it. It's an old one, though, about your rectum. You're welcome. See, I'm valuable in the zombie apocalypse. I just keep pulling things out like this to prove to you guys, so when it happens, one of you will protect me because I have bird arms and I have no skills whatsoever in terms of survival. Like, I can trach you with a pen, but that's about it. Oh, 1965. Dude, these are about the same age. That's funny. 1965 is the copyright on this bitch. The first and only, so this was the first printing, actually, in Melrose, Massachusetts. Sick. Anybody interested in a really old book on your anus? I like old books. They smell good. When someone gets something, inevitably, asterisk, gets something stuck in their ass, you'll be their hero. I mean, here's the thing. Depending on the shape and size of the thing in your ass, like, you only get one colon, and your colon, like, all of your intestinal tissue is, like, similar to, like, a piece of wet tissue paper. So, like, just try to keep the angular things out of there, because I can't save you, and you only get one asshole. And then you just shit out of a hole in your side the rest of your life. And for some reason, it smells so much worse. Side note, in prison, people will make you pay to fuck that hole, because apparently it's not gay. Also, the bookmarks in that book were toe tags from the hospital I forgot to throw away, so we're just not going to talk about that. I used to be a death dealer. By doctor's order, of course. Of course. The Uranus book smells like shit. It smells like dust. That'd be weird, though, if it smelled like an ass, like a scratch and sniff. Do I want an old book on my anus or an old book on my anus? Well, I mean, this might cover one cheek for me. I'm going to be completely realistic with you. I have a very fat ass. I'd need two. So. Someone might have had to do an emergency colonoscopy. The book looks filthy. Of Otep Shamaya. And don't get me wrong, I love her music and she's also a decent poet, but her storytelling style is all edge, no substance. I give 5 out of 10. Oh. Would have made a decent graphic novel, or would have been good to hear her reading it in a creepy, quiet serial killer voice. Bummer. Oh, that's a bummer. I hope it wasn't too long so you didn't waste too much of your life. Someone might have to can confirm the smell from an ostomy bag is 10 times worse. And I don't know why. Why? Like, I wish I knew, but holy shit, no pun intended, it smells worse. Like, it's like shit plus a dead animal that's, like, encapsulated in an egg of that shit and, like, rotted. But I think it's because when it goes through your intestines, the moisture's pulled out, which helps make that smell not so penetrating when you take a shit, versus when it's coming straight out of you because a lot of your intestines have been ruined, i.e. you fucked yourself with something sharp or you had a disease, then, like, the moisture isn't pulled out, which is why it's liquid. I don't know, but it's bad. You only get one ass. Be careful. I can only do so much magic. You know what I'm saying? Senna only goes so far. Joke's on them. In 2022, it's gay to do anything sexual, apparently. Also, you're communist if you don't have kids. I've been told. Dude, I'd find some homies to shag. Like, I don't want to go that long without some deep, warm lovin's. I ain't hating. Why can't my shit smell like fresh pizza? To your dog it does, and that baffles me. Like, why don't I like shit the way my dogs do?
Penetrate that asshole.
You know what I'm saying? Viata, I had a friend who used to come over when we watched football years ago. He was an engineer that my ex worked with, and he would come over, and once in a blue moon, he would have to empty it in our bathroom, and it was like, you never want to say anything because I don't ever want him to feel any sort of shame over having a colostomy bag. Like, everybody has to shit. Yours is different. I'm fine with it. But, I mean, it's not like it would even get splashed anywhere. He would just dump it in the toilet and flush it, and it was like, okay, my apartment is now going to smell like colostomy shit for 7 days. And I would get calls from small children just being like, 7 days for years. It was weird. But man, it was just, I've never smelt anything like that. It's different. Cheers, everybody. Asidious, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 80 swings for 25 months in a row. I appreciate you.
Hail the dank lord. That's still too deep. Hold up. How about there? A little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Hail Satan. Oh, bitch. Jesus Christ.
Cheers. I'd hate never being able to take a shit again. Well, here's the thing, Cake. Imagine, like, I don't think they ever feel the need to take a shit again. So it's not even just not being able to take a shit. They never feel like they need to take a shit. It is self-help saying. Oh, I got another one.
Allow yourself to be penetrated. Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
It brings me peace in my heart. I love him, them, him. Right, imagine if shit smelled like your favorite food. That'd be so confusing. Like, you'd hang out around restrooms and porta potties. No one would want to be your friend except that other guy hanging around bathrooms for other reasons. You know what I mean? It would be weird. I'd hate never being able to shit again. I mean, I agree, but, like, if you never have to if you never have the feeling of being bloated or, like, that weird cold sweat moment where all the hairs stand up on your arm and you're like, oh, it needs to happen now, I'm giving birth. If you never have that feeling again, I don't know. But I agree. Like, my biggest thing is I don't want to have to handle my shit. And basically, if you have a colostomy, what happens is we create a new asshole in your side of your body, and we have special ostomy bags that, like, suction onto that asshole. So shit just, like, leaks into it all day as you consume things, and eventually you just have to, like, pop it off your weird new anus and, like, empty that bag or throw it away and put a new bag on or something. I'm not 100% sure how often it gets changed, but you have to actually handle your fecal matter, and I don't want to do that, and that is no shade on anyone who has an ostomy bag. That fucking sucks. You do what you need to do. Fucking throw it at bad people who are racist, horrible bigots. I'm for you. I just am going to do everything in my power to keep my own anus. You know what I'm saying? I've tried it before. My problem is, the problem with my headphone cable right now, which I have a solution for, I just haven't done it yet, is that because of my GoXLRs are super stupid sensitive. So if the cord plugging into the GoXLR gets breathed on, it gives up on life and I have to restart all the software. It's the stupidest thing. It's a long story. I won't go there. So I got an extension cord, and where my headphones plug into the extension cord is heavier than the headphones themselves and any of the cord. And so it, like, weighs down. So I've been holding it. I just did this. But I got some of those little, I don't know what they're called, but they're like a little circle with a divot in them that you can, like, stick on your desk and it holds the cord in place. I got a couple of those that I need to stick on my desk to hold my cord. I've tried to put it behind my body, and my cord gets stuck in my chair arm, and then it gets ripped out of my ear, and I'm so terrified to break these because they were super expensive and a gift. I just do it without even, like, I'll go to roll back and one will be like pop and slam, and they're porcelain, and the noise they make when they slam is enough to make your dick crawl back inside your body and become a tongue clitoris, if you know what I mean. I'm just like nesting cords on my lap until I do that. It's bad. I just got to dust my desk. Mom can tell when her bag is full or when it's being active, and oh my God, and there's never an urge to poo, but she can tell when it's like squirting poo in the bag. Oh, that's so bizarre. What does it feel like? Like drooling out your side ass? Oh my God, not enough gun. Fuck yes. Do you feel better? Do you feel like a new person? Imagine if your shit smelled like your favorite food. Man, this is some serious gourmet shit. You know? Funny you should mention that. When I was a kid and, drinking and experimenting and being stupid, I learned that, what are they? Captain Crunch, like the stock Captain Crunch, like the little hay bales of hell that shred your mouth, taste pretty much exactly the same coming up as they do going down. And I have not been able to eat them since. Because of that. Like, it tasted like, to the fucking point. Same. It was a bad time. I love me some the Reese's Captain Crunch. Still shreds your mouth. Still will get down. I have never asked. I was not that curious. Man, is it weird that I would ask? Would that be weird? See, I never know. I think this is why people shy away from me, because I would be like, does it feel like you're drooling out your ass on your side? Can you describe it to me with more adjectives? Hey girl, hey. What up, Deadpool? How are you, love? Ooh, fun share time. I have an extremely messed up back and it messes all my digestive stuff. It's hard to know when I'm hungry, when I'm full, or when I have to go poo. Because of your back? Like nerves? Ooh, I'm so sorry, honey. That sucks. My advice, I have tried the headphone cable thing though. I hate it. I just get caught on everything and then they go flying out of my head. But it makes butt sex easy though, no cleanup. I mean, when they remove your colon, I don't know how far they go. Like, I know you'd probably still have a cute little butthole, but did they remove the sigmoid? Is there anywhere to fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's your butthole, and then there's your sigmoid colon, which is like, if the poop's there, that's when you're like, oh, it's time to go, and the hairs raise on your arm. Like, that's the holding tank for now's the time. But that's also the place that is fucked when you're having anal sex. I don't know if they take that away. Or would it be more like a belly button? Is your asshole now a belly button if you have a coli bag? I've never got to see people beyond that point because I always worked in ICUs. So when they were conscious, they got moved down to the floors. I never got to talk to them. I don't know. A flesh wound that healed on my eye instantly. Ow. I've had styes before, and that's similar feeling. Yeah. Like me, I had a fine bowl, and when I got ulcerative colitis, now it's chronic. One of my brothers has that. I hope it doesn't get worse, but he doesn't act like he takes care of it very well. A side ass, a sass. Shut up. Can I use that? Oh my God. If I ever have to work in the hospital again and I have patients who are sad because I specialize in surgical ICUs, I will be like, bitch, you are way cooler than anyone else. Like, all I have is an ass. You have a fucking sass. Please take that, nurses who work in surgery. Please help people feel better about their sass. Like, they just have so much sass. That is so beautiful. Fuck. I am not clever. God, that's good. This whole side anus thing's getting out of check. Arguably, it's closer to hand, but I get what you're saying. You're such a sassy bitch. Bitch, you don't even know. What if you could squirt it like a breastfeeding mother? I hate this. I'm so sorry I've done this to everyone. I apologize. You know, when you work in medicine around those people, nothing becomes like everyone's making these jokes all the time. So I think this is where the gross came from. I'm not unique. We're all sick a little. It's the only way to do the job. Like, you get shit on so many times, you have to start making jokes about the shit. Otherwise, you're going to go crazy. Yeah, it's like making the best of it. Literally choosing between a shark and a fart sometimes. The best piece of advice I was ever given by anyone when I first started doing clinicals was never stand in front of an orifice, no matter what it is. So, like, I'm a respiratory therapist, so my main job was, like, intubated patients or trached patients. But even when you're doing trach care, you never stand directly in front of the patient, ever. Because chances are you're going to stimulate a cough, and they're going to cough, and some otherworldly, hellish, burnt caramel looking creature is going to come flying out and hit you in the fucking eyeball. And at that point, like, what do you do? You're not worse off than your patient. What do you do? Avoid it. Avoid it. Avoid it. I have yet to be coughed. I have yet to have anything fly out of someone's trach or mouth and hit me. Thank fuck. I have been shat on. You've heard the stories. There's been explosive things. Things unavoidable. Shit happens is the moral of the story. Speaking of coming back up, last night about 1 a.m. and I was washing my hair and bam, threw up 4 times. Oh. I get dry heaves like that sometimes first thing in the morning. Why do you have like a bill? Does that happen often? Oh, it's the whole of your large colon. Is there any way they can remove just a piece of it, but you still have like colon tissue? I wonder if they ever get in a position where the bag is too full and there's no way to take it off and empty it without squirting everywhere out the sass. I'm sure it can be hell. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have a lot of sympathy for people who have to deal with a coli bag because I don't have to do. I'm grossed out that I have to wipe. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I have a bidet. We have like a tushy bidet. They have to full on like handle thine shit. I can firmly say I've never carried a bag of my shit before, and that's just the way of life. I wouldn't want to do it. I feel bad. It sucks. Hi, Sarcastic. How are you? Anyone here watch American Dad? I haven't. One of my favorite petty Roger moves was when some guy stole a gilf. Grandma, is that a grandma I'd like to fuck? From Roger, so he unzipped his colostomy bag. He unzipped it. Wait, and just like, did he like squirt it on people? Did he use it as a weapon? That's genius. Genius. Why isn't that a weapon of all superheroes? Everyone would run. Like, fuck lasers. Coley bag. No one would stand. No one. Pain is one thing. Coley bag contents, though, my dudes. No one would stand there. You shirk it off like a porn star, right? Like, what are you gonna do in those moments? Like, you literally, like, giggle, get it the fuck out your eyes so you don't get an eye infection, move on with your day. But avoid it. It's gonna happen. Like, avoid it. Just fucking avoid it. If you're going into medicine, if you're in nursing school of any kind, like, do not stand in front of an orifice, no matter which one it is. Shit flies out. Unbeknownst to us. Scott, Cake, did I tell you that hat's still there? I mentioned it last time we saw Scott and Bree, and Scott was like, I run by it every day. The hat is still there. Like, no one's picked up the hat. It's if anyone sees a shitty hat in Denver, little piece of Scott with you. Would you like a weapon of ass destruction, or is that a weapon that destroys asses? Or is it an ass that destroys? Is that the question? I'd prefer an ass that destroys. Like, you could just, like, fling your hip at someone and a cheek jiggle, like, blows them up. You know what I'm saying? Because why would we destroy an ass? There's other ways to harm that are funnier and last longer. Like when we launched dead cows from catapults to spread disease. Now we just drop coli bags from drones. I'm saying. At least we wouldn't be harming, well, it's lighter than what you need to like launch infected cows. I think they launched bodies too. I listened to a podcast about that like 6 months ago. I think they launched infected bodies too. Like human bodies. Gross. History. No, the dude who stole the woman from Roger had a fanny pack, quote unquote. Roger was like, "Oh yeah, oh my god, that's a bad time." It's like the dead dude in Everest. It's a direction marker now. It is. He probably actually uses it that way. I'm gonna say that to him. That's amazing. It's an ass explosion, exactly. Imagine sleeping with someone with a side ass and it just starts filling up while you're clapping cheeks. But would you hear it? Would it be like wet slappy shits? We've come full circle. Would it be like wet slappy shits, but it'd be like mildly contained by like a Ziploc bag? Like you would just hear the faint echoes of the wet slappies. Lilith. Oh, dude. Zach got me a chocolate shake. He's the best. Lilith, your wet slappies have become a constant joke. I'm so sorry. I love you. Did you have a good car trip? They got to go on a trip to the post office. Why do I hear waves? 2 girls, 1 bag. Oh no. They both have a treat. They don't want to hug right now. They both have like she has a pizzle stick. I'll show you. She's definitely guarding a treat that is like on the corner of the pillow you can't see. She's guarding a treat. She is not here for snuggles. She's here like cuz Trick's right over there and he's like, "I'm going to get it." She's not she's like, "Don't fucking touch my dick." Don't worry, that's just I have a machine that creates ocean sounds. That is so disgusting. On that note. She is. Well, Trick, honestly, it goes back and forth. Sometimes Trick finishes his first, and sometimes Lilith finishes hers first. They're the exact same shape and size and everything, but one chews faster. I don't fucking get it. And so the other one basically then just stops eating theirs and guards it forever. So I'll find it like tucked into the pillows of a spare bedroom or tucked into the couch here. Because what Trick does is he actually buries them, like he actively tries to bury them in the yard, but it's in the couch. Huh. See, she has no interest in me because there's a bone there. I know! Hail Satan. Oh?
Bitch? Oh, no. Hail Satan, motherfucker. What the fuck?
Apparently Adriana Chechik. Oh, I heard. I heard it's terrible. I heard that news first thing today. Fucking terrible. I don't even like that's just there's nothing else to say about it. It's terrible. I hope she's okay. I don't know what that means. Like a lot of people you can break your back and still walk. Like it's not a finite sentence to a wheelchair or anything like that. It can be. I hope for the best. That is horrible. So the only thing I didn't have clarification in, so we knew that it was apparently like Twitch put a really thin piece of foam over cement. Were people supposed to be jumping on it? Like what was that?
It wasn't Twitch, it was Lenovo, the Lenovo booth.
Oh, it was at a Lenovo booth, not at Twitch.
And it was set up like American Gladiators with like two podiums and they could joust.
Oh.
And they had foam blocks, foam cubes, but no like, there's just show floor underneath them.
It was the cement under that?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, if they get sued, I don't know who's going to get the brunt, Lenovo or Twitch.
That is so bad. That is so much worse. That means that those people probably just slammed into the cement floor. Oh my god, I can't. Literally, I just hope for I hope recovery because that is so fucking terrible. That is so. Everybody loves you and says hi. He says hi. He just got home with the dogs. That is so horrible. I wanted to write her name down. I don't know her, but I wanted to just follow and make sure because I'm going to be thinking of this person and hoping they're okay because it's just terrible. I have a lot of words. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. Those people should be sued. They deserve to be penalized for that idiotic choice that is so fucking stupid. What's a lemon? I don't know. I don't get anything wet. Yeah, that's what I heard about it first thing this morning, and it's very haunting. What human being would be like, yeah, that's a great idea? No, I don't want to watch the video. Normally I fucking love a good medical fuckery, but broken bones, oh no. Just thinking about it gives me EBGBs. It's one of my things. I can't do it. I'll like almost faint. I can't. I will do witchcraft so they heal, but the image in my head is enough to make me sick. Oh, so she had a Twitter post about it. So I broke my back in 2 places and I'm getting surgery to put a meter rod. Oh my god, hold on. I'm gonna be sick. Sick. I'm getting surgery to put a meter rod in for support today. Send your support. When it rains, it pours, and I'm definitely feeling the rain right now. Bitch got nailed with the hail of 2013 via Maryland. What the fuck? Wow. Is it bad? Did you watch it? I just can't. In whatever, I cannot. Just the thought of it is making me want to fucking vom. It's not. Ugh, that just shows that falling on cement can do damage without being dramatic. Jesus Christ. I know. It makes bones, man. I don't know what it is. I wonder if it's like chipped vertebrae or something. Oh my god. Watch her disability will get denied because she can make money laying down her profession. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. We have a friend. Zach and I have a mutual friend who makes a lot of is very, very successful on the OnlyCans and was trying to get a loan to redo a lot of their house on the inside. And like the bank was fighting giving them the loan, even though they make 6 figures a year very generously, just simply because of the way they make their money. It's wild how I mean, it wouldn't shock me, even though I know you mean it as a joke. It wouldn't shock me in any way, shape, or form. She does a jump off a platform only a couple feet onto a foam pile. She jumps in a split and lands with the split on the foam. Ouch! Yeah. That's what she was just saying. But she does the splits into the foam. Oh, yeah. Zach said the first time he watched it, he couldn't even tell which girl was injured. She landed in the splits on her butt, rolls over, tucks into a child's pose as best she can. Everyone's like, "Are you okay?" Oh. No. Ugh. Spooky! Los Spookies! Oh my god, why don't we have purple M&Ms yet? Are purple M&Ms... That's new! Oh, there's purple ones! I'll have to save those for last. It's the ghouls mix? That's precious. They need to keep these forever. 90% of my diet is peanut M&Ms. And I'm doing great, guys. Just saying. Thank you for thanking all my mods. I love them as well. That's just, I might watch it at one point. I just don't really, I really just don't want to. It sounds so, I mean, that's what I was thinking. If she landed on her butt, she might have broke her coccyx as well. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen a skeleton at one point in your life, and the bottom of your spine where you like have your tailbone, it's fused together into what we refer to as the coccyx. And it's a solid, and that my dad broke his in playing basketball, falling on his ass on a court. That could have oh my god, my asshole's so tight right now. I just cannot. I'm never shitting again. I can't. Bones, man. I don't know what it is. Right though? Me too. It doesn't have I heard they made the purple M&M a new character, but she's not on it. Like, hey, do you want to buy purple M&Ms that don't feature the purple M&M? I think he's the peanut M&M though, right? Is the purple M&M a special flavor? They're all like, they all represent a flavor, don't they? She's not a special flavor? Well, I mean the characters themselves, like the yellow M&M, the character guy is a peanut M&M. So him being on the cover of the peanut M&Ms, that makes sense. But recently, M&Ms, like the company, introduced a new official character, which is a purple M&M. And I was just wondering, like, is she special? Is she like dark chocolate M&M? Pretzel? Peanut butter? I don't know. Right, Mishy, same. I'm very grateful other people watched it because I've seen enough broken bones in my life and struggled not to faint. I'm good. I'm good. Unless she wants me to. If she personally was like, Katie, it would make me feel really good for you to watch this, I'd be like, okay, I'll do it. But that'd be it. Caramel's I like caramel, but also I hate eating it. Like, it's a great in theory, but it just sticks to my teeth and makes me feel like I'm gonna pull all my fillings out. Coccyx, man. Breaking one cock's enough. Never 6. Imagine just having 6 cocks, let alone the maintenance of the broken. Oh my god. No, thank you.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
Yo, what up, Sequifa? How you doing, Honeybean? Welcome to us talking about which Eminem character we'd personally suck off. So I pose the question to you. And why is it the yellow M&M? The peanut M&M, if you will. Welcome, readers. My name's Katie. What's up? Happy Sunday. And happy sinning. I hope you're having a good one. What up, Sequisha? How are you, love? Just cut the broken... Oh, my God. The broken what? Stop. My ass cheeks have never been tighter. I can't. I don't want to talk about the... why? No, they introduced an actual new M&M. She's dark chocolate? Is she? I like the dark chocolate M&Ms. They're good. I've had them. Almost nice. Oh my god. Thank you so much for sending the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it name to swings.
For 68 fucking months, bro. That's like a child that wipes its own ass. I can wipe my own ass. That's impressive and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you. That's a long fucking time. Almost nice. Close. I mean, it's cool. I mean, everybody gets an almost nice once in a while. Dang, y'all got Peter Gabriel in here? Bitch, I got it all. I mean, it might go to something very bizarre next. You never know. My playlists are at the epitome of ADHD. I apologize for what comes and what may come. Like me. Pagan God, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. I appreciate you. How are you? Thank you for 16 months. That's a really long fucking time. Skittles are superior to M&M. Anything that's not chocolate is just kind of like disappointing for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like when the dude blows his load before penetration occurs. Like, I'm just like, all right. Like, that was fun, but I still want an M&M. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally, though. To each their fucking own. Dark chocolate ones are really good. Try freezing them. I'm a big fan of frozen chocolate. My posture's not bad. I'm actually sitting up fairly straight. Look, my water bottle lines with my spine. Shut up. I wipe my own... I mean, seriously. Like, recently, I've found, my community and I were gifted with the knowledge that there is a new wave of people who believe in not bathing their children, like, ever. We watched a podcast of some parents being like, yeah, we didn't wash her for the first 5 months of her life. So, if you have problems sleeping at night, this won't help. How are things? How's your day going? There are scarier corners of the world that none of us want to see or should see, but unfortunately I get exposed. I've been on Reddit too much. You know, I really like spicy sour. I actually have some candies because I'm a hummingbird and I live off sugar. Hence, all the sugar. These things are kind of like that flavor profile, I would say. They're like mango chili flavored candies. I don't know what the fuck. What's that word? Locochas? Locochas? I don't fucking know. They're really good though. If you've never, you can get it as a sucker, and it's usually like shaped like a cock, but it's like a mango or a pineapple like sucker covered in chili powder. These are the opposite. It's like the sweet part on the outside with the chili powder bomb on the inside. They're super tasty, but it's kind of that same. It's like spicy sweet sour. They're the shit. I have a lot of them, various places. Like my makeup kit is where I pulled that one out, and my ass. We're also now all aware that our bones are always wet, and I hate that. And also, like, where the fuck did the phrase bone dry come from if our bones are quite literally always wet? There's no such thing as bone dry. Bone dry is in fact drenched or mysteriously moist at best. What the fuck? Language hurts and I hate it. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the hype train. What's up? Here's an original for spoopy season. What does the mortician call it when two automobile bumpers touch? When two automobile bumpers touch? A car kiss. Shut up. That took me 15 milliseconds, far longer than it should have. That's precious. Thank you for that. I love that. I've been trying to think of like a spooky, like, you know, the stupid spoopy names for yourself. ClassyKatie just has no spoop to it. I thought about COVID Katie. I mean, that'd be spoopy for me considering I haven't got it yet. But there ain't none, man. So many people just are way better at this. I feel like it'll be Christmas and I'll be like, guys, here's my spoopy name. Are you trying to suggest Zeke isn't a good lover or that Zeke has a fetish for M&Ms? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be. Wait, where did we get to that? Where did we get to there? Did I forget? Where did we get to that point? Sex and candy don't belong together or are even in the same, like those, what? What happened? Did I miss it? Unclean heathens, of course. My Jamocha. Starburst or Skittles? Oh my god. I'd say Starburst. The hard bits on Skittles kind of throw me off. Like, I like a consistent texture. Unless it's like nuts. But it's basically like, here's two forms of sugar we put together with a Skittle. It's kind of weird and absurd for me. But that's, thanks for the biddies, Sally. I appreciate your 666.
Hail the dank lord lover, but hail yourself, as you know.
And wash your hands before and after. Eat Warheads with Sour Patch Kids at the same time. That feels like adding salt to salt. Bones bleaching on the battlefields. But I mean, who the fuck has that reference other than people walking across battlefields? Wet boners, mysteriously moist boners. ClassyKatie, Classy Killer. Is it spoopy or is that just reaching too hard? Because I've thought of those two as well. I like them. I'm okay. I mean, honestly, I've been in the presence of so many dead bodies. Like, maybe my spoop meter's just off. A CorpsyKatie I did one year. I already used CorpsyKatie. I'm like not gassy though. I fart like once a year when the moons align and like Sailor Moon is literally over my house singing strange Japanese verses I don't understand but love nonetheless. So it wouldn't really make sense. It might frighten people. Like that might be the sign of the apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? The phrase bone dry originated from a phrase as stated by Robert Forby in his book, The Vocabulary of East Anglia, published in 1830. Here it is defined as an adjective that means perfectly dry as a bone, long bleached in the weather. Okay. All right, bleached bones. My bones are wet. Just saying, yours are too. You're welcome. You said something about non-chocolate M&M being like intercourse with no climax. Oh. Well, here's the thing though. I choose not to eat those M&Ms. Why would I choose to invest in regularly sleeping with someone I can't get off with if I won't even do that with candy? See what I'm saying? No, you can always joke. I was just asking for clarification. I literally didn't know. Don't worry. I'll tell you off if I think it's inappropriate. Don't be concerned. Reese's Pieces are delicious and I love them. I know I sing the Sex and Candy song literally every single time someone says Sex and Candy, and I sang it when I said it out loud in my head for a second. I smell sex and candy here. That was the first time I ever was like, I want a giant spider. And here we are today. I don't want sour syrup. Sour with milk would make me think the milk is off. Isn't that like how you tell milk is off? Is it sour? Hello, Andrew. You got here via boat? Wait, where did you put your phone that you had to get there via boat? Hi, BJ. How are you? Fun fact, if you're unsure if you found a bone or a rock, if you lick it, your tongue will stick to the bone. No shit. Is it because it's porous and it like sucks up the moisture really fast? Super creepy. But then you've got a bone stuck to your tongue. So I guess continue with caution. What's the medical term for splits in your tongue from too much sour spray or warheads? I mean, there's a general term for it called map tongue, and it's essentially an inflammation or deflammation of the taste buds and cells, just the skin cells covering the top of your tongue. Some people have it all the time. Some people get it from eating sour or spicy foods. But yeah, map tongue. I don't know. Does it have another term for it? That's the most common thing, and it's usually seen in kids and shit. Is it 420? Cheers. Fuck. I have a baby hit. Cheers. Right? Like, I would be like, I guess maybe if you want to drink your sour milk and you want to get away with it, be like, no, the cereal is sour. It's not the milk. Why would you do such a thing? Got that from eating a bag of Warheads in one sitting. I definitely like Skittles. It's a 50-50. Go fuck yourselves. I don't get map tongue, but I will gorge myself on fresh pineapple until my lips are bleeding, which I assume is a similar feeling. I can't stop. Like, I can feel the tingling in my mouth from the acidity, and I'm like, gotta keep going. And then suddenly I have a bloody lip, and I'm like, the pineapple, though! I can't stop. Like, I just fucking love pineapple. Wait, it said, stop it. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Come back. Shaka Khan's the shit. Oh, it doesn't show up for me anymore. Boo! Okay, Skittles won. You win. You weird hard candy texture weirdos. 50 for Skittles and 7 for Starburst. Wow, I super lost. That's fine. Thank you for being my friend, even though we have nothing in common. Were you born with it, or was it Maybelline? I don't think I've ever gotten the map tongue. My sister gets it, though, from certain... I think it's acidic foods. I can't remember if it's acidic or spicy. One of the two. Thank you. Oh, it was. Skittles. God damn it. Skittles lovers. You're sick. Yes, I've done that before with salt and vinegar chips. Salt and vinegar chips are, like, specific ones. It's got to be, like, kettle chips. Like, salt and vinegar chips that are kettle chips. I really miss Tim's Cascade chips. But they're on the West Coast, and I can't find them here. There are other kettle chips that are good, but salt and vinegar chips, it's similar. It's like that weird, like, it hurts, but I can't stop putting them in my mouth feeling. Humans are stupid. But I do the same. On that note, my head is still killing me and my sinuses are killing me, so I'm going to take off 30 minutes early and we're going to raid someone cool, but thank you for being awesome and hanging out with me today. I apologize if I came off grumpy or sassy like our little side asses, but my sinuses are just fucking shit. What are the point of the strange butterfly creatures in our face called sinuses? Nobody knows. And if you do, you're lying. Pointless. I hate them. They are I honestly, ever since I got into kettle chips, when I was in college and shit, I would buy a lot of Tim's Cascade jalapeno kettle chips. I like normal chips. I just am like, what is this strange, thin, tissuey, salty thing in my mouth? Why aren't we chewing? It just fell apart in my spit. Everybody can like things. I just have to be. I'm Team Starburst. I don't know. There are here. I guess here's the caveat though. I eat all the Skittles. I don't like. Is it the pink Starburst? The one that tastes like watermelon. No, I think I like pink. Pink is strawberry. There is a Starburst that I don't like. There's a flavor. I can't remember which one it is. I haven't had Starburst in so many years. But there is a flavor I don't like, and I'll always pawn it off on other people. I just can't remember what it is. Old Bay forever, all the time. You don't have salt and vinegar kettle chips in the Midwest? Damn. We have a brand of kettle chips, but they're a lot thinner and not near as like... They're crispy, but what's the word? I think they're less thick cut. They're not, you know... Although, I can get Zaps out here, believe it or not. Like, I can't get Tim's Cascade, which is like the Pacific Northwest kettle chip main brand, but I can get Zaps here, which I buy often. Where did I put my bowl? I was loading a bowl to Cheers. Not girthy, they're crispy, not crunchy. Kind of that, yeah. They're just like different. In Texas, I have all kinds of kettle chips, and they're made by a grocery store. That's awesome. You're very lucky. Chips, I mean, there's a good... Chips aren't really the thing here. Trying to think, what's like the snack food I see the most around the Midwest-ish area? I have no idea. Nothing. I don't fucking go to grocery stores. I have no idea. Pork rinds. Oh my god, stop it, Shifty. I literally thought of it, I swear to fuck, before I read chat. You typed it the exact, I mean, it came through the delay, but it came through the exact same moment. I think it is pork rinds. Yes. I was literally thinking in my mind, like, the last time I went to a grocery store, what did I see on end caps? End caps of aisles tend to be like hot items or items the grocery store is trying to push and things that people like. And I think it literally is pork rinds. They're everywhere. Huge bags. I mean, astronomically large bags. That or the world is keto and we're all going to die. I love voodoo chips. They're so fucking good. Jalapeno cheddar kettle chips were my favorite until they had a jalapeno cheddar one. Yum. Cheetos by far outsell everything else in my store here in the Midwest. Really? Are spicy Cheetos actually popular, or are they just something YouTubers fuck with? Pork rinds and corn nuts, I don't understand them either. Like, pork rinds melt into a strange film in your mouth. I just don't, I've never had a pork rind that I'm like, ooh, flavor. I'm like, what's this? Is this a packing peanut? Did you just feed me a packing peanut? Or am I so fat you're going to feed me packing peanuts? And with corn nuts, I honest to God think I'm just going to break my fucking teeth out whenever I eat one. Cheese curds are better than every food in the world. That's hard to argue, especially if they squeak. Chips are the one possible reason to want to live in Texas. Nah, I'll still pass. I mean, thankfully we have the internet and we can order them, right? Yeah, they're very similar, but pork rinds aren't fresh, and they tend to be like, I think, cooked longer, because I've had pork scratchings, and pork scratchings are like, you know, you get them at a bar or something, and they tend to be greasy and kind of like, I think there's more meat. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows for sure. I think pork scratchings have more meat, whereas pork rinds, it's like mostly that fat part. So it literally, like, when it's cooked and then bagged and just like sold on grocery store shelves, they just blow up. I mean, literally, they look like a packing peanut. They're like see-through. And then they'll like sprinkle some seasoning on it and be like, here you go. This will go great with your LaCroix. For those who like to eat air. Pork rinds are great because they're carb-free, but also 20 times your daily sodium allowance. Yum. Packing peanut. I mean, pork rinds. I get it. I think they are like for people that are on keto or paleo diets and shit. That's like the snack of choice. I couldn't do it. If I'm gonna eat, it's gonna have flavor. Popular as hell. No shit. I still can't believe it. The hot Cheetos taste like ass, warmed up, cooled down, sprinkled on corn. I think they taste horrible too. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I also think Takis taste like shit. That being said, I've only had the Takis that was like lime something something, and it just tasted like they were literally dipped in like citric acid. My mouth is sweating like I'm gonna puke thinking about it, and I haven't eaten them in like 2 years. I love sour shit. Like, give me a lime. I'll eat limes. I love lime. I use the lime they give you with tacos. I love lime. But like, there's a point of citric acid on a crisp or a chip or whatever the fuck you want to call it that like I don't. If you make my mouth pucker more than salt and vinegar chips, like we have a problem. Nothing should do more than that. I guess in my mind. What the fuck with the lime on the Takis? It's like almost pain. Yeah, corn nuts, it's like you're eating a tooth. And if you hit a really hard corn nut, you're like, is it a tooth or a corn nut? Do I swallow it and ignore it? Or do I spit it out and acknowledge what just happened? Do you have dental insurance? I think answers that. Moral of the story, insurance is the evil root of all the world. Cheers. They're overly salty, so they'll be popular and they don't taste like ass. At least they don't taste like ass. Cheers, everybody. Pork rinds and corn nuts, what you eat when all you do is drink and watch football because there's literally nothing else to do in the Midwest. I mean, we got cattle to move. I got nothing. It hurt me to lie. I'm sorry. Hi, Ensville. How are you, love? Dude, dude, it's actually like end of stream. I was literally just gonna like find someone cool to raid and like go hang out with my dogs. But tomorrow's day off, and then it's a whole new week. We get to start over because the world is our oyster. Sprinkle it with salt and fucking throw it in the garbage because shit tastes like a cummy loogie. Hi, Podgy. I know. This is my girl. She's this one that's been sick. The last, like, not today, thankfully, but the 2 days prior. Comically slappy wet shits at all hours of the day and night. It's been a hard time. So she's just tired. My allergies are killing me. My sinuses. That's why I'm kind of taking off like a half hour early. Simply because my face hurts so bad. Like looking at the lights and shit in my camera are sinuses. Why are they? I hate them. But thank you so much for joining me today. Tomorrow is my one day off. I take a week. I might stream because I had to take 2 days off because of Miss Shits Her Pants over here. And I have no fucking like plans. So why not? She is better. She hasn't had diarrhea in a couple days. And she's had one like little kind of soft poop, but you know, we went through the ringer. It was a lot of shit. It's literally just a chocolate milkshake because I'm a child. I love coffee, and I'm one of those freaks who hates coffee flavored things. Like, I don't want a coffee milkshake. If I'm gonna drink coffee, it's gonna be black and fucking astringent and make my eyes water. You know what I mean? If I'm gonna have a milkshake, it's gonna be sweet and decadent and taste like chocolate. You know what I mean? I just don't like coffee flavored like anything. It's really weird, but I love myself a coffee. Taste buds are weird. I think I just need my bitter and my sweet separated for some fucking reason. If it was sponsored by anything, it would be sponsored by Folex and yeah, Folex. It's behind me but very far and I can't reach it. Today's stream would be sponsored by Folex, if anything in the world. That is, I asked when I worked at Lowe's. I worked there for like 7 years and I had 2 pugs pugs notoriously apparently love to just shit indoors because they're little assholes. I asked one of the people that had worked in flooring for like 20 years or something. I was like, "What is the one thing you suggest to people that you give a fuck about what to clean their carpets?" Because there's just so many, there's a million cleaner brands these days of everything under the sun, and they all claim to do something unique and different and whatever. And she said Folex, and ever since then, that's the only floor cleaner I'll buy, and it's legit. It works. It's crazy. I think it's the only one that like penetrates deep into the carpet pad, so like if your dog pees on the carpet or something, it doesn't crystallize in the carpet pad. Something like that. I don't know. Folex is the shit. Sponsor me, Folex. I have a dog who pees out of her butt. Let's go. I wish. No, but I do. So coming up, I have a couple charity streams that I'm really excited to do. And I do have a HelloFresh sponsored stream coming up that I'm excited to do. And I have one game sponsored stream all in the month of October, which feels like it's already almost over. Everything's just happening way too fast. I don't know what happened. Time like hit me over the head and I woke up in the middle. But I'm super excited. But yeah, tomorrow's my one day off, but I might stream. If I feel the tickle to pickle, like we'll do something weird. Maybe we'll paint. Maybe I'll like stream from my iPad and I'm doing a mural in my hall. Because why the fuck not? Speaking of cooking and streaming, who is and why? Are they live right now? Can I raid into them right now? It says they're the signups are live, but they're not live right now. Shitballs. Okay, good to know though. Thank you, Glut. Thank you. It's cheap too. Folex, I'll actually show you. If you guys have dogs and animals, I know we all fight this. Like dogs will just puke. They piddle when they're excited. Like, it's important if you want to keep. And some of us are just stuck with carpet. I can't afford to change my flooring. What are you gonna do? Oh, there's a dog on both sides of me. God damn it. Hold on. I can't roll my chair. There tricks under me. My void. So normally over here you would see carpet. That's actually my black poodle. He's just so beautifully midnight colored that he absorbs all the light in the room. This shit. Folex Instant Carpet Spot Remover, the solution to your stain. This is the shit you'll see like industrial folks use like in hotels and stuff. But I've used it for 10 plus years. It's just the shit. It works. It gets anything out of the carpet. Anything. For real. It smells like it just, I don't know what it does, but it's unscented. That's probably my favorite part. I feel like the vast majority of all carpet cleaner products out there, even if they say unscented, they still have kind of a strong, weird, like fresh linen or soap smell. And, animals love to scent on top of strong smells. That's what they're trying to cover up the perfume smell. They don't like it. So the stronger smell of your cleaner, the more likely your dog is to fucking piss on it again. Why would you do that? That's just animal nature. I love RTJ. They're the best. It's awesome. Seriously, I'm not sponsored by them, but for real, my pug passed away at 13 1 year ago, and I've been using it since before I got her. But it worked real well for a pug. It just, I don't know what it is. It does a good job. Oh, and it's okay for like upholstery and your mattress, your bed mattress and shit. It doesn't have any harsh like bleaching chemicals, so that's good to know too, in case anyone's wondered. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like it, and I think honestly, when I asked, and this was a long time ago, like 10 plus years ago when I worked there, but the lady that worked in carpet, she told me that the only difference between all those gimmicky carpet cleaners is it's kind of like skincare and makeup these days. Like they're just coming up with a gimmick to make it visually look like it's doing something because people want to see something happen. So like I'm sure you guys have seen all those cleaners that came out that are like, it goes on purple and turns white when it's done oxy cleaning, mystical, blah, blah, whatever bullshit. You know what I mean? There's nothing unique. It's literally just a gimmick. Foam, none of that does anything special. Like the chemicals are what's going to do anything. And I was like, oh, that totally makes sense. Like, how could you be changing the formula of carpet cleaners so many times over to have so many different options? That made a lot of sense. Yeah, it's Folex with an F. It looks like literally like a 1980s, but it's just, you can get this almost anywhere. I buy it at Lowe's because it's the cheapest. It's usually pretty cheap, but you can get it online. And we buy stock in it. Like we have like 4 of these unopened, but it's for everything. Like Zach drinks Crystal Light. He drinks the what is it? It's bright red colored. It's like the Hawaiian Punch flavored Crystal Light. That's how he gets himself to drink water, which kudos to him. He drinks more water than I do. But that shit is Kool-Aid. I mean, it is so goddamn red that if he like trips in the hallway and dumps his water bottle, it looks like someone had an explosive period on my carpets. All my carpets are white, which is really fun to deal with. And this shit, not even a sniff. No sponsor, just telling you it works. Been using it for older than some of you might be. It's pretty crazy. I know, it's the worst. It looks kind of like beige, dark beige on camera. It's white. I vacuum a lot. Someday, when I'm rich and famous, I will put in like tile or something that's easy to clean. Because my dogs have webbed feet. Like, there's never going to be a day they're not tracking shit in the house. Ever. My vacuum's a Dyson. And without a Dyson, I don't know how I would exist in this world. I simply might die. I don't know. That thing sucks anything. It'll bend a fucking toothbrush in half if you suck one up. I think, honestly, like, I think when people are going to flip a house, I think what happened was this house, like, 15-ish years ago, it burnt down and they rebuilt part of it and they wanted to turn it over and move out of it really quickly. I think white and beige or like off-white, it's just widely accepted. Like everyone's like, oh, look, it's a blank canvas. Look at all the opportunities. Look at what I'm going to do. And then we never paint anything but white. Because what else do you do? Like we've all just lived in weird like asylum-like apartments for the vast majority of our adult life. What are you going to do on it? It's weird. I think it's just like palatable colors. I hate them though. It's basically like either white or the off-white that is slightly the color of jizz. Not a fan. So I'm painting a mural in my hall, and maybe I'll bring my iPad over and stream that tomorrow with you guys. Since I took days off to take care of the shit queen here on my feet. I feel like she feels bad. Don't feel bad. I'm just making fun of you because it was so gross and it might have gotten in my face. I love you. She's on my feet now. It would be fun, honestly. I would do it with this camera, but for some reason, this camera will not function with an extension cord. Like with a USB extension cord, it just doesn't work. No idea why. It's the Elgato something. Elgato, fuck. It's the Elgato fuck. I don't know. It's the new Elgato selfies. Selfie cam, is that what it's called? But it doesn't work with an extension cord. So I can't like, I literally have to stream from a different device. But I have an iPad, and honestly, for a stream like that, like easy peasy. I can literally come over to my computer if something's wrong and fix alerts or whatever. So I might do that tomorrow. Hopefully my fucking stupid headache goes away. But in the meantime, take your joy. If you don't know what that is, it's your meds. I had a mental breakdown a few years ago, and ever since then, I'm very, very mental health positive. And I encourage all of you to be open and take your meds and don't feel bad about it. There's no shame in wanting to feel okay. It's important, and we all, like, that's a right as well. Feeling okay. You know what I'm saying? And even if it's like doctor prescribed feel okay, it's time. It's okay. Take your joy, even if it's like day or night or whatever you're going to do. Smoke some pot and feel good. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday.